Okay, so at 9 a.m. We'll call the meeting to order. And Atlas, if you could conduct the roll.
Supervisor McGordy.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Chair Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Okay, I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, that takes us to public expression. There's an opportunity to telecomment on the beginning and the end of the website, or the agenda on the website. It lists how to telecomment at our board meetings. And this is for any items on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. So Alice, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on non-agenda items or on items on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do. We have one telecomment and one voicemail.
First on the line will be Anna Stockel.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to express my frustration at communications with the Board of Supervisors. I've sent 3 emails over the last 3 months on 3 different subjects. So it's not like I'm hammering you with emails. My most recent one is a week old regarding water usage. And I copied BOS, the BOS email. I copied each of you individually, and I copied the CEO. And I don't even get a reply saying, thank you for your email. You can expect to hear from such and such a person by such and such a time. So I'm wondering how constituents communicate with the Board of Supervisors and who should be getting back to me. I'm expecting everybody on that CC list is expecting my supervisor, Chairman Jurdy, to reply. And I never get a reply. And so there's that one that's a week old on the water. There's another one on some Mendocino code. There's a third one, and I've got 2 more teed up. One on light pollution and one on focus on an environmental manager that reports to the board that covers all the environmental issues, not just light pollution, but water, the rising sea levels, looking forward, all of the things that we have to deal with climate change so that we can plan in advance rather, and be proactive rather than reactive, which seems to be a lot of what I see being spent, the time being spent on the board, other than the budget, of course, because that has to be proactive. So it's just friggin' frustrating. I'm a part of this community. I volunteer for this community, but even if I didn't, I deserve an answer to my emails. And there's not even, and nobody has a code number. So the only way to communicate, as far as I know, is email. So Supervisor Chair Jurdy, I think this is on you. And I would appreciate you getting back to me on some of these issues. Some of them are ideas that I think are useful to the community. And I guess I'm going to end it with that, because it's just mind-boggling why I don't hear from anybody. Thank you.
Next will be the voicemail.
Yes, hi. This is Randy Dalton from Willits, California, and I want to speak to the cannabis land use ordinance, to the Board of Supervisors and to the Department of Agriculture. We must not expand the amount of grow permitted and allowed in Mendocino County. The forests will suffer. The local people who have already tried to get and have permits for cannabis grows, the small scale mom and pop people who have been trying to figure out how to make legal what is our right as citizens to be able to have for both recreational and medicinal uses, small scale farm. The air, the waters, the soils, there are limits to growth. Their cancer is also a growth, and if it's out of control, it will kill the host, the Mother Earth. You must understand these critical conditions of killing the planet. If there's a choice between salmon and trees and small economy versus big grows and big money, we've got to choose the carrying capacity of the planet as a healthy, healing, sustainable economic system where people can be happy and where we can have a world worth living in to hand along to our children. The heritage and the legacy of Mendocino is its beauty and its sustainability. The farming, the fishing, the music, the small communities. We are not big city, and we're having it crammed down our throats. The big business is trying to take over, and you must resist, and you must say no to the large-scale farmers. They're not even farmers. They're mega corporations. They're trying to move into Mendocino and steal the forests and steal the lands. It's not okay. So in my estimation, I'm 74. I've lived here all my life. The rainbow trout, the salmon, the communications that we have between our communities and the happiness that we carry is at risk. Please vote no on big growth before it's too late. Thank you.
That concludes today's public expression.
Okay, all right, that takes us to the consent calendar, and I'm looking to the clerk. Did we establish proper notice for the consent calendar items?
Yes, we did.
Okay, are there any consent calendar items that board members would like to take up for separate consideration? Okay, not seeing any. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Excuse me, Chair Jurdy.
Okay.
We do have public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, I thought we asked for it during the last. Go ahead.
First on the line is going to be Kristen Hills.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Hills, and I'm the Director of Early Learning and Care at the Mendocino County Office of Education. And part of my duties is coordinating the local Child Care Development and Planning Council. I wanted to express appreciation to Supervisor Haschak for sponsoring the proclamation, for recognizing May 2021 as Child Care Provider Appreciation Month, which is in the consent calendar this morning. During the pandemic, child care providers have addressed multiple challenges to continue to provide services that benefit children, families, and our local economy. And we wanted to thank the board for expressing appreciation through that proclamation. Thank you.
Next will be Becky Emery.
Good morning, members of the board. Becky Emery, Social Services Director. I'm speaking today in recognition of the May 2021 National Foster Care Month. In Mendocino County, there are more than 200 children and youth in foster care. We work with many of our partners to help ensure that children and youth have a stable environment. It is a proven practice that children do better with stable connections, including those with their families, friends, and schools. And of the 200 children in foster care through Mendocino County, only 98 of these youth are in homes in Mendocino County. 55 are with family resource homes. 8 are in tribally approved homes, and 35 are in foster family agency homes through Redwood Community Services and Tapestry. It is essential to the well-being of our youth and support of reunification of that children and youth be supported in known environments with caring members of our community. And to this end, I urge all of our community members interested in becoming foster parents to take that next step and engage in this process so that we can continue to support the foster children and the children that we are working with so diligently and their families to reunify and to provide stable, loving environments. And I appreciate your time and thank you for the opportunity this month to recognize National Foster Care Month, and greatly appreciate all of the efforts of those that are our foster parents now. Thank you.
Next on the line is going to be Sheriff Kendall.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to reach out and thank the board for recognizing the corrections officers working at Mendocino County Jail during National Corrections Officers Week. This year we've had a lot of challenges and these folks have risen to the occasion. They have basically 10 saves in the last 12 months of overdoses and things like that. And we have been working a lot of hours and doing the right thing and taking good care of people. Corrections officers often wear many hats during the day, from counselors to mentors to many, many different things that we get done. We have a small city in custody, and some of the work that these folks have done, we've had folks show back up after being released and give us some very, very good stories about how they were able to turn their lives around and move forward in a fashion that I think that we can all be proud of. Anyway, I just wanted to reach out to the board and thank them very much for the proclamation. And I know that the folks who are working over here seriously appreciate it. Thank you.
Next on the line will be Marianne Petrullo.
Marianne, you're muted.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors on behalf of the small business resource partners in the County of Mendocino for doing this proclamation this week to honor our small business heroes. This week is Small Business Week, and we all know that our small businesses in our county have suffered a great deal over the past 15 months. And you have done an enormous amount of effort to help them, as we all have. And we are very honored for your service and your conscientiousness towards this group of really intrepid entrepreneurs who have survived a very difficult time. We hope that the future is going to be brighter for us, but we express thank you for this proclamation today for small business heroes. We have a short video. If you'd like me to run it now, I can do that, or I can wait until after the proclamation.
Go right ahead.
Okay, go ahead and do that. Again, on behalf of the small business resource providers, which includes EDFC, Workforce Alliance, all the 3 chambers of our county, and West Business Development Center, we honor our small business heroes today.
That concludes public comment for the consent calendar.
All right, looking to the board, if you'd like to pull something for further discussion, do it now. Otherwise, we can have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Atlas, can you conduct the roll call?
Sure thing. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, that takes us to item 5A, which is discussion and possible action, including an update associated with the COVID-19 and provide possible direction regarding services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response. And for this, we're going to look to the executive office to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is CEO Angelo. Today, we have with us Dr. Corin, who is our health officer, who will be giving a COVID update. And also, as this board was made aware at the last meeting, Becky Emery, Social Services Director, is back in Social Services, and Trey Strickland, Environmental Health Director, is now running the Department Operations Center. So you have Dr. Corin giving a health officer briefing, and Trey Strickland will give you the Department Operations Center update. And then you have Deputy CEO Darcy Antle doing a vaccine update. So if you'd like, we could start with Trey and then go to Dr. Corin and then Darcy. Thank you.
That sounds good. So either Trey or Dr. Corin, start in.
Well, all right, I'll start out. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jurdy, board members, CEO Angelo. I'm Trey Strickland, Mendocino County Environmental Health Director. I've been working with the COVID EOC and DOC for the past 14 months. And I've been the DOC manager for about a week and a half now. And Becky Emery and Kelsey Rivera set a high bar in that regard, so I'm working to try to get myself up to that level. I'd like to give a quick shout out to our environmental health staff who served with our COVID response team since the very beginning in numerous roles, and also the whole collaborative team that have come from all departments throughout the county to serve in the EOC and DOC to help guide our response so far. It's been a tremendous amount of staff that have been helping out. And as you know now, the DOC has been pared down to mostly public health staff. And we're continuing to work with our community partners, media outlets, and others to maintain our progress moving forward to support our county's efforts to protect our citizens and businesses. And as we all know, we need to keep getting folks tested and vaccinated so that we can continue opening up and remain safe through the summer and be as prepared as possible for the upcoming flu season in the fall, which seemed far away for a while, and now it just seems right around the corner. So we're working with Dr. Corin and our group to brainstorm ways to reach those that may be hesitant to get vaccinated. Certainly the young folks are among that group. I'm sure Dr. Corin will talk about it. But we're continuing to brainstorm and try to find ways to reach out to everyone we can to keep this moving forward and to keep us progressing in a manner that helps us open up and all be successful. And I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for Trey? right, we'll not see any. Thanks. All right, Dr. Corrin.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy and the rest of the Board of Supervisors and Carmel Angelo. As of yesterday, the USA coronavirus cases numbered 32,435,199, and the deaths were 577,172. India's daily case rate is 50% higher than the United States was at its peak. Their health system has collapsed, and other countries, including the United States, are now trying to help. This is felt to probably be due to variants. In California, the cases number 3,643,992, and the deaths are 60,763, with an average daily case rate of 4.7 per 100,000. In Mendocino, as of this morning, the average daily new cases are 3.39. That's different than your written report because it just came up this morning. In Mendocino, the 7-day positivity rate is 1.2%. The total cases in Mendocino are 4,047. Among the Latino community, it is 2,002, less than 50%, and the total deaths are 48. We have 45 of our citizens in isolation and 42 quarantined at this time. In the hospital, there are no cases on med-surg or in the ICU. Mendocino County has been in the yellow tier, the least restrictive tier, for 1 week now, and it is mostly due to the state's adjusted metrics, so our equity metrics in vaccine efforts were recognized, as well as the very low burden of disease, including hospitalizations and intensive care unit admissions. Outbreaks, we have one small outbreak involving 4 people of an unvaccinated family that runs a small logging business. There are no school outbreaks currently. The cases are still predominantly community spread and household spread. As far as testing, we continue our testing at the fairgrounds weekly at Fort Bragg and on Fridays on a rotating schedule. The testing is low statewide. However, we also have a very low testing average. The rate in our county is 225 per 100,000 per day, compared to the state's rate of 335 per 100,000 per day. This low rate of testing prevents a good situational awareness regarding opening of the economy, and it also hides pertinent information that may be out there about our variants. Moving to our variants, since the last presentation, the lab informed us of one person who had a B117 or UK variant, which is 50% increased in transmission rate, and may be somewhat more vigilant, but still is sensitive to our current vaccines. Our CIC, our contact investigation, contact tracing team has reviewed the case, and it is confirmed it was confined to one family with no known spread. Nevertheless, this variant is felt to be partially responsible for the surge in India. Yesterday afternoon, after I wrote your written report, I received a report of an additional 26 cases of the California variant found from January through March in our county. The California variant is less transmissible than the UK variant, but still it is 20% more transmissible than the native variety. And our contact investigation, contact tracing team is just beginning to investigate these cases to see if there are any conclusions to be drawn to be able to intervene in the future. The state has ramped up its whole genome sequencing capability, networking many of the county, state, and academic labs into what they call COVIDNet. They are doing whole genome sequencing initially on a backlog of specimens from January and aiming to be doing 11% per month of the whole state ongoing. The reporting should be much improved and more timely. I have not been able to arrange county-based whole genome sequencing program working through 3 different labs. I think this is because they are working at this point with the state on COVIDNet. Contact investigation and contact tracing has been supporting other efforts, since there are fewer new cases. The team is also focusing on school reports when they come in, and now on these variant cases. Recent guidance has been released, and these include advice for fully vaccinated people and travel advisories. The yellow tier changes include mostly increased capacity, especially if all show proof of vaccination or recent testing. These are inducements to get vaccinated and testing. Newly opened in the yellow tier are saunas and steam rooms allowed in gatherings have changed. The number of people allowed in gatherings have changed from 3 households to allow larger numbers up to 100 people outdoors and 50% capacity or 50 people inside. New advice for fully vaccinated people, they should test, of course, if symptomatic and isolate themselves if positive. No mask or 6 foot of distancing is required when they're outside unless in a crowded environment or visiting other fully vaccinated people or fully vaccinated with one other household at a very low risk. No test or quarantine is required now after close contact with a known exposure, as long as these fully vaccinated people are asymptomatic. They still must wear a mask and other preventive measures in public. And this advice is also not applicable in healthcare or other work environments or if living with vulnerable people. As far as travel goes, if symptomatic, don't travel. Still discouraged is out-of-state travel unless fully vaccinated. For fully vaccinated travelers, they do not need to test before or after returning or quarantine after travel within the United States. Non-fully vaccinated travelers should test before and after return and quarantine 7 days if the test is negative, and if it's negative at 5 to 7 days, and quarantine a full 10 days if they are not tested. Beyond the blueprint has been a discussion, and it is still planned for June 15th if we continue our vaccine availability and plan for those under 16 years old. Also, if equity-focused testing and surveillance capacity, including whole genome sequencing, remains available, and we continue our contact investigation and contact tracing and outbreak follow-up, and if we maintain ability to scale up isolation and quarantine, and if our hospital and ICU admissions show a continued low burden of disease, and also if the hospitals continue to have adequate personal protective equipment and surge capacity. As far as the schools, our schools have been progressively opening according to their plans without any increase in cases. The sports have begun with increased testing for coaches and athletes. Graduation and promotion or commencement plans are proceeding according to applicable guidance, which follows outdoor seated live events, which will require everyone to register to attend before and to wear face coverings. Our vaccine report, the data shows a total as of May 2nd to be 70,921 administered from our county, in our county. At least one dose has been given to 50% of our population over 16 years old. Our equity metrics show in quartile 1, 51% are at least partially vaccinated compared to California 47%. And in quartile 2, 56% of our residents are at least partially vaccinated, and that is compared to 51% in California. Among Caucasians, 57% are at least partially vaccinated. In the Hispanic community, 40% are at least partially vaccinated. In the 16 to 17-year-old group, 21% are at least partially vaccinated, 18 to 49%, 45%, 50 to 64 years old, 68%, and the 65 and over age group are vaccinated at a rate of 71%. Unfortunately, there are still pockets of unvaccinated people, which we are reaching out to. The vaccine supply is stable now, and most of the clinics are getting allocations directly from the third-party administrator. My Turn has been improving, though the clinics are still having some problems in outlining their available events. Johnson & Johnson, the one-shot vaccine, was studied for the very rare cerebral venous clotting that was associated with the platelet problem. It is now referred to as TTS. CDC, CDPH, and other expert panels thoroughly studied this and lifted the pause. With additional cases reported but not studied well, this complication of less than 2 per million was felt to be too rare to remove it from our supply, considering all of its benefits. Providers in Mendocino have been informed how to evaluate any potential cases of these side effects. Fact sheets have gone out to be in each clinic when the vaccine is offered, and it is being offered always with the alternative to be given. Unfortunately, the clinics are reporting a much lower interest, and many in the state are just shelving these Johnson & Johnson shots. Again, this was too small a percentage to slow the vaccines down, though more uptake would definitely speed up the full vaccination. My recommendation to the clinicians has to be to promote it for those who are not 18 to 15-year-old women, and that seems to be consistent with where the CDP is also leaning. Hopefully, the anxiety over this vaccine will relax in time. COVID after full vaccination is being studied, but so far the CDC believes that this phenomenon is not a breakthrough, since it involves much less than the expected number of 5%, and we are seeing less than 0.05% or 100th of what is expected. So we are no longer calling these breakthroughs, but simply COVID after vaccination. Any severe cases or outbreaks would be sent for whole genome sequencing. Our county, as well as others in the state, are having trouble filling the seats in the larger events. So we here are pivoting to smaller focused events and mobile teams for even smaller groups. It appears that the first 50 to 60% of people around the state were the willing and able. Within those remaining are those who have had trouble getting in or who have been hesitant due to fears, but many of them are now seeing the benefit and signing up for more vaccines. Public education and logistical adjustments will capture more. Additionally, there are pockets of people who have been vaccinating at lower numbers than expected, such as healthcare workers in our hospitals and skilled nursing facilities. And they are near the most vulnerable. This is a significant challenge. Also, we must actively vaccinate the youth who tend to feel indestructible, but could be the vector that carries it to more vulnerable in their families and in the community. Finally, the anti-vaxxers are actively spreading mis and disinformation intended to prevent the latter groups from getting protected. I believe that ongoing community education is our best protection at this time. We have seen a better than expected drop in cases in hospitalizations and mortality, but reaching that theoretical herd immunity is still an aspiration. We may want to consider rewarding people who come for vaccines, as some other counties are doing, with gift cards and participation in certain activities. Events, each of the clinics is holding at least one event this week, except Mendocino Community Health Clinic, since they only have Johnson & Johnson, which they are trying to administer to patients during their regular clinic operations, and it is going very difficult for them. The county has done several high school vaccine clinics in the north of the county last week. The Ukiah High School event with the city of Ukiah was done on Saturday, May 1st. Today, Tuesday, we'll have an event at the Willits Community Center. And Wednesday, 3 to 5 p.m., Mendocino Presbyterian Church will also be a county event. In summary, our county continues to proceed through the tiers to yellow. Currently, we're with only 4 other counties, though today the CDPH announces their assignments for all of the counties. This means that nearly all of the activities are open and continuing to encourage more safe behaviors while relaxing restrictions, especially for those who are fully vaccinated. I have 2 major concerns, though. One is that we're not seeing testing nearly as much as before. This may mean people think that this pandemic is over and that no more testing is needed, or that no more caution is needed. And this could be a severe misstep and send us back to more restrictive tiers or to another surge before we have a chance to respond. It is happening in this way in Oregon and Washington states. Second are the challenges of graduation, Mother's Day, Memorial Day, July 4th, and all the summer barbecues and activities, including travel, which could bring another surge in closures, as again has happened in the Midwest and is being contemplated in Oregon. So our messaging must be clear. We need to continue testing, vaccinating, and all of the safe behaviors we have learned. We must prepare ourselves for the future without a blueprint and a possible resurgence of the pandemic with variants that could set us back to last winter. So the overall message is vaccines are safe and effective. They're accessible. Those who are hesitant need to have more community education and possible inducements, but that will protect us against a further wave and possible surge. And with that, I'll end my report. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Supervisor McGordy.
Dr. Corrin, well, first of all, congratulations to the team for all the work that they've done to get us where we are today. Even though we're not quite to the goal line, we're getting closer and closer. So one thing I noticed in the memo you sent to me, the overall total cases in Mendocino County was under about 5% of our population versus about 9% of the state. Is that correct?
Yes.
So collectively, Mendocino County's done pretty well at staying healthy. So the combined efforts of everybody to sort of follow the rules, and we're fortunate that maybe we're isolated and not as populous as some areas, and we've fared better than a lot of places have. Go ahead, any comments?
No, that's true. I think we are doing better, but the race is with the virus and not with the other counties. Okay. And I think the importance is that people see the need to continue to get vaccinated and continue their safe behaviors.
So here's the second question, is on herd immunity. So we talk about thinking we'll be in pretty good shape if we got somewhere between 75 to 85% of people vaccinated. What about people who've had COVID? Where do they figure into the picture in herd immunity? They should have natural antibodies as a result of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. First of all, let me just say that herd immunity is a theoretical, the number is theoretical. And so we don't know whether it's 75 or 65 or 85. We really don't know that yet. We have to have more of a track record with this virus and this pandemic to be more sure. Secondly, the people who've had the virus and have developed natural immunity, the natural immunity seems to last only about 3 months, with a number of people getting reinfected after 3 months. And that's why we've said that they don't need to be tested during that 3-month period. And we've made some other provisions for people who've had a natural infection. But the vaccine is much more what we call immunogenic. It not only creates higher antibodies, but they last significantly longer. So now we're not quite at 9 months since the first people who got the vaccines. You know, they're looking at the people who were vaccinated in the phase 3 trials before the rest of us even had it, and seeing how they're faring to see if they're getting infected. And so far, you know, we have probably 9 months, and it may go out to a year, which was what we really hope for. That's what we have with many other vaccines like influenza. But the vaccination immunity is stronger and lasts longer than the natural immunity.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Corrin. I've been able to participate in some vaccine clinics this week. I think that after 5 p.m. on Wednesdays at the fairgrounds is really helping to bring in some more workforce. And I also volunteered at the Drive Up clinic that the school district in partnership with the city of Ukiah and public health did for high school students. And that was incredibly successful in reaching the youth. Many of the parents that I spoke to in the cars had already been vaccinated, so they were vaccinating the kids, and some people even went back home to get more people and have them come and get vaccinated. So I think that was a great experience, and I hope that we can do more of those. I know that the response wasn't necessarily as high as was expected, but it certainly was a good turnout in my opinion. So I have just a couple of questions for you. One is about vaccinating youth 12 to 15 with the Pfizer vaccine, which looks like it's coming on next week. And you mentioned that briefly, but how prepared are we in Mendocino County to do those vaccines for youth that want them? And also the pockets of the equity variables that we aren't reaching, what's our plan to reach those folks?
Well, we're first beginning to think about vaccinating the 12 to 15-year-olds. Most of the time, those happen within doctor's offices, and parents are used to taking their children to doctor's offices to get those vaccines. But I think we want to do it a little bit faster if we can. And the other model that's used is to have the vaccinations at schools, just like we've done for the 17, 18-year-olds in the last few weeks. So we're looking at both of those possibilities, both trying to ramp up the doctors in the community to be able to give those vaccines. A problem with that is the need for the ultra low temperature freezers to have access to those vaccines and not spoil them. So that may be an issue. Here in Ukiah, the large number of clinics are at the hospital, and so it's conceivable they could arrange to have access to those very low temperature freezers to store the Pfizer between each patient. Or what they are doing is asking people, do you want to have the vaccine, sign the consent, and then setting up a special clinic, perhaps a few hours later or another day or so later. The problem is that there's generally less success in getting people vaccinated if they have to leave the doctor's office where they get the education and the request. So that's an area that the hospitals and the clinics are going to have to work on. As far as school vaccinations or vaccination clinics at schools, we just got a note from Deborah Cuban, who is also interested in starting those at the schools in Ukiah. And we're going to start meeting with the school districts like we did with when the 16 to 17-year-old vaccines became available. So at this point, we're beginning the discussions, and there are some obstacles and challenges that we'll have to meet. The smaller pockets of people that are still not getting the vaccines, we hope to be able to reach by having many more smaller clinics with traveling teams around the county. And we're learning lessons about that all the time. For example, I was told yesterday that one of the clinics that was held indoors did fine, but when they held the clinic at the school outside, there were a number of people who were passing by and they realized that, oh, there's vaccines here today, and they came back and got more vaccines. So just that experience of driving by a vaccine clinic increases the uptake. So there are lots of lessons that we're still learning, and I think our team is going to put them together. We are thinking about the possibility of recommending gift cards or other inducements for people to get vaccinated, because we want to get those last holdouts that may need more education or may need some other inducements to get their vaccinations and get them soon. We do want to have some more urgency about it because, as I said, if the variants are affecting us, then the spread could hit us quite severely, and that would be a problem. I hope that answers your question.
Chair Jurdy, if I may, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to give a shout out to all our volunteers and the FQHC clinics, and not to forget our own public health vaccination team that's been out there to help distribute over 71,000 doses to date. That 71,000 does not include those vaccines distributed by Indian Health Services, the VA, and those early on pharmacy distributed vaccines. So our team and our community effort is going very well, and we certainly could not have done this without the volunteers. Also need to mention the restaurants that have been volunteering and giving food. The other thing I would like to point out very clearly are the vaccine events for this week. So today will be second dose clinics, Willits Community Center, 4 to 6 p.m. We are accepting first dose walk-ins as well. Tomorrow is second dose clinic, Ukiah Fairgrounds, from 1 to 7 p.m. Again, we are accepting first dose walk-ins. And on the 6th, we are doing second doses at Mendocino Presbyterian Church, 3 to 6 p.m. Second dose, but first dose walk-ins. These are all Pfizer vaccine, and we encourage everyone 16 and older to please come and get your vaccine. And we look forward to seeing you at the events. Thank you.
Darcy, I have a question for you or Dr. Corin. If the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is now being used again and deemed safe, even for women, and that was the one, I guess, demographic that there was a little bit of concern, 7 out of a million people had some reaction. If it could be stored at a warmer temperature than the other vaccines, would that be a good candidate for a vaccine for people who are going to their doctor for something unrelated to COVID, and then hear from their doctor, yeah, you really ought to get a vaccine. If you wanted to get the shot right now, we could get you a Johnson & Johnson shot. I don't know, is that a strategy that you've thought about or that other counties are looking at?
Yeah, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is more accessible and can be stored at lower temperature. So it's easier to handle. And it is the one that we like to give out when we need to give 1 or 2 to distant places in the county. So that it would be a good vaccine to be available in doctors' offices. A problem with it is that not everybody wants that vaccine yet, and I think in time it'll wear off. But we also want to make sure that we have available an alternative, especially for the women between 18 and 50 years old, to be able to say, yeah, I want a vaccine, but I don't want that, and I want this one. So it's not like a smorgasbord. You can pick and choose what you want, but there is a need, especially since it's still in the experimental stages of authorization. There is a need to have some ability to choose. So those are good ideas, and I think that will be one of the things that we have to take into consideration as we move vaccinations into the office. Of course, it's not approved yet for the people younger than 18. That may be coming over the summer. We don't know. And we'll need to follow how to utilize these vaccines more efficiently.
Chair Dirty, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Just to point, our team, the county public health team, always carries a vial or so of Johnson & Johnson. So at every clinic, the Johnson & Johnson is available if someone would like that preferred over the Pfizer, of which we are using at this time.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Yeah, I agree with Supervisor McGordy in that our numbers of being less than half of what the state and the other counties are in the United States is something that's very commendable. And I think that it's a testament to the good work that the county has done in getting the word out and all the entities that help get that word out to people. And I guess my question is about the Native American population and what % have been vaccinated, if we have that information, and then what specifically is being done with Hispanic, since there's a differential of 57% for non-Hispanic people and 40% of Hispanic people getting the vaccination. So what are we doing specifically to try to close that gap?
Well, one thing that's happened in the last few weeks is that we've begun to work with the Pomo band of the Hopland band of Pomo Indians down in Hopland, and we'll be having a combined clinic in that area. And Sherwood Valley has also asked us to cooperate with a clinic in Willits. So as we do that, we'll probably be getting more people in those communities, as well as, of course, the Native American community. One of the difficulties has been that the IHS vaccines and other vaccines, such as for the federal prisons and some to the pharmacies, have not been counted on the same platforms as the other vaccines we've given in California, the CARES platform. So we don't have the data. I've requested that from our contacts in the IHS and their epidemiology group, and hopefully we'll be able to add that, and it would increase substantially our coverage of those communities. Because I think that they have been able to distribute, from what I do know, in the range of 2,000 additional vaccines in our community. We just don't know who's been vaccinated, so we really don't have the clear data. As far as the Hispanic community, we're continuing to do outreach again with Promotores. And I think in the future, as we go forward, it would be great to expand the Promotores model. They've been very effective, very independent, and they've opened up a lot of doors for us. I think that they would continue to be a very good partner to expand. They've been active in the Willits and north into Leggett and Laytonville to a certain extent. But we don't have them down here in Ukiah as much, and we don't have them on the coast as much. And it would be very good to have an extension or another group that's working in those areas. So we're working with our the Promotores as well as other community groups, Nuestra Alianza and UVA, to try and bring the information out to the Hispanic community.
Well, thank you for that. I guess the question would be for Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, is that we have that contract with the Promotores de Salud, and I don't know when that contract is ending, but what would it take to expand that contract so other communities could benefit?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, we just pulled that contract yesterday, and there has been an extension moving forward on that, so it should be coming before this board shortly, and we will definitely look at the scope of work to expand it further if possible. We also are working with another organization, and their name escapes me right now, but it's a local group that came together to put together a video campaign that we will be helping promote here shortly as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, looks like we may have no more questions at this time. Thank you, everyone, for your updates. Trey, Dr. Corin, and Darcy, any other final comments or updates from staff on COVID? Right, not seeing any. Do we have any members of the public who are wanting to comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right. Well, it's just about 10 o'clock. We will take a break and resume at 10:05.
And back in session. Item 5B, discussion and possible action regarding presentation of the third quarter budget report on the status of Mendocino County departmental budgets and executive office recommendations for fiscal year 2021 and adoption of resolution amending the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget. The sponsor is the executive office.
Thank you. This is CEO Angelo. I will go ahead and open up this part of our agenda item. The first thing I would like to do is recognize the budget team that we have, and as this board knows and members of the public, that the budget is not developed by any one person. And of course, how the process works is that the executive office, along with the auditor, develop a budget, and that budget, of course, goes to the Board of Supervisors as a recommended budget. And then the Board of Supervisors has budget hearings that are public meetings and determines how they would like to spend county dollars and what services are prioritized. And throughout the course of the year, we do quarterly reports to this board. And there's not a day that goes by out of 365 that we are not managing or monitoring at least one, if not both, budgets. And so when we're in one year's budget, we are developing another year's budget or possibly working on something that occurred the year before. So I share that because today we are starting this morning with the third quarter budget review. That's what you have in front of you right now. And this is the third quarter budget review for fiscal year 2021, the year that we're in. And what you'll see with this is that we have a projected fund balance. It's projected, of course, because it's not the end of the year yet. And this is information that we have from the auditor and information that we have from the departments. And sometimes all of our numbers don't match up until the end of the year when the executive office and the auditor reconcile all the numbers and come out with whether there is a fund balance or how close we were to our projections. I will say that my job as your CEO is to deliver a balanced budget to you every year in June. And then the board decides what they want to do with that budget, if they keep it as is. And I don't think I have ever had a year where the board has not made changes. So I think we have a good process, and it's certainly worked for the last 14 years. So what you have in front of you right now is the third quarter budget report with the projected fund balance at the end of the year. After the third quarter budget report, we will have a budget workshop. And that budget workshop, of course, is for fiscal year 21-22. And we have a budget process that we go through all year long, and we work with the departments in developing the budget. When I first started in 2010, the way that the budget was developed was that the executive office would work on the budget, work with the departments, and we would have a number based on the amount of money that we had available, and that was a combined effort to get to that number between the executive office and the auditor. And then we would work with the departments, and we would tell them the amount of money that was available for their operations for that year, and the departments would tell us either what they wanted or what they needed. The first few years when I was here, we would do that, and it was very clear that there was a lot of time being spent at the board level going back and forth as to, was something necessary? Was it a critical service? Did we have the money to pay for a particular program or activity? And then I was directed by the board at that time to do what I could to work with the departments, the executive office and the auditor's office, to work with the departments to balance the budget and work through the requests of the departments, and again, to bring the board a balanced budget. And so over the last few years, that's what we've done. We've worked with the departments and balanced the budget and have brought the board a balanced budget. Now, it's very clear that this board would like a little more involvement. And about 2 years ago, we started having budget workshops, more budget workshops with the board, rather than just one session and then the budget hearings. And so we will be doing a budget workshop after this. But what's important is that for the increased involvement of the board in the budget development, we will be bringing you all the information. So what the executive office and the auditor's office did in the past was work at balancing the budget and working with the departments on their requests ahead of time. We will be bringing you those requests, and so you will see what each department has asked for and certainly direct how you want to mitigate the difference between the money that we have and what the departments are asking for. Right now, for fiscal year 21-22, we are looking at the departments requesting an additional $17 million over what we have for salary projections and operations for next year. So that's a discussion that we will have with this board as to what you would like to do with that request for $17 million. And again, that's across the departments. So these are the two topics, the third quarter report for this year and the budget development for next year that we will be doing for the rest of this morning. And then this afternoon will be the PG&E one-time settlement funds session again. And I want to be clear really for the public because so many questions have come up and so many emails have come. Again, yes, the PG&E money came to the county last year. One of the number one tasks that we had to do with that money was actually with the auditor who spent time through COVID, short-staffed, and other activities that the auditor's office needed to do to review the money to be certain that we were spending the PG&E money in the manner that we are supposed to spend it. And so between the work that was needed and the time frame, the PG&E settlement dollars have not come to the board before January of this year. Not to mention that we have a new configuration of the board. And so this board that is sitting here from January 1 is the board that has to live with the decisions that are made by this board for this $22 million. So that is a key reason as to why this money has come forward in January rather than in July of last year. Also, the fact that the money needed to be reconciled with what the requirements are for spending. So we did one session with this board on the PG&E funding, and there was a chart that was put together by Deputy CEO Darcy Antle and her team listing all the project requests that have come forward and the dollar amount. Additionally, there is a rating sheet that was put together, I believe, by Supervisors Haschak and Jurdy and submitted to Deputy CEO Antle, who will correct me if I'm wrong on that process, but no, I think I'm right. So that rating sheet is in draft, and the question for this board is, how would you like to proceed? And I believe that at the end of the PG&E session or the beginning of the PG&E session, Supervisors Haschak and Supervisor Jurdy will have a discussion with this board as to that rating sheet that is in draft, if that's what you'd like to use, if you'd like to make changes, and then you will give direction to the staff on what you would like to do. So again, right now we'll be doing third quarter report where we will discuss what's happening right now and a projected fund balance that we anticipate. After that, we will be doing the development of the budget for fiscal year 21-22. And this is a different year where you will be seeing the requests from the departments, where in the past the direction was for the executive office to work with the departments and mitigate any projected deficit. And this year you will be seeing what the departments are requesting, which I think you would like to see. And then also this afternoon, we will be doing the PG&E one-time settlement funds. I would say that while we have $22 million in PG&E funds, we have well over that in requests right now. And we're not done receiving requests. I'm sure you're receiving them. I know that 2 supervisors are doing some town halls where you will get additional requests for PG&E settlement dollars. And we will have another session, and I think it's next week, I think it's May 11th, that we will have another session on PG&E funding. It would be good for the board to determine if you want to put a timeline on the requests for funding, if you would also like to put a timeline on when you would like to have your decisions made, so that you could either distribute PG&E funds or not distribute PG&E funds, whatever you choose to do. So I just wanted to be real clear on what we were doing today. And before I turn this over, I would like to thank our team. Our auditor, Lloyd Weir, is part of the development of the budget and certainly the budget process. And what we get from Mr. Weir is our salary projections. He gives us the number that he thinks we will have as far as discretionary general fund at the beginning of the year. That's a dollar amount that we use with the departments as to what money is available. At the end of the year, our auditor reconciles what the departments have spent or not spent with the number that he gave us and comes out with what that dollar amount is. And I would say that every year we have had a fund balance. We still call that one-time funding because there's no guarantee that there is going to be a fund balance. The other option for this board is to work with us and determine if we would like to do some adjustment to the salary projection. Since we know that we have a fund balance every year, maybe we would like to budget an additional couple $2 million in order to bring down that fund balance at the end of the year. And certainly that is the decision of this board. That's not my decision or the decision of the team. So again, our auditor, Lloyd Weir, a big part of the team, Deputy CEO Darcy Antle, who's done a phenomenal job in bringing money into this county, particularly disaster recovery money. We have Tim Holman, who's been with us for a few years now and is doing an exemplary job with our budget. Sarah Pierce is new to the team and has just come right in and hit the ground running. And we have Amanda Walter as well, who's been with us for a few years, who's been doing the budget and the budget books and doing a great job. So if I missed anybody, my apologies on that. But right now, I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Deputy CEO Darcy Antle. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Journey, members of the board. I think CEO Angelo did a great job with an introduction. So we're on our first slide here. So the first, go back one, just there you go. We started out strong. We haven't had our third quarter review with HDL just yet. I think that's either later this week or next. So we'll know a little bit more about our sales and growth tax that may be out there to apply as well. But at this point, we're going with auditor's controller's projection, and you will see his projections here shortly. As CEO Angelo mentioned, we are looking at a carry forward of $2.4 million. 1 million of that is from department surplus, projected department surplus. The other 2.4 is coming from revenue. So if you'll go on to the presentation outline, we will be walking through these various items with you today. We do have a 4-year comparison of surplus to deficit, and that was at the request of this board, so we'll be reviewing that. We only have 14 budget units that we've pulled for this particular presentation, but in your attachment is Exhibit B, where you can refer to all the general fund departments. Moving on to the board goals and priorities, we always keep these in mind when we are working through the budget and working with the departments to come up with a balanced budget. These have been set by this board over the few years. Again, there are more extensive bullet points behind each one of these with detail, but again, that's in your packet. I do want to mention, as you all know, work continues despite the COVID-19 impacts on the community. You heard earlier from the Department Operations Manager, Trey Strickland, that we are now downsizing the Department Operations Center with the main focus on testing and vaccines and contact tracing and investigation. But that work continues over in the public health area. PSPS, so Public Safety Power Shutoff preparation continues. You will have a presentation from Steve Dunnicliffe. As you all know, you just declared a drought emergency declaration, so that work is ramping up, and we will have the first of the work that we have begun on that declaration to share with you. And then with the great help of Kirk Ford and Environmental Health, the disaster recovery team worked through him and Cal OES to clean up a large portion of the damage from the two fires that happened late in fall 2020. We still have some ongoing work there with soil sample clearing, and I believe we'll have a report on that in another meeting or two. At this point, as we like to start, we'd like to start off with Auditor Controller Lloyd Weir and his projections for the 2021 end of year. Lloyd?
Good morning. Lloyd Weir, Auditor Controller. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you, CEO Angelo, for naming all of the parties involved in this very complex process. I have to say that my right-hand person here, Shamise Cubison, spends many hours working with the departments on their requests. They're just not simply able to say we need X dollars. We have to figure out the appropriate revenue, if there's any involved, and the appropriate coding that has to be processed in order to make the budget work. So a shout out to Shamise. She's very dedicated and has been working very hard over the years to make this budget process a success. I'm going to present to you now Budget Unit 1000, which should be on your screen. This is Exhibit A. This is our third quarter projection for our non-departmental revenues. These are revenues that come to the county and are at the board's discretion to spend, providing all of our general fund departments their net county cost amounts out of this budget unit. And we also do transfer out amounts to special revenue budgets that are not in the general fund. So combination of both. So this is a very important budget unit. Each year it's important that we identify and project accurately so that we can make sure we bring you a balanced budget. We'll start out with the right-hand column, and my projection June 30th, you can see is just a little bit over $80 million. This is the first time since I've been auditor that we're able to project our non-departmental revenues over 80 million. I remember the day I came to you and said we were over 70. I thought that was fantastic. This is just continuing to grow for us, and we hope it continues in that way. We have a lot of parts, moving parts, and I'll go over a couple of them here in a minute. The other thing I wanted to mention is that 80 million projection does not include the PG&E settlement of 22,651,737. That will be coming to the board at a later session to determine how best to utilize those funds. We're hoping that a lot of work goes into that and a lot of analysis. It's a one-time pot of money that hopefully will go towards efforts to keep our revenue sources flowing in the county and keep us healthy.
Okay, Lloyd, you have a question from Supervisor Heshak.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Heshak, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. It froze up on me for a sec. So thank you, Chair Jurdy. Auditor Weir, there's a couple items that people are always asking about that have designated funds or, advisory measures associated with them, such as the transient occupancy tax. And I can see where that's 600,000 you're projecting. And so we know that is going to the fire districts and is going to be dispersed that way. So is there an accounting that we do separately for that can show people, oh yeah, we use that 600,000 and this is how we divided it up? And is there another place that can be seen? And also with the cannabis tax revenue, the 6 million, and that was supposed to be used for some specific issues such as enforcement and such. So can people go somewhere and say, oh yeah, from that 6 million, this is how we spent that money? Or is it all just in the general fund?
So yeah, through the chair, this is Lloyd Weir, Auditor Controller. Yes, correctly, the measures that were passed by the voters are general taxes that must be deposited into this general fund budget unit. So to start with, we will show the revenues coming in here. As I mentioned before, each budget session, we determine an amount to be operating transfer out of this budget unit, and that becomes the amounts that go to the desired budget units or departments that, in this case of the TOT for fire, goes to the fire agencies. That's an operating transfer out, and you can see that plainly in the budget book. Each year we have a section of operating transfers that shows all of these funds that were committed to other needs. So yes, unfortunately, we have to deposit it here first. That includes cannabis. Everything has to go in here, and that's by statute. So that can't change, but the board has the ability to approve an operating transfer out if those funds are to be used somewhere else. So.
All right, Supervisor Williams.
We had previously given direction to staff to look at the possibility of losing the cannabis business tax revenue, given that almost all of the licenses for cannabis cultivation are provisional and are set to sunset early next year. Has staff had a chance to look at that scenario, and how would that factor into our growth?
So Lloyd Weir through the chair. So I have not made any adjustments for that at this point. This is just a projection through the end of June. So we'll probably be coming back to the board once that's enacted and determine what effect that's going to have on our cannabis.
So for clarity, it's not something that we would enact. Right now, the state is sunsetting provisionals on January 1st. And probably 99% of the cannabis licenses in our county are provisional. SB 59 might provide an extension. If it does, we don't know what the terms will be. Not sure if it'll impact our revenue, but I think it would be a good idea. And maybe I could look to my colleagues. Is there support for asking staff to bring back a projection of what will happen if we lose that revenue? Will we still have more dollars to budget, or do we need to trim?
Well, personally, I would support bringing back at least a couple different scenarios, because I think it's hard to know exactly what scenario would unfold. But I would support multiple scenarios, and including obviously consultation with our cannabis manager, because she is undergoing a study of what's likely to unfold. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I support that as well.
Okay, and then the second, I think there were three there. The second question. It looks like we have more money to work with, but watching U.S. money supply, look at M0, and it's just off the chart. There's a potential that the cost of operations will also increase potentially at a greater rate than revenue. Who will make those projections so that the board can determine whether there's more money in real terms on the table to work with in providing services versus inflation impacting revenue and liabilities?
So Lloyd Weir, Auditor Controller through the chair, I believe that process, and maybe the Deputy CEO can help me on this, would probably want to visit that very soon, beginning after the new year starts, maybe during the quarterly reviews, to change our projections or reflect that possibility.
Thank you.
And then just continuing real quick, I was going to highlight a couple of lines. The top line, current secured, that's our property tax, is holding strong, and we're still projecting it to come in on budget. Drop down to the sales and use tax. We were conservative during the pandemic, and in our projection for the budget, we now know that we're recovering some of our sales tax through online sales and other areas. So we're now able to project a little higher than we budgeted, about 800,000 more. And then drop down to the transit occupancy tax for rooms. We also did a conservative estimate there, and we now seeing that some of that is picking up. So I'm able to project an additional 500,000 for that line. Then drop down to the cannabis tax. That is performing well. It sneaks up on us at the year end. We get to almost 2 million of that during year end. So I'm able to project an extra $1 million at this point at 6 million for cannabis tax. And so in total, I'm right now, it looks like we're able to count on 2.4 million out of this budget unit for third quarter review.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, how do we project potential losses related to the drought? We've had wildfire, PG&E, public safety shut off, pandemic, and now we're looking at water potentially running out. And I don't know that it'll be government putting restrictions on business so much as if the kitchen sink doesn't run or the toilet doesn't flush, it's awfully difficult to house visitors or feed them. Given that that's looking like a real impact, worse than we've seen in many decades, should that be factored into our estimates for the transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and the like?
Well,
I guess I'm trying to look at, can we be proactive rather than wait till the disaster hits and we're scrambling because we've over allocated? How do we allocate appropriate to projections of losses related to drought?
So maybe one question for Lloyd and others is to look at other serious drought years, and did they impact visitorship, TOT or restaurants? And we certainly have had other serious drought years. 2015, 14 was a major one as well.
Yeah, that sounds better than what I said.
Supervisor McGorty?
I think we have to plan for that, because I know there's going to be some coastal communities like the town of Mendocino is going to be impacted by a lack of water, and we need to figure out how are we going to keep some of our marginal water supplies going. And Mendocino is a big concern, and that's something that we do have. Well, like I told you, that's our next crisis, and I agree with everyone that we have to plan for it. I think it is good to review what happened last time we had serious drought and try to remember some of the strategies we used to get through it. So it's going to be an issue.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO in Disaster Recovery, or what we're calling ourselves now, is prevention recovery, resiliency, and mitigation. Upon your declaration of an emergency of the drought, I filed initial damage assessment. Those assessments were based on basically 2017 and the experience that we've been having under COVID, and this is with Cal OES. This does not include any reductions to revenue. It does make some projections on basic categories where we could possibly get help from California Disaster Assistance. Those numbers, again, were based on the 2017. There's money in there for hazardous trees, public health efforts, as if there was degradation to the water or potable water that we would have to supply to various areas in the community, any cooling centers that we may need to do, and any cleanup that we may need to do throughout the county. Not that it is something that the county itself can collect, but I did put in estimates based on the 2019 crop report as a 10% reduction in the crops. One was in crops and the other reduction was in livestock as well.
One thing anecdotally, I do think we have the tourism industry has sort of the wind at its back right now. I mean, international travel is way down. The Mendocino County has never really had a significant amount of international visitors. It's predominantly been California-based, Western-based visitors, Western states visitors, and just anecdotally, you go down to Noyo Harbor on any weekend, and the restaurants are full. It's hard to find a parking space down there. So, it just seems to me like the visitor-serving businesses, at least many of them, are doing very well. Lloyd, have you concluded your presentation?
Yes, that was it. Thank you.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I'd like to make a comment regarding Supervisor Williams' question and Deputy CEO Antle's response as well, that Supervisors McGordy and Haschak are on the drought water ad hoc, and I believe that they will be putting together the countywide drought task force. And in 2014, when that task force came together, one of the advantages was getting a countywide perspective on what the loss was. And I think that moving forward in response to Supervisor Williams' question, whether it's TOT around the travel industry or whatever part of the county we're looking at, I think that drought task force will bring us some really good information on what we can expect, what loss we can expect, and assist with projections.
Great, well, thank you.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Moving forward, we will take a look at the top budget unit, surplus and deficits, and I will turn this over to Tim Hallman.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Jurdy, CEO Angelo. The slide you're looking at right now has a handful of budget units that are demonstrating a surplus as well as a deficit on the upcoming projections for their budget. Here at the top, we have some of the ones that we're used to seeing, which is the Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney. We're well aware of their issues that we have going forward. As the DA has pointed out before, that the staffing was agreed to, but it was not budgeted at the NCC. So we are moving forward, and we are aware that the staffing has been placed with the District Attorney as well as the Public Defender. If you look down here further, you've got IHSS. That is also something we are aware of. That is the difference between the funding for salaries that we had agreed to when we increased the salaries for IHSS, and that was not placed in the initial budget. It was part of the miscellaneous that is down below here. Also, you can take a look at the court collection. Court collections is suffering from changes in legislation, and that is definitely impacting the amount of money that they are bringing in. Then coming down here and looking at some of the surpluses, we have in here the miscellaneous. Please keep in mind that a lot of what is in the miscellaneous is for cough and cola, at least 1.3 of it for this year, as well as other expenses that are normally budgeted for the miscellaneous budget unit. And then as you work your way down, you can see down here at the bottom, you can do the math showing the additional revenue, as well as any subtotals for any surpluses and deficits that are showing for the projection, bringing us to our 3.4 million that is available to be allocated for this third quarter.
Next slide, please.
Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
2810 cannabis. How is it that that's coming in at 157,000 into your projection?
That would probably be something that we want to talk with Kristen on, but from my recollection, part of it has to do with the fact that staffing, as well as the changeover and dealing with planning and building, had been shouldering a certain amount of what they had been doing, and so as a result, they had never fully staffed up at that time.
So, but there are multiple planners. I just can't see that these numbers are accurate. And I apologize that I didn't catch it when I reviewed this previously. I wonder if some of the cannabis expense is falling under planning and building still.
That's possible, yes.
Darcy, I think Supervisor Hatcher.
Oh, go ahead, Supervisor Hatcher.
Thank you, Chair Judy. So we've seen the revenues, and then we've seen these, budget items, surplus, deficit. Where does the CARE funding play into all of this?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We will be covering that shortly. It's another couple slides away. So moving on to slide 8. This chart and Exhibit B are at the request of the board to show the trend of surplus and deficit by department. This is over a 4-year period with the projection for this particular year of 2021. These are general fund departments. And again, it was at the direction of this board to bring this forward from the 3/9 meeting. On this, I would like to point out, again, the district attorney and public defender, as Tim Hallman mentioned, is due to staffing. This is the first time they've been at a full staffing level. The conflict defender, that's an outside contract. It's not held within, it's held here, but the work is done by outside contractors. And then the sheriff's office, I would like to point out there at the end of the year 17-18, working with the auditor and controller for new year 18-19, we put an additional $1 million into the sheriff's corner budget, and you see that trend consistent for a couple of years, and then a little different trend for this year. So those are the other departments are there. You can see the surplus is regular, kind of consistent there with planning and building. And if you want to look at the others again, they're in Exhibit B. CEO Angelo would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Darcy and Chair Jordy. I'd just like to say that I have spent time with our public defender and our district attorney regarding their budgets and regarding their staffing. And I think that, we've had, just as Sheriff Kendall can attest, that the increase in crime, which has created an increased need in his department for more deputies and for additional overtime. If you play it all out, a lot of that crime lands up with the public defender and the district attorney. So they have had to staff up, fill their positions, and just like any other department, if you find a good person, you want to hire them before you lose them. So I just want to draw that to your attention, that I think the district attorney and the public defender are attempting to staff up in order to meet the needs in criminal justice. And we forget about them because we focus on the sheriff and the jail and their budgets. But I think that there's very good reason why you can see that they are filling their positions and they're in the red. I don't anticipate that they will stay in the red, though. Thank you.
I'd like to just call attention to the vacancies in the assessor's office. On the one hand, you know, it's always nice to see a budget being under budget, but when the assessor's office is as understaffed as it often is, it's actually hurting county revenues because buildings that are constructed are not getting added in a timely fashion onto the tax rolls, and they're also not doing what's called discovery, which is people who choose not to get building permits are not as consistently being added to the tax rolls. So Supervisor McGordy and I took a tour of the assessor's office a few weeks ago, and we think that County Clerk Assessor Katrina Bartlemy has some plans that could better staff that function, but I hope it's successful because I think ultimately it's actually hurting county revenues and hurting revenues for our local schools as well. Supervisor McGordy?
Also draw attention to the Agriculture Department and how they've kind of straightened things out from the time when they were sort of overwhelmed with cannabis, and now that they're getting back on a more normal footing, you can see that the income that they get from state programs is going up, and that they're making a recovery in terms of their functions, which the Ag Department was seriously set back when they were trying to manage the cannabis program, plus the other services that they provide to the agricultural community.
Right, thanks. Supervisor Hatchak.
Thank you.
We're not hearing your audio.
Supervisors McGordy and Jurdy were on an ad hoc to look at the planning and building staffing. And so I was wondering if you had any kind of discovery from that about, or learnings that would lead to the projection of the almost $900,000 and what's going on with that.
Well, the board's heard some of what we were recommending, and the planning department, the interim chief planning director and assistant planning director, Julia Ackerkrog, both have been implementing a number of changes already. But I suspect we're going to hear more during their budget presentation. But for example, they had two chief planner positions in the budget, and so they've been recruiting now for both of them. And part of that is the hope is that a position that's been vacant for 2 years on the coast, the planner to run the coast office that's been vacant for 2 years, hopefully they can finally fill that position by using that one of those chief planner positions to fill that position. They've been unable to fill it with a senior planner position due to cost of living on the coast. Then also they're looking at creating or reestablishing some positions that were in the budget but were not being filled, which was like a planning tech position. So it's a more skilled position than someone who would normally be answering questions at the counter, but then they answer more questions that are not requiring a planner to be at the counter answering those questions. So it's a better use of time for the planners. So we know that Nash Gonzalez, the interim planning director, has been implementing some of those changes what the authority already has. So I do think that they're going to be filling some positions that have sat vacant for some time that really wasn't at the request of the board. We didn't want those positions to be vacant. So I think that we'll be implementing some changes and hopefully they'll get that department staffed up. Supervisor McGordy, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, the other part I think that the planning department expressed to us is having a little bit more robust electronic interface with the public too, where you can go for real basic questions. So you don't even really have to go into the department, like enter your address and get your parcel number and zoning and what, along with information about what you're allowed to do and what you can't do. Maybe being able to apply for some permits and get them online, for fairly simple ones. So this is something else that will probably be implemented in the future.
Yeah, they are hoping for more self-servicing, so members of the public can self-serve themselves, at least on some things. Supervisor Williams?
We had a commitment, and I understand, with a shift to a new director of planning and building, there may be some hiccups in carrying this over, but the commitment was to get all permits online so that the public could, access from home or their place of business, and it's efficiency for both the applicant and the county. Do we need to discuss using one-time funds to finish this project, or is it already fully funded? And if it is, what's the estimate on having it live?
Good question. So we could maybe get answered now or later when we hear more from planning and building.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We typically have all the directors on standby. Do we have Nash Gonzalez? He doesn't appear to be on right now. We can work on getting back to you by the end of this presentation. Oh, Julia Acker-Krog is on, so we will let Julia in.
Hello, this is Julia Acker-Krog, Assistant Director. Could the question just be repeated for me?
Yeah, what would it take to get all of the permits online? And is additional funding needed? Is there a timeline?
Sure. So I believe we have some permitting online right now, and I've just been joined by our Admin Services Manager, Adrian Thompson, as well. So what we have right now is we do have some electronic permitting online, but it does bring with it the need to make sure there's extra sort of staff burden that occurs on the back end of that in terms of the plans being submitted online, and then we still end up having to do some printing and such on our end. So I think we do have a plan. I know that Director Gonzalez and myself have been talking through how to move to a more electronic permitting system. And I think we'll be coming back with some more information when we come for our formal budget presentations as well, and for our asks for this next year. So as it is right now, we do have certain permits that we offer online, but we don't offer all of them. And Adrian, do you have anything you want to add to that either?
Thanks, Julia. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. I will add that it is not fully funded. We're working with information services right now, and we're going through a track it upgrade, and we will require funding. I've heard that IS needs to build a new SQL server. So there's some other tech that we may need to add on, and we may require funding. We're talking with Client First right now to improve that system because we can't allow attachments. There's a little bit of a hole there. So we're working on that. We will have more information during budget.
And if I may, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director, we are actively recruiting for the positions right now. One of the things that we're running into is that we are competing with many public agencies for planners. For senior planner, I took a look at what's going on statewide, and our senior planner positions are competing with at least 40 other positions statewide. Our chief planner is competing with at least 5 other positions comparable right now. And something that I've mentioned before, we are actually paying less than everybody else. So it has been difficult to try to recruit. I've got these recruitments going continuously until filled, and hopefully we'll get a good batch of folks that really want to come to this county.
So
I would add that we have promoted from within a planning technician, and we are actively recruiting to fill the position that person previously held.
Right, thanks, Dash. Supervisor Williams.
So can we expect the request for whatever funds or resources necessary to pull off online permitting come forward as part of the annual budgeting? I want to make sure that later we don't talk about how nice it would be if we had it, but we didn't fund it. I think the board wants to at least contemplate whether to move forward. And to do that, we really need an estimate on what it'll cost.
Thank you. This is Julia Krog. We can work with the CEO's office as well as information services and work to try to have that information available when we come back for additional budget hearings.
Okay, and then the other question, for positions that are consistently difficult or impossible to fill, to me that highlights we're not at market rate. and our compensation package isn't competitive with market. When should we have those discussions? Can planning bring forward recommended corrections to the compensation to bring us into market?
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, interim director. First of all, we did this once before 3 years ago at the direction of the board and the CEO's office, and we worked closely with the CEO and HR. And I would say that Supervisor Jurdy was very familiar with that process where we were able to bring building inspectors, planners up a little bit in salary. But again, things have changed over the last 3 years where we are competing with both, I'll say, government positions as well as the private sector, and as well as the benefit packages that are out there. And again, this would probably be something that HR would have to bring to the table, not necessarily planning the building, but we can work with HR to do this and to try to look at what other folks are doing out there.
So is that direction that we could give to staff today to bring back recommendations for corrected compensation changes necessary to facilitate recruitment of long-standing positions, long-standing vacancies?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. If I could make a comment on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've talked with Human Resources a couple times over the past week, and we are preparing for labor negotiations. It's hard to believe, but we're close to the time when we will be working on labor negotiations again. So usually this topic does come up, and there's probably a little more to this. So we will put this on the radar. I understand the necessity of having planners and certainly the competition out there. But let me go back and speak with Human Resources. Mr. Gonzalez is right. This is a Human Resources issue, and it will be by direction of the board. But let me talk with HR. We will be coming forward in June during budget hearings with a position allocation table and a report from Human Resources. So at that time, we could speak with the board about the compensation. I believe that the positions are still, I'm not certain if there are additional raises that are still in the process that will happen this year as well. So let's get that information and we could get it back to the board. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McGorty.
So the other thing that was in our discussions with PBS that I think was very wise was trying to synchronize all of the necessary paperwork that you need when you come in if you have to work with other departments such as environmental health. And I think that that's something that is also important, is that we have kind of a one-stop planning process. And it's the same thing as like cannabis. When people submit plans, we want to make sure that they're complete so that time isn't lost, so that they know what they need, and a checklist is generated fairly quickly when they're doing an application. And I know that right now PBS is really under pressure because there's a lot of complaints in the community about how long our permit process is taking. So I think that should be a priority for a board to try to help move that along, because that's in everyone's best interest to be sure that plans and permits are dealt with quickly and promptly so that people can get started with construction or whatever they're doing, whatever improvements they need to make.
I personally hope that by separating out the cannabis division distinctly and those cannabis planning functions into its own division, that we will see more success in recruiting for the non-cannabis planning positions. I think part of the issue that we've seen is that people have not wanted to work for the county planning department if they were getting pulled away to work on cannabis applications, and they'd rather work for the city of Ukiah or some other agency. So now that we've separated the two, and hopefully it's a pretty strong, clear line, I'm hopeful that we'll find people who want to work for the county handling cannabis applications, and we'll find other planners who just don't. And we'll be able to fill more positions than we've been when it was a blended planning function. And we'll see if that proves true or not. CEO Angelo, did you want to add?
Oh, thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I just want to confirm what this board is speaking about, that there was a request to my office to actually physically relocate cannabis with the same thoughts that cannabis is a program that, given additional staff and resources, could stand on its own, and we know could be quite successful given the leadership there. And within the planning department, this board has directed, actually over and over the last couple months, that the planning department needs to focus on the work of planning, and this board is very willing to give both the cannabis program and the planning department resources. So I'd like you to know that we are working with the cannabis program, with your cannabis manager, to determine what additional resources she needs. I'm very pleased that we were able to move them into their own space, and I think a comment that was made by one of the supervisors earlier is true, that the cannabis program has been dependent on the planning department and certainly has utilized some of their resources. It was the same thing within the Ag Department, and I think Supervisor McGorty brought up a good point about the Ag Department being much stronger today and being one program, one department. So I assure this board that we will continue supporting the Planning Department and supporting the cannabis program to assist both of them to staff up, have the additional resources to do the work of the county. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Could we give some direction today, maybe a goal that all applications be available as an online service this year? And if we're lacking, come back with an estimate. If you need a vendor, choose one. But I've been trying to push this forward for a couple of years, and I don't feel like we're really progressing. Few applications have gone online. It's not criticism, but if I had the ability to just do it, I would in my free time just do it. And I know that's probably not the role. So how do we make it happen? Because we're losing productivity. I mean, one option is take away paper and pens. Nobody gets paper, printers, pens, right? Force the pain of we're going to move online. I don't know if that's the best option, but we need to identify a clear path to joining the digital age. And somebody that lives 2.5 hours from the county seat shouldn't have to be doing that 5-hour round trip to turn in a paper application.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, if I may, through the chair. I would just like to remind this board that Planning and Building Services did come forward with an ask of $2.8 million from the PG&E one-time funds. Approximately $400,000 of that is in for IT hardware, software, and IT upgrades. And I believe the detail will show that some of that is for the online and track it upgrades to the PBS department. Thank you.
So the direction I would like to give is to get all of the public-facing services online before end of calendar year. And if we have what we need, great. If not, ask staff to come back with additional requests.
Okay, I'd like to survey the board. Everybody maybe give a thumbs up if you support that as a goal.
Can I qualify it just a little bit?
Sure, go ahead.
So again, this came up a lot in my campaign, and the peculiarities about the first district may not be just the first district, but there's a lot of people who really genuinely don't like computers and don't want to be online. There's still going to be people who want to physically walk into the office and hand things on paper. So I just caution us as we go forward that we don't get into a situation where people are saying, I can't get anything. I can't do this. It's too complicated and it's not what I want. There are people like Supervisor Williams that will totally use the online system, but there's others that may have some reluctance. So that's my only caution as we go through this, is that we still leave a way forward for people who want to do it more conventional. Otherwise, I'm totally in support. I mean, there's no reason for us not to use electronic digital information, since most architectural renderings now are being done on computer, and it's fairly simple to transfer files electronically. That's my only reservation. Otherwise, I fully support it.
So Supervisor Williams, is that consistent with what you're?
Yeah,
okay.
I support that.
Okay. All right. So hopefully we can record that as direction from the board is a target by the end of the calendar year for the Planning and Building Department to have all planning permit applications and building permit applications, I guess, accessible online. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, and just clarification, I was speaking across the board, not just planning and building, somebody renewing dog tags or any interaction with the county that requires filling out an application, there should be an online service.
If I may, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, although I do appreciate the direction and we will strive to achieve that, but from a county-wide perspective, you're speaking about multiple operations. We would need to prioritize that, and many of those are tied to initiatives, as Supervisor Williams may be aware. I would suggest we focus our efforts right now on planning and building services in cannabis because that's very much so achievable. It's in process right now. And then perhaps we can work with the IT ad hoc on prioritizing the operational departments as we roll this out from a countywide perspective and look at what we can achieve by the end of the calendar year, if I just might add that.
So that's good input and I support it. I would like to keep the end of the year deadline for all departments. Because as far as the public is concerned, they're not thinking about which department they're interacting with. They want one consistent online interface for everything. And other counties have this, cities have it. We're sort of in the dark ages here.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. I think we're starting to get a little bit away from the agendized item.
Well, I think we've covered this well enough. So let's maybe just go on to the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Moving on to projected fund balance, we'll have Tim Hallman give you a quick overview of this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory and has been covered, but we'll give it one more shot.
Hello again, Tim Hallman, Executive Office Budget Team. You're just looking up the slide here from blow up from slide 7 at the bottom. We're going through and we're just showing the general fund deficits. Then we're coming up and we're looking at the general fund surpluses, what that total is. Then the projected revenue increase for this third quarter, as was seen on Lloyd's Exhibit A, and then the final fund balance that we have down here to be allocated.
At this time, we're going to give you a quick overview of the COVID-19 incurred cost for FEMA assistance, and this will be done by our new addition, Sarah Pierce, who stepped right in January and took over a role that I had been playing with FEMA and Cal OES and filing this information and these finances, which I have to admit is a yeoman's job in this particular incident as this pandemic has lasted so long. It took me 9 months to file for the 2017 fires, which really the urgency of that was over a 2-week period. So we will be working on this for a long period of time as we are still working on the 2017 recovery efforts and billings to FEMA and Cal OES. Sarah?
Good morning, Supervisors and CEO Angelo. Sarah Pierce from the Executive Office team. The costs incurred in this slide are related to FEMA reimbursable expenses only. Over the last 12 months, we have incurred about $11.6 million in expenses, of which a majority relates to the Great Plates project. The Great Plates program has 9 restaurants participating, which has served over 392,000 meals. Of the $11.6 million in expenses, we have received obligation letters from FEMA on $3.5 million, and we've received payments of $1.1 million.
Thank you, Sarah. Now we'll go on to the next slide, which is the CARES funding. This is to Supervisor Hashak's question. So this is the buckets that the funding had fell into and the expenses. Not all of this funds have been allocated directly back to the departments. That'll be taken care of at the end of the year in reconciliation. But you can see the majority of it went into medical expenses, which is the ACS, the alternate care site. We did use a portion of this for Best Western and public health education. All our contracts for public health education, whether it was the chambers or the Mask Up Mendo, the Promotores, all those folks that have been out there helping us. Improved telecommunications, teleworking capacity. This will go to various departments within the county as we all had to begin to work from home and telework. Housing support, this was contracts to NCO, North Coast Opportunities to assist with housing and utilities, back rents, or mortgages. Food programs, again, this was North Coast Opportunities and Mendocino Community Foundation that helped us distributed food to those folks that could not get out of their home and go shopping. Budgeted personnel and supplies diverted to substantially dedicated. There's about 9% of the funds are there that we can distribute at the end of the year for all the work that has been done by the various departments outside of public health. Unemployment, these were the first benefits that went into place last year for those folks that were able to qualify to be home with a sick one or sick themselves. Also, the small business assistance. This was a big work and lift of this board to work with West Company to get a chunk of our CARES money out into the community to support the small businesses. PPE, that's pretty self-explanatory. And then public health employees and public health contracts end up in the green bucket. So I hope that answers your question, Supervisor Hashek. At this point, we'll move forward and we'll go to the reserve accounts by Tim Holman.
Good morning again, Tim Holman, Executive Office Budget Team. It takes a village to produce these reports and these presentations. This is a case in point. We have a reserve account chart that has been built here from numbers that have been provided by Lloyd Weir's Auditor's Office. Supervisor Jurdy would be familiar with that table because that was one of the ones that he sponsored with Lloyd to have produced to show where our reserves have gone in the last couple of years, and I believe we brought that forward for the first time last year. So what you are looking at is the latest and greatest chart showing that our reserves have slowly and continue to increase.
And I think one of the points of this chart, and I appreciate the fact that it goes back to 2007, is that in the years leading up to the 2007 recession, the county had very, very little reserves. You could see they were only hovering around $5 million before the recession hit. So there was really no money for the county to fall back on when the recession hit in 2008, 2009. This time the county was prepared with more substantial reserves when this recession hit.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We will turn this over to William Schertz for a quick update on HR.
Good morning, Supervisors and CEO Angelo. This is William Schertz, Human Resources Director, providing the third quarter Human Resources update. The county was quite busy the third quarter with recruitment and hiring. 102 new employees were hired during this period, which is almost double of an average quarter. However, the majority of this increase had to do with staffing up the Department Operations Center with extra help in response to the pandemic and to replace staff temporarily assigned from other departments that were helping out the DOC. The county was in line this quarter with that, as with previous quarters, with 53 full-time hires and 49 full-time terminations. Since the onset of the pandemic, HR had to revise our approach with workforce development trainings to provide virtual trainings. This third quarter, we offered 14 webinars, averaging 18 attendees, each with a total, and with a total of 250 participants. Many of the webinars offered were change management related and coping with the effects of the pandemic. Also, we offered 4 of the Supervisor and Manager Academy courses that is currently in progress. We also expanded access to 145 new on-demand trainings through our Target Solutions online training system. Included were technical skills, leadership management, and professional skills training. We had a total of 36 employees that completed 99 on-demand trainings. That's all I have for you today, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, William, I have a follow-up. So sometimes when the county hires someone as an extra help employee, things really work out and there's a vacancy in the county department, in some county department, maybe the department where they're working as extra help, and they transition over to, they're hired by the county as a permanent employee. I'm assuming the departments, we've seen that with some of the people who were hired as extra help during the pandemic.
Yes, sir. We actually have seen that this quarter. So there was a good number of extra help employees, and I think I want to say 7 to 9 or along those lines of the extra help employees were permanently hired into positions.
So how does that work for an extra help employee? So they were working not as a permanent county employee initially. Let's say they worked for the county for 10 months. Do they, I don't know, do they get credit for the time that they served as an extra help when they join the county? How does that work?
I would really have to get back with you on that. I'm not as familiar with that end of things.
Okay, we can talk later. Yeah. All right, thanks. Any other questions for Director Schertz? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So with the discussion about planning and building earlier and the inability to hire planners because of the compensation, was planning and building part of the COF study?
Yes, they were. And they were adjusted according to the recommendations from the COF study.
In fact, there was, prior to COF, there was actually an adjustment for a number of county positions. Planning and building inspectors were in that initial adjustment prior to the COF study. So there's been a couple different adjustments over the last 5 years that have helped increase salaries for planning and building. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, the salaries for planning and building are not market. That's what we're learning, in that we don't get applicants. Is it because the COF study was wrong, or is it that the COF study was right and competition is driving wages, and that report is now stale? Do we have any sense of, were we just off target?
Through the chair, I think it's a little bit of partly the competition, as well as the data that we were working off of with the COF study was 2018 and 2019 data. So some old data. Things have changed in other comparable counties as we have. They've increased salaries, whether through COLAs or similar salary increases like we've done. So we would have to actually go back and look at it and do another salary study regarding the planning and building classifications and see where we're at.
Chair Jurdy, CEO Angelo, if I could jump in on this. I think there's one key point that is not being mentioned. When we do salary comparisons in order to give increases to our employees, we compare ourselves with surrounding counties. We do not compare ourselves with the private sector. And the reason for that is, to our knowledge, there's no private sector that has a retirement system like government does. So that is a significant marker. And, what we know today in 2021, it's not quite the same as it was in 1970 or 1980, where a lot of the generations coming up aren't that focused on retirement. So, but we do know is that we take that into account. If you look at a county salary, a person who makes $100,000 a year is costing the county, I would ask Darcy, about $160,000 a year. And that's not public safety, which may cost more. So it's very difficult to compare a planner within a county system to a planner in the private sector, you have to really include the benefits that we offer that the private sector doesn't offer. And there's no way to reduce that benefit cost. So, you know, it is a significant challenge, and I think that something that's already been stated is the shortage of planners all the way around. But, you know, we keep saying, or it keeps being said, that our salaries are low. Our salaries are not low. They are low in comparison to the private sector. But what we take into consideration is a retirement system that the private sector doesn't offer. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so we might not think the salaries are low, but the market is telling us it is the case. We don't have qualified applicants showing up for some of these positions, long-standing vacancies. So it doesn't matter if we think that it's a fair salary if nobody is willing to apply. I think we need to make the adjustments to encourage more qualified applicants. Otherwise, I mean, we've got to get realistic. Otherwise, we're going to continue to have vacant positions.
So, Supervisor Williams, I personally think it's a combination of things. I think salary is one thing. I think it's a necessity that the county, when it gets applicants, to explain the benefit and the cost of the benefits that are not available in the private sector, so they fully understand the total compensation that's being offered by the county. I'm not sure that that's always been effectively communicated to potential applicants. The other is, it's also important to get back to applicants as soon as possible. I know the state and other agencies have found that if they're slow in responding to applicants, the best applicants get a job someplace else from an agency or an employer that responds more quickly. So one thing we need to be sure about is that the county is getting back to the if we have a good applicant, we ought to be getting back to them right away. And maybe we are, but I think we need to be sure that's happening. And then the third thing is we need to make sure that we're offering jobs that people want. And one of the things that Supervisor McGordy and I heard from the planning director in Humboldt County is one of the things he did initially was, from the beginning, he created a separate division of planners for the cannabis division. And he found that he didn't have existing planners wanting those jobs. He did have new people coming to the county of Humboldt to work for that division because they saw it as an interesting challenge and it was the kind of work that they wanted to do. So now that we've separated out the cannabis division and we have a separate standalone planning department, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to get the right people to apply for those jobs. But there's a lot in that, and I see that Interim Director Nash Gonzalez has his hand raised. So, Mr. Gonzalez, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director. I just want to weigh in for a little bit and just share some of the research. And I would echo what CEO Angelo has mentioned. There is a difference between the private sector and the public sector as far as the retirement benefits. Private sector generally gives you a 401k, which you have to contribute to, but they do pay more. The government side actually provides the retirement and the benefits and so on. So I think there's some misconceptions out there as to who's getting who out there. And I think what happens too, and this is something that I've seen over the years, is that folks tend to gravitate to the higher paying positions and not really think of the long-term implications for the retirement and health benefits the way they should if they're going to stick around for a long journey in a government sector. But right now, we just seem to be competing with a lot of folks out there, both public and private. And it is true, we do compare ourselves to neighboring counties for the region. But I'm seeing that there's a large number of counties and cities in Central and Southern California that are strongly recruiting for folks right now. And it's becoming even more so at the higher level, at the senior chief director type. In fact, I've been following our state association for planning directors, and I would say that in this next month, we are probably going to see at least 25 assistant directors retire and new assistant directors being recruited. So there's an opportunity there to move senior planners into those positions or chief planners into those positions. So again, it's really the dynamic of what's happening, because there's a lot of folks that are actually leaving the profession, and there's a lot of folks that are coming into the profession as well. And I think with a lot of the changes in what planners do over the years, and I would say going back 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, as we started to see more branches of planning resonate out there, such as climate change work, sustainability. More and more people are creating these positions out there, whether it's public or private sector. And then long-range planning is also a key thing for trying to attract folks into the planning profession. And then with all of the new bills regarding housing that have come down the pike, as well as fire recovery, again, there's a lot of positions that are being created in what I call these new professions or sub-professions in the profession that are starting to attract folks out there too. So I just wanted to go ahead and throw that in there, that it's competition, but it's the market, but we're also trying to stay competitive with our surrounding counties. And I think we do fairly well, because we're actually much better than Lake County, our neighbor, because we have better benefits than they do, and I think we pay better than they do.
Supervisor Williams?
Is any board support necessary to fix the staffing shortages? If we pick a time 3 months or 6 months out, and we decide that's by that date we want to have the shortages remedied, do we have what we need in place today to pull it off? And I hear Supervisor Jurdy's point. I agree with it. I think the cannabis program was sinking ag, and then it was sinking planning and building. Moving it out, it may be that this problem will be somewhat mitigated. I don't know if that's enough. Does planning and building need more support to be fully staffed in, say, 90 days? Or maybe a better way to ask, when do you expect to be fully staffed?
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, again, it's a very difficult question to answer, because it's all based on recruitments. And if we're not able to recruit the right people into the jobs, I hesitate to give an answer, because it's very difficult to anticipate what kind of candidates we're going to get for the jobs.
Is it fair to say we're not competitive today?
Somewhat, but again, we might be competitive with our neighboring counties, but we're not competitive with the private sector or with the counties further south of the Bay Area.
Are we offering enough so that, I don't know, by end of year we would be fully staffed? Or will end of year will we be talking about we weren't able to recruit because of competition? I'm just trying to figure out, what is any board action necessary to remedy the problem? We've been talking about it for a long time. And, I'm at the point of, I would rather pay market rate. And, this is a department that is greatly funded with cost recovery. And I'm hearing from a lot of contractors, they would rather pay a little bit more on a permit fee and get a permit within a couple weeks than, wait weeks and weeks or months in some cases. And so if we have to, if what we're doing today isn't leading us to success, what do we need to do to shift course?
Again, through the chair, it's very difficult to provide an answer based on recruitments. And I know HR is actively working with us to try to get these recruitments going. But it's really going to depend on also other factors. For example, you may offer a job to somebody, but once they come here and they realize that housing is expensive, they may turn the job down. And we've had that type of a situation with the senior planners in the past, especially for the coast office. We've had that happen here in Ukiah as well, where they come in, they realize what the cost is to rent an apartment or a house, and they turn the job down after they've already committed to the job. And so it's really difficult to try to give you an answer, Supervisor Williams, on this, because it's really based on who we're going to get. And again, I'm a firm believer of trying to promote from within and create our flock of folks that will stay on and so on. But again, one of the things that I've mentioned to to the ad hoc that looked at planning and building is that I'm basically coming in and dealing with an aftermath of folks leaving because they were not happy with the past situation and they chose to move on. And that was in all positions. So at this point, I'm trying to rebuild what was basically pulled apart.
So can I maybe ask a question that maybe we could get to some resolution here? So I think the board's saying, and I think staff's saying, that our first choice is to fill the positions and we want them filled as soon as possible. And if that takes reclassifying some positions, which was already in the works, we fully support that. Secondarily, and just as importantly, we want to promote from within when there are good internal candidates because they are already here and less likely to leave. Third, what we haven't really discussed here today, but the ad hoc did discuss with Nash was when there are vacancies, and let's fill them with ideally some locally based contract planners. I mean, we have retired planners in Mendocino County who could work in a pinch for the county and just get permits processed. And some of that is already happening. And to the extent that we need to further rely on them, I mean, I think the board supports that. And then I think, finally, we want to see, any other suggestions from planning and building to fill the positions. But I think the board's being really clear that we don't want to see delays in the permits due to vacancies, and we want to see the vacancies filled. So do we have kind of consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay. Nash, do you have some feedback on that?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes. And we've already begun to use local contract planners to address some of those projects that were left out there that we needed to move forward. In fact, we just brought another firm on board, contract execution, and they've been handed several coastal development permits to begin that process. So that is moving through the process. So we are trying to use those resources that are available. And again, this is to address some of that budget surplus that, again, positions should have been hired over a year ago and they weren't. So I'm trying to go ahead and rebuild the team, but in the interim, use the contract planning staff to go ahead and fill those voids until we have people on board.
Chair Judy, this is Darcy Untitled, Deputy CEO, if I may. This sounds like a larger topic that you may want to take up at a future meeting before we go into budget hearings. I would leave that to the board if they choose. And then I would just also remind this board that AB5 is out there and hiring an independent retiree doesn't necessarily meet the AB5 qualifications. They would need to become extra help. As Director Nash Gonzalez mentioned, hiring a firm is one way to go about it, but hiring retirees does go against the AB5 regulation. So if you would like to have this at a future meeting, we can do that so we can move forward.
Okay, so go look at the board. Do we want some more discussion on this, or are we relying on this to be presented as part of the Planning and Building Department's budget?
I just want it to be fixed, and I recognize
this is pretty complicated. I think it'd be better for us to have a more robust. And I think that probably Supervisor or Chair Jurdy and I need to sort of summarize what we've discovered through our ad hoc committee and kind of have something to share with the rest of the board so that it's all in one place and we can all think about it in one fell swoop.
Okay, all right. So we'll bring it back.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks. Okay, Darcy.
Okay, thank you, Darcy Untitled, Deputy CE. The next slide is positive tax projections. And I think Auditor Controller Lloyd Ware covered this very well early on. I think we can proceed. So you can see the 2.3 that we have there in revenue.
Well, although we did earlier give a request direction that we wanted to see alternate scenarios for the cannabis tax revenues based on, what might happen in 2022 if provisional licenses are not available. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, how do we project $1 million gain in cannabis tax revenue? I mean, given that the price per pound of the product is falling and we see applicants being booted out of the state licensing, and we're not sure how we're going to complete authorization for continued cultivation. I'm just curious how the $1 million is estimated.
I would refer to Auditor Controller Lloyd Ware, and I hope he's still there. I can't see from my screen.
Yes, this is Lloyd Ware, Auditor Controller. Through the chair, at the time the budget was prepared, our cannabis tax revenue was still building and still had momentum. However, since I explained earlier that the county receives most of this revenue at the end of the year during June and July, I was unable to use that information in order to budget properly. Now that I know how we performed the previous year, and assuming that we're going to continue with a normal year this year, it meant that I needed to increase my projection by $1 million.
Thank you. And moving forward, we move to the third quarter recommendations. And we ask that you accept the 2021 third quarter report, accept adjustments as described in attachment A and B, and then adopt a resolution amending the current year, fiscal year 2021 adopted budget.
Looking at the board for any additional questions, comments? Supervisor McGordy?
So to sum it up, things are turning out a lot better than I thought they would 6 or 7 months ago when we were in the middle of the worst part of the pandemic and we were thinking we were going to be going into a recession. We don't appear to be in a recession as far as the county budget is concerned. Is that correct?
Not at this time, but we always have concern about the general fund reserve. I think Supervisor Williams pointed out the possible decline in cannabis revenue and also the impacts of the drought. Thus the recommendation to put additional funds into reserve.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Judy. So the overall picture looks pretty good, with those caveats, much better than what we thought, a year ago. But what I'm seeing on the, attachment B is the funding for the administration center roof and HVAC project of $2.7 million. And then the alternate care site roof and replacement and related improvements of 2.55. And that's the Whitmore Lane, if I'm not correct. And that would be included in this budget?
Correct. That's one of the recommendations is to the 2.5 million to the alternate care site roof. We do recognize that there may be additional funding sources down the road, but this is a roof that needs to be repaired quickly. And I believe we have our facilities directors here now, Dan Mazzanti and Doug Anderson, for any additional questions. It's not to fund the administrative center roof and HVAC. That is not part of the recommendation. The recommendation that's in your packet on page 12 is to fund the alternate care site roof and the related improvements, as well as put the remainder of the 3.4, which is roughly 800,000, into general reserves. And then when if another funding source comes up for the alternate care site, we would put those funds back into the general reserve.
Okay, so what you're saying is if that were funded somewhere else, such as Measure B, if it were used as a PUF, then the general fund would be reimbursed from Measure B possibly.
Absolutely, but that decision hasn't been made by this board, so we do need to move forward with this project. So we're recommending funding it this way and then refunding back the general reserve when a determination is made as to what pot of funds you would be using.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, if we have no additional questions from board members, I think this would be an appropriate time to look to questions and comments from members of the public.
We do have one caller on the line. So first on the line is Anna Stockel. Anna, you can go ahead and unmute by pressing *6.
Hi, sorry. That was a really long discussion. And I was getting stuff done on the side. One of the things that caught my attention related to what I said this morning is you're forming an ad hoc committee for the drought. And one of the points I made this morning is one of the emails I've got teed up to send in. And I think I've mentioned it before. I know I've mentioned it to Ted directly because he's on Facebook and Messenger and everything else, is a permanent position for some kind of environmental, I don't know what you want to call them, not program manager. I mean, you've got a full-time cannabis program manager, but we've got environmental conditions we have to worry about today, like the drought, and the drought isn't going to end at the end of the year, and I think we all know that. The droughts are typically several-year processes, and we have climate change, and we have the rising sea levels. And so I, again, want to advocate for a position, and we have light pollution, which could affect my property directly. Well, a lot of these things could, but I purposely bought at elevation, so not everything can, but it will affect, obviously, a lot of Mendocino County residents on the coast, north, south, east, west. And I want to advocate again for a full-time position for environmental impact, both current and future, so that we look forward, so that we can deal with the drought and other things now, and we can look to the future to proactively plan on how these things are going to affect our county. Obviously, the coastline, the harbor, they're all going to be affected, and I don't really hear any conversation in any of the, it's never on the agenda, and I don't hear any conversation about how these things are going to be dealt with. And I don't want to be too critical, but a lot of the things you talk about are reactive and not proactive. And reactive, is 100 times more costly and devastating and maybe even unfixable than proactive. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Are you ready for a motion, Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Okay, so I move to accept the third quarter budget report on the status of departmental spending and revenues for fiscal year 2021. Approve executive office recommendations, adopt resolution amending the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget, and authorize chair to sign same.
I will second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Not seeing any additional comments, so we'll have the roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Looking for feedback from staff. The next item that we plan to take on right now is the direction for next year's budget, but it is 11:50, and that one is expected to be longer than this last item. Staff recommend we start that and then go into and then adjourn for closed session at about 12:30 or at some time.
Chair Jurdy, I think if it's okay with the board, we could break now, and then are you saying we would come back at 12:30? Right? Is that what we decided, or no? We have changed the times of these meetings just based on necessity, where we've only taken a half an hour lunch and come back. But I'm not certain what we said. I think we said that PG&E would go at 1:30. So if we take a break, our lunch break now, which is going to be a closed session lunch, and come back at 12:30 into open session, then we could work on the budget for 2020, for 21-22, if this board is in agreement.
Okay, that works for me. Does it work for the others?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Well, we will go into closed session then. All right, thanks. 12:53, we'll resume the board meeting, and we are to discuss the 21-22 budget.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo, and again, we just finished the third quarter budget report. I want to thank the board for taking the time to go through that third quarter report, and certainly our auditor, Lloyd Weir, and all of our budget team. And now that budget team is moving on to the budget workshop, and are we putting the presentation up, split screen? Okay. So the presentation will be up here momentarily. We're pleased to be able to do the budget workshops, albeit they're not as long as we'd like, but we're pleased to be able to come to this board and talk about where we are in the budget process, the development of the budget, and get your input along the way. So this is our workshop today. Next slide, please. This is very common. You see this at every budget presentation. We're talking about the workshop, the state outlook. We started last year looking at accountability-based budgeting, and so Darcy will talk a little bit about that. Department funding requests. This is a big ask that we have this year, and as I said when I gave the third quarter report, that we, under normal circumstances, we would go ahead and work with the departments to mitigate any type of deficit that we could be creating at that point. And this year, we're bringing this information to the board and asking for direction. And certainly, we can continue to work with the departments so that when we come in June, we're closer to a balanced budget. The challenge for the executive office and the auditor's office is that we always bring you a balanced budget. That's our charge. That's certainly my charge, and that's what we do. So hopefully, we will be very close, if not at that point, when we come to you in June. Again, we will have a presentation on CalAIM, which is a major effort that's happening at the state level. You'll hear a little bit about that today and then more in the future. Operational changes, and then, of course, the CEO recommendations. And with that, I will now turn it over to Deputy CEO Darcy Antle and to our analyst, Tim Hallman.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. So we want to just walk you through where we're at right now. So we did mid-year report with you on March 9th, and we were before you with a workshop at that time. Now we are here again today with an additional workshop for you to discuss and review where we're at for the 21-22. On June 8th and 9th, we will have our budget hearings. And then we will be back before you at first quarter for budget adjustments. At this time, we're going to take a high-level overview, and Amanda Wolter will discuss and share with you the state budget outlook. Amanda?
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo, Amanda Wolter, Executive Coordinator with the Executive Office. In front of you today is a list of the high-level requests from a California State Association of Counties letter that was sent to Governor Newsom on April 26th. These lists of priorities include broadband access, which is the CSAC's budget priority, to host a one-time of ongoing investments in critical infrastructure programs. The next one would be the homeless and housing, which is urges the importance of to recognize and fund capitalized operations subsidies for units purchased, converted, or altered with funds provided by the Project Homekey. Next is disaster recovery and resilience. This funding is being requested for continued aggressive funding for wildlife prevention and support for community hardening, continuation of watershed emergency response team, defensible space inspectors, ongoing planning, public education, the sector-specific program related to wildfire reduction, rural area workforce development, and disaster recovery and planning. This also will include funding for a drought emergency and the implementation of organic waste and climate change. Next, we have the public health, which is a request for ongoing funding into the public health workforce and infrastructure. This funding would be used to recruit and retain a modern public health workforce, improve communicable disease monitoring, epidemiology and outbreak mitigation, address health equity issues and health disparities through meaningful engagement with diverse communities, as well as request funding for groundbreaking investment to create an adequate supply for community-based essential behavioral health care options, which would also include youth mental health and increasing the state's capacity for substance abuse disorder treatment. Next, we have the sustainable local transportation. This would be funding to several programs to help fund this, including the California Local Highway Bridge Program, the Local Highway Safety Improvement Program, and then the Active Transportation Program. And then finally, we have the letter request reimbursement for mandated costs related to the elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. As you can see, a lot of those priorities are very similar to the priorities of this board. We would like to move forward to the next slide. Yeah, there you go. And just talk about the drought preparedness for a few minutes. I believe CEO Angelo has a couple of remarks, as well as Amber Facette from the Water Agency.
Thank you, Darcy. The only thing I'd like to comment on is that we've been here before. However, this time I think that we have a state, we have a county, we have people that are tired because there's been so much over the last year and a half. And now to be experiencing a drought, we're concerned about our agricultural community being an ag county. And this year we are anticipating additional issues around the health and safety of people in California because of the drought. So we're not certain what to expect. We just know that this year with the drought, it could be certainly worse than 2014, than 2010, or than the 1970s. So I think that we talked a little bit about money earlier and drought, and I do believe that the ad hoc that will be working on a countywide drought working group, I think we will get some good information and have additional information on what the impact will be to our county. And I think at this time, Darcy, is Amber going to add some comments? The Water Agency, from January, the Water Agency was transferred to the Department of Transportation under Howard Dashiell. And so we have Amber, who will be doing a brief presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Amber Facette, Deputy Director of Transportation. It sounds like there's still a lot up in the air about the possible funding that will come out of the drought declaration. But in terms of drought preparedness, I can speak to that. Currently, there's a drought preparedness campaign that is being done by RCD and in conjunction with funding from Russian River Flood Control District. And that funding only goes through June. So I have been in talks with Resource Conservation District. We've been discussing a scope, and I'm working on a contract to continue that to begin funding it through the Water Agency from July through the end of October. And that campaign will continue to include coordination with all the local water partners, including weekly team meetings, distribution of outreach material, social media posts, media press releases, things like that. It also includes public workshops and events, which we're still talking about exactly what those should include, and then research on training and resources for local water suppliers. So if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Amber. CEO Angela has a couple more remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Amber. I just want to make one more comment since we're really talking about the budget for next year. This was brought up at a prior board meeting, but I really do think that something the board needs to consider as we plan for 2021, 22, and past that, given what's happening with water, the importance of water in our community, the drought, we don't know how long the drought will last. I really think I would like the board to revisit developing a water agency again. I was here when we had the water agency. I believe Supervisor McGorty was here. I'm not certain. I don't remember if Chair Jurdy was here at the time, but we had a water agency. The budget for the water agency was approximately $700,000, most of it general fund, and they were able to augment their budget with grants. And they applied for a lot of grants, and they did well with that. But a lot of the key issues that the board at that time really wanted to address with water were not being addressed. I'm sure there are very good reasons for that. And so the board consolidated the water agency into the executive office, and certainly the title came over to the CEO. And so, again, I had a deputy that was really adept at water issues and resource lands. And so when she left, I went ahead and transferred it over to Department of Transportation. And between Amber and Howard, I think they're doing a great job. However, my crystal ball says going forward, there will be a lot of water projects. There will be a lot of issues around drought that we'll have to deal with. The overall coordination of the different water districts within the county. And as we get grant dollars, that's great and wonderful, but somebody needs to manage those. So I'm hoping that at some point within the next couple months, we can have the discussion around the development of a water agency. Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
So I wholeheartedly agree with CEO Angelo on this, because we really need to build some resiliency into particularly our domestic water supplies, and it's going to be a complicated process. First of all, there's going to have to be grants to fund it, which there will be money available. I'm also really concerned about going through the whole planning process of dealing with LAFCO to try to put things together, because there's that's potentially really going to be difficult. After a LAFCO meeting I had yesterday, and I realized how unprepared in some respects Ukiah Valley is for dealing with jurisdictional issues. So I think it would be really, in terms of long range, and we look at everything from the Potter Valley project to making sure we don't run out of water in Redwood Valley, someone needs to really kind of have responsibility of planning for that. And it's beyond just individual board members doing things. It's going to take some real thinking. And it probably should have happened years and years ago, but we've always been kind of independent here in Mendocino County, and we've always sort of gotten by. But having consolidated services for water, particularly in the Ukiah Valley community, I think is going to be essential. And then the coast has its own special needs as well. I think that some of the communities are pretty water insecure, and it really takes someone really who's watching that, because there are grant opportunities that come up. And I know that we qualify for many of them, but we have to have plans in place in order to pull that off, and that's not going to happen unless you have dedicated staff.
Darcy, go ahead, Supervisor.
Just asking to see if we have any other questions for Amber. Okay, not seeing. Go ahead, Darcy.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. The next update we would like to give, because we do see these as impacts on our 21-22 fiscal year, is power safety shutoffs. And I believe we have Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe.
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Steve Dunnicliffe, Deputy CEO. Especially for the benefit of the public, PSPS events or public safety power shutoffs are a PG&E strategy to reduce the risk of wildfire during extreme weather events. And most people in the county became aware of this strategy in 2019 when we had several back-to-back weather events that led to the power being turned off for a week. For the last several years, the county has been pursuing grant funds and using county funds to upgrade emergency power and ensure county systems are more robust and able to operate in extended power shutoff events. This has included new devices to monitor rural remote generator functionality, intersect infrastructure to allow connection of trailer-mounted generators to facilities like the administration center. It's also included intersect infrastructure to allow a portable generator to back up an existing generator if that equipment fails. So it's kind of a double redundancy. We've had improved on-site fuel storage at generator locations and replacement of older equipment. The county's planning and investment to this point is focused primarily on making county operations more resilient. You know, under the old model where the power would go out for a day during a winter weather storm, we had generator capacity to get us through that type of blip. But now that we're in an era of planned power outages, it's required a new way of looking at this backup power. At this point, improvements have been made at the administration center, the county jail, juvenile hall, the 911 dispatch center, the warehouse. But there's still a lot of work that needs to happen with regard to critical county operations. And especially in the short term, it's very likely that there's going to be a need for continuing rental equipment. To serve communities and power shutoff events, PG&E for the last couple of years has been operating community resource centers, or CRCs, in Potter Valley, Fort Bragg, different communities impacted by the shutoff events. The board has also directed that staff bring back cost estimates for generator installation at publicly used county facilities for use during PSPS events, and specifically requested that staff analyze internet installation options, including Starlink. At this point, information services and facilities staff are working on this concept and plan to have more information to share with the board later in the budget process. A Starlink unit has been ordered for testing, but no delivery timeframes have been made available to the county yet. A final comment on this topic is that PG&E through Allison Talbot will be providing your board with an update at your meeting on May 11th. And this will be essentially the third year that PG&E has provided this annual look at the coming PSPS season. So that concludes my comments on this topic.
Thank you, Steve. And I want to just make sure the full board's aware of conversations that our Climate Action Committee, Citizens Climate Action Committee, they're looking at is the fact that we have buildings that need power backup in the case of emergency. And at the moment, our strategy by necessity was to look at diesel generators. You know, those have a fairly big carbon footprint. And so the Climate Action Committee is wanting us to look at, and I agree with this, alternatives, which maybe we can't deploy by this summer, but we potentially could start deploying maybe beginning next summer, is a combination of solar panels with battery backup. So for example, the Sonoma Clean Power is retrofitting an older office building in Santa Rosa for their offices, and it will have battery backup. So in the event of a PSP event, they will have backup power without diesel generators. So there could be an upfront cost to go into that system, but we do have sort of a once in a generation opportunity here with both the PG&E settlement funds and also with the Federal CARES Act funds, that if there's an incremental extra cost, at least up front, to pay for that battery backup, you know, the board could set aside, you know, just picking a number here, but say a couple $1 million to set aside for those incremental extra costs to have a battery backup system with solar. So it may not work for every building, it may not, but it's something I would like us to as a board, you know, be clear that that's something we want to look at and be thinking about in terms of both the PG funds and also the federal funds. So just wanted to put that out there.
Second.
Supervisor McGorty.
So I would go a step further, and perhaps some of you have heard of these arrangements where essentially you enter an agreement with a company that installs solar equipment, and you agree to buy the power, and it is run through probably Sonoma Clean Power, and so then in the event of a PSPS, you still have power, plus it would make the county you know, that much less carbon footprint by having solar power being generated on site for use, even though we don't own the system, but we also don't pay for it either. So, that's becoming an option that some municipalities are using, and I just wonder if we shouldn't investigate that as another possible option. Maybe I have it all wrong, but that's my understanding.
Yes, and we have had a turnkey company propose something along those lines. I don't know if they specifically were proposing battery backup as part of that proposal.
Yeah, battery backup makes a lot of sense, and I think that the technology's evolved pretty rapidly in the last couple of years. So maybe a combination of those things would be useful for us to kind of start moving the direction to reduce our carbon footprint in a significant but practical way. And obviously, any feedback from DCEO Dunicliffe would be appreciated if he knows about this or he has an opinion one way or the other.
If I may, through the chair. I'm certainly learning about some of the carbon reduction strategies and alternative energy solutions. The board's interest has been clear in this regard. One of the challenges that we've had has been funding, and there are some innovative strategies. I believe, Supervisor, that you might be referring to what's called a power purchase agreement, where a firm will install improvements and then the county purchases their power from that firm for a set period of time to provide a payback. I believe that one of the challenges with county operations related to battery backup has been the concern that depending on when an emergency strikes, that some of our facilities, the jail as an example, might be a little bit too critical to rely solely on battery backup. In a conversation yesterday with the citizens, with the CAAC, the Climate Action Advisory Committee, a perspective that I appreciated, and I believe Supervisor Jurdy was referring to, is they were floating the concept of trying to, moving this way, even with a demonstration project or a demonstration facility, to give the county an opportunity to get comfortable with the technology and how robust it is. And certainly from my perspective, when you're talking about something that's bite-sized, it's a little less overwhelming. So I don't know if that perspective helps.
That helps a lot, and I agree the same thing. I don't think you go all in at once until you're really comfortable with what you're working with, and that's something that takes time. However, Mendocino County as a whole has been kind of a leader in solar power and off-the-grid power, so certainly we know a lot, and it'd be great if we were able to have a power source during the PSPS that was already in place and didn't depend on rolling generators around and keeping them fueled and so forth. So this is something that I think is worth at least investigating, and it sounds like the Climate Action Committee is kind of helping you some, so take advantage, and we would love to hear from them. At least I would love to hear from them sometime.
Mr. Chair, if I might, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I do have our Facilities and Fleet Division Manager and Assistant available also, but just to emphasize what Deputy CEO Steve Dunicliffe mentioned, there are some limitations. So we wholeheartedly support this and have been investigating and exploring the use of solar. The problem with the battery reliance is the period of time, and meaning, most batteries have a limited amount of coverage, and in a 24/7 facility, for example, it wouldn't be sufficient, and you would need to utilize generator backup in addition to the solar. So I do believe that there are options that we can explore. There may be buildings that are better suited for it that are in county ownership, particularly when you look at the larger, more commercial buildings. Those may not be, as well suited. So we definitely would be interested in exploring and working on this and coming up with alternatives. We've definitely been gearing towards resiliency for our operations and ensuring that we can continue to operate during these events. So the next year will be a lot of work placed into that. Thank you.
So we do have a nice big parking lot in very close proximity to our main administrative building, and I could see solar panels being a solar array put there with the added benefit of having shade to park under.
Okay, well, thank you for the discussion, and I appreciate seeing the support for further investigation and implementation as possible.
Chair Judy, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, will take a brief discussion now on accountability-based budgeting. As you recall, this is something we spoke at the third quarter of last fiscal year when we were presenting. And your fiscal division continues to work with the departments in preparing and monitoring their budgets on a regular monthly basis through accountability-based budgeting, an approach to help ensure the budget is prepared in the most responsible way as possible. And you certainly don't need me to read the California Government Code to you. At this time, Tim Hallman will be sharing the net county cost assignments that the team prepared for the departments. And you will see alongside there the funding requests through the 1000 series or the 2000 series. The 1000 series, again, is salaries and benefits, and the 2000 are operational needs. I think one point we would like to point out is that 4%, we added 4% to each department's salary and benefits to help enhance, as we know from the auditor's projection, is expected to go up 8% for several departments if all positions that are currently filled remain filled. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Tim.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tim Hallman with the Executive Office Budget Team. We have a big table here, and I'll go ahead and I'll work my way through the columns just showing our process. I tried to keep it linear. I don't know how well I accomplished it, so feel free to interject or ask any questions. To begin with, we do come up with a base NCC, and generally speaking, we are looking at the prior year's NCC and what was assigned at the beginning of the year. And we'll take a look at that, see if there are needed any adjustments at that time, and then we move on to the next steps. In the case of this year, what we did is that 4% enhancement that Deputy CEO Antle just mentioned was projected out because the salary projections did show an 8% across the board, but we went ahead and went back to the departments, took their prior year's salaries and increased them by 4% to give them at least a base to start with. Then they do have the ability to come back, and that's on a further column here where they can continue to ask for more if they can justify in their budget the need for further salary enhancements. The next column there is the NCC with the enhancements this year. So we are showing that we assigned the initial NCC that was from that first column, and then we added the salary enhancement there, and then any other enhancements that we needed were added in the background. This is kind of a spreadsheet nerds table, so it is pretty huge behind the scene. So we did concatenate it a little bit here to condense it so that we can have it viewed on one screen. So again, the NCC enhancements, with enhancements, there's a little bit more than just the salaries back there, so there are some other numbers behind this. We get over here to the next three columns. We broke it out for you so that you can see where any of the departments are asking for salary enhancements, which is the 1000 series. The 2000 series generally is most of the department's expenses, not counting equipment or any intergovernmental payments. And so that's why 2000 tends to be all of our supplies, and that's why in the past that's where we had cut certain things back in order to maintain our salaries. Moving on to the next column here, we have all other adjustments and requests. And in this particular column, it will include any requests that may be for one-time funding, capital equipment, or even any reserve adjustments that might be coming up in the future in order to help fund them. It's more common down with the 4000 series or the public health agencies at the bottom of this sheet that you have. And you can see that there on, in the case of, I believe it's the California Children's Services and Solid Waste. They tend to run out of reserves, and we have that in the background as well. Moving over to the next column, we have the department operating funding. This column, it might be a little bit confusing because it doesn't necessarily add up from the prior three columns. It's broken out here. What we've done is we've stated what we expect to be ongoing expenses in future years. So this is what we expect to be an operational cost, not a one-time cost in this column. So moving forward, it is anticipated that that would continue to be requested in future years. Of course, this is still at a request stage, and it's for you to analyze and take a look at it. And of course, coming to the end here, we have the total of all these columns of what they are asking and what they're proposing between the NCC in order to come to the total. And then if we go ahead and scroll all the way down here to the bottom, we have a little calculation here. And at the moment, we currently have departmental asks that exceed our revenue projections by a little over $17 million this year.
Chair Jurdy, if I may, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, I would just like to point out when we start working on this table, it's very early in the year, shortly after the new year in January. We do not have the auditor controller's revenue projection at that time. We work with the departments, we get started, and then the auditor's able to look through his numbers and make his projection, and you can see for 21-22, he's projecting 83 million, just over 83 million. So if there's, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, one question I have, Darcy, and when you look at the requests exceeding revenues at this early stage, is that fairly common?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We've seen it in the past to be this amount, and CEO Angelo and the fiscal team would work through those processes. She's going to make a comment at this point.
Thank you, Darcy. Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yes. Short answer, yes, it is. And we spend a lot of time, and Lloyd Ware said it earlier today too, that him and his assistant auditor, Shamise Cubison, and our fiscal team, we meet with the departments. We have to work individually with the departments. So yes, this is early, a $17 million ask. It's a big ask, and you know, usually 10, 11 million over what we have is usually what the ask is. So we can work with the individual departments as we have to bring down, to try to balance their budget individually, and then we have a balanced budget to bring to the board. I think what would be good today, if possible, we have specific guidelines that we follow, you know, basically like one-time money not used for operations. And those are all guidelines that have been directed by this board over the years. But I think it would also be good to hear a little more today if we can, and I'm hoping that that's part of our presentation today, to hear a little bit more from this board as to, you know, a little more specifics about what you'd like to see. And we certainly can go away, work with the departments, and then, you know, come back with a more balanced budget for this board. But it would be good to know if there are specific priorities that you would like us to keep in mind as we work with the departments. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I've long wanted every meeting to have a budgeted versus actual spent to date report. And I'm really hesitant to ask staff to do it because I understand there's a lot of manual labor involved in producing such a report. Is there any way for us to start the next budget, the next fiscal year, with an accounting system that would make that a trivial, you know, automated task that somebody has to just generate a report? Is it possible for the auditor to do this work for us and help structure the system in such a way that we can get regular reports?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. There is a way we do often use the OpenGov system. I do want to remind this board that the auditor controller usually closes the prior month between the 15th and the 20th of the following month. So we would always be behind at least one, you know, 1 month probably. And also there's a lot of expenses that hit early on in the budget cycle. So some of that could look skewed. It would require an ongoing or a bit of explanation at each time to walk through that. But it may be something we could do through the CEO report as an attachment, if that's the desire of this board.
So Darcy, just to follow up on that. So let's say a department has, or the county has an insurance bill and it's paid once a year and it's paid in full, then it could skew is there a way of coding those payments that are once or twice a year that would otherwise skew a department's budget?
Yes, definitely. We could do that during the presentation or in the write-up to let you know. And yes, those are a few examples of what hits in that first quarter as we're moving forward. It will also wouldn't be able to occur probably until after we do the first quarter report because of the first 2 months we're working with the auditor to to close the prior year. So it may be something that we can begin in the fall. Again, I think it would need to come forward with an explanation and some discussion. And one other point to note is a lot of our revenue does come in unevenly as well. So that would skew.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I don't see it skewing the report. It's okay if there are large purchases that come at once, or if revenue trickles in irregularly. The goal is just to show the public and the supervisor what's come in so far and what have we spent so far in each category. And so I'm really just looking for is there a way that we can get set up for next year so that it's not a burden to staff, that we're not asking staff to put in more effort for this, that it's as easy as generating a report. And is there any technology that's needed now to make it happen if we don't have the tools in place? And I think it's as much for the auditor as it is the executive office. I've actually wondered why the CEO's office is having to do these reports. Shouldn't this come from the auditor?
I'm Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I'm not quite sure if Auditor Controller Lloyd Ware is still on, but it is something that we can look forward to put in place, and I do believe we can do it through OpenGov. Tim is shaking his head, so I believe it is something that we can do. OpenGov is open. It is on our website. Folks can go out and look at those reports as needed. It is an open portal, but if you we can work on a couple of drafts and get those before you to see if the style and the format that you would like.
This is Lloyd Weir through the chair. Yeah, I concur with Darcy. That type of reporting was designed to work in OpenGov, and there are actually imports that come out of our finance system to OpenGov to generate those. So I think it's just a matter of activating those reports so they're working. And again, the first quarter and the first few months of the second quarter, you're going to see some really strange entries and have probably going to have a lot of questions and clarifications. So I think it makes more sense to aim for maybe mid-year on that, but definitely OpenGov was designed to do that for us.
Do you need any direction from the board to enable that feature?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the discussion. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. CEO Angela was asking for some specifics for what we want to see for next year's budget. And I think that we have that committee or the cannabis program manager working with code enforcement, working with the planning and building services and law enforcement. I think we're going to have to put in a lot more money into that area of code enforcement to do what the people want in this county. So I don't know if this is a time to bring that up, but you're asking for what we saw as budget request. And I think that could be $1 million or so.
Maybe more. So I agree with Supervisor Haschak on that. I see that as a real high priority issue for us going forward. If we're going to, create a cannabis program that the general public has confidence in us to execute, and certainly code enforcement is a key piece, and it's been missing. And it hasn't been missing. It just hasn't been as effective as it could be. And we want to move that forward and it will take extra resources. That much we know.
So I would agree with that those comments that we know it will cost more money, and I think we're looking to code enforcement, county council, sheriff's office, et cetera, and CEO's office to develop a more robust program and the budget for that. One other strategy I think that would be helpful for all the departments is sort of that anecdotal information that Supervisor McGordy and I heard from both the planning department and I think also the assessor's office, in that it could be that many departments have some positions that are sitting vacant that are not necessarily the highest paid position, but are key to freeing up time for maybe some of the higher paid positions. And the example in the planning department was the planning tech position, filling that and relieving time from a higher paid planner for really planning functions and not just answering over-the-counter questions that could be answered by someone else. Assessor's office may have similar type positions that could handle some issues that don't require a state licensed appraiser or assessor to do that work. So, you know, I think with with all the departments, I think if there's sort of a fresh look at some of those positions that might even be the lower paid positions that free up the time of higher paid employees that we may be having difficulty recruiting, that might be an effective strategy to get those departments to function as well as they can, even if they're short-staffed a little bit overall.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I appreciate you, the board, going through and giving staff suggestions. Code enforcement, I heard, and then was that recommendation filling lower level positions? Did I understand that correctly? We have not, because our vacancy rate and our positions is such a dynamic process. It's rare. I don't remember the last time that my office said no to filling a position. So are you saying that you want us to promote the filling of lower level positions in the departments? Did I catch that right?
I think it's just more of a conversation with the department heads to make sure that they're looking at the way the workflow is in their department, and maybe there's not enough money, or they're just not able to recruit some of those higher skilled jobs, like say the state licensed appraiser. Maybe they're going to have one or two vacancies there, or with the planners. But if they can help out by hiring a planner tech or someone who's not a state licensed appraiser to do some of the work that the state licensed appraisers currently are being asked to do, those are examples of ways that maybe it could reduce the bottleneck in the departments, and hiring people who have those skills here in Mendocino County who that are readily available.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, just to follow up and say that what we're looking for is kind of the customer service end of doing business, so that we don't tie up planning department as a classic example. You don't tie up a planner answering something over the counter. So there's sometimes they'll have to, but there may be other cases where it's kind of like, usually asked questions. And I think it's if there is some kind of a lower paid staff position that can do some of that simple work that doesn't require an extremely knowledgeable person doing a fairly simple task, so that they can focus on the workload that requires an extremely knowledgeable person. That's what we're after here. So, and in the planning department, we thought of two ways. One was planning tech, and the other one was having a really robust electronic presence as well, in the form of a website, so that, as I said earlier, there's always going to be people that don't want to use a computer. They want to talk to somebody in person, and that's kind of a way of addressing it. So I support Chairman Jurdy on this.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I supported it as well, but I'm not clear what the change is. Is this a new direction, or is this already policy? Is it just reminding department heads to be on the lookout for candidates who would fill these positions? What?
I think it's just, maybe it's just a request to the CEO's office when they're talking to the department heads to be looking for opportunities like these examples that could, even the workflow out so we don't have bottlenecks in departments.
Got it.
And in some cases, they do have open positions that aren't filled for budget constraint reasons. So,
yeah, Chair Jurdy.
Any other comments and feedback on the budget that, from the board? I guess we'll continue on with attachment A.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, Chair Jurdy, that's the form that you just saw up before you. That was the Net County Cost Assignment Worksheet. So at this point, if there's no other, there will be opportunity at the end of the presentation to provide other thoughts and input. At this time, the CEO and the fiscal division believe that the next topic, CalAIM, will have an impact on budget and operations over the next 5 years as the Department of Healthcare Services transitions to the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal. At this point, I'll turn the meeting to Dr. Janine Miller.
Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller. So today I'm here to talk to you guys about CalAIMS and a little bit about what's happening. The state of California has waivers with the federal government, so we'll kind of call them agreements with the federal governments to provide Medi-Cal services throughout the state of California. Those waivers usually have a 2 to 5 year lifespan, and when they come up for renewal every year, the state of California has to do a new waiver or agreement with the federal government to continue to provide Medi-Cal services throughout the state of California. Our renewals are coming up. They were actually due last year, but due to COVID, they were extended. And so what California is looking at, the Department of Healthcare specific, is how to make changes to the Medi-Cal system in the state of California. And as we know, Medi-Cal has significantly expanded and changed over the last 10 years. Part of this is due to the Affordable Care Act, and also due to a lot of federal regulations, as well as state level statutory policy changes and a lot of other changes that are happening within how we're looking at Medi-Cal, the number of people who qualify, how people qualify, and looking at all of that, and has really expanded Medi-Cal for a variety of different areas, and specifically in our behavioral health system, the number of people who qualify to get Medi-Cal now and qualify for mental health services didn't exist many years ago. So part of the waiver and agreement system is that we have 1115 waiver that allows for a lot of initiatives and innovative pilots to happen. And then we have a 1915B waiver, which you'll see a lot of the basic Medi-Cal, your specialty mental health services that exist within those systems and how they contract for those services with the counties and with the managed care plans. So they're put forward this initiative of CalAIMS. It's a multi-year initiative by the Department of Health Care Services to improve the quality of life and health outcomes of our population. And really, they're trying to take a population health and person-centered approach to providing services. And so we can go to the next slide. So there's 3 primary goals that they're hoping to achieve through CalAIMS to identify and manage members' risk and needs through whole person care approaches and addressing social determinants of health. So as we've had in Mendocino County, we really had a whole person care pilot program. They really looked at those. There were several other counties that had them. Not all counties have a whole person care pilot program, but they saw improvements in the system of care and that the way members were accessing services and the way that programs are working together to make sure clients were accessing all their needs. They want to move Medi-Cal to a more consistent and seamless system by reducing complexities and increasing flexibility. And they want to improve quality outcomes by reducing health disparities and drive delivery systems through transformation and innovation through value-based initiatives, modernizing of the systems, and payment reform. Next slide. So there's multiple overarching goals that CalAIMS is looking at. I'm going to go a little bit more into some of these goals on the next 2 slides. So I'm going to hit 3 that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on in the next 2 slides. And that is, they're really looking at implementing incentive payments to drive plans and providers to invest in necessary infrastructure. They're also looking at requiring screening and enrollment for Medi-Cal prior to release from county jails. And then really looking at a development of long-term plan for improving health outcomes and delivery healthcare for foster care children and youth. There is part of the 1115 waiver that we will see. There is a focus on jail and jail releases and making sure people are getting access to Medi-Cal and so getting connected to providers as they leave the jail to help reduce recidivism rates across the jail. So these are some pilot projects that will be in our 1115 if CalAIMS passes and goes forward. Next slide. So looking at some of the proposed changes as this CalAIMS is currently out for public comment. One thing we've seen with CalAIMS is every time we think we know what they're focusing on, a little bit changes. So this is not 100% set in stone yet. We're still waiting to get more direction and what will come out of public comment and how we will see the initiative change. But where we kind of are at today, they're looking at population health management, really focusing that on prevention and wellness services, identifying and assessing members' risk and needs, managing the members' safety and outcomes during transitions across system of care, so making sure we have better care coordination, and identifying and mitigating social determinants of health and reducing health disparities and inequalities. So that's what they're really hoping to accomplish with population health management. They're going to really require that the managed care plans really have this as part of their population health and actually have to submit plans to show how they're going to do that. They want to move Medi-Cal to a more consistent and seamless system of care by reducing complexities and increasing flexibilities. What DHCS is really hoping to see here is that we standardize managed care enrollment statewide. We standardize the managed care benefits statewide. As you'll know, there's not consistency. You can go to county and county and you'll see a difference in what the county offers, how you enroll, and what the benefits are. They want to transition to statewide managed long care services and support. Implement regional rates so that rates would be consistent across the region. They would enhance oversight and monitoring of the California Children's Services Program and the California Health and Disabilities Prevention Programs. And those are programs that are currently served through our Department of Public Health and by the Managed Health Plan, which is Partnership Health Plan. Improving beneficiary contracts and demographic information. So those are some things they really want to focus on by creating more consistently and across the whole state of California and not having it county to county, having different ways to provide services and what they provide. They want to require that all managed care plans become certified. So you have to become be accredited. They're looking at the National Committee for Quality Assurance. They want all managed care plans to be accredited by 2026. They're hopeful that this will actually allow them to be able to make sure that plans, if they're accredited, that they'll be meeting state and federal Medicaid requirements. So making sure that everyone's meeting the same, they think this will actually help managed care plans stay in compliance and meet the requirements of state and federal guidelines. I noted regional rates. They really are focusing on a region and having regional rates, so there's consistency in rates across the region. There's a lot of questions still on what those regions will look like and what those rates will look like. They want to create an enhanced care management for clients, and that really is providing that whole person care approach to address the clinical and non-clinical circumstances of high needs individuals. So a real focus on care management for individuals that really need it. They're really looking at children and youth with complex physical, behavioral, developmental, and oral health needs, individuals that are experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, or are at risk of being homeless, high utilizers within your communities, individuals at risk for institutionalization, so both long-term and psychiatric, nursing facility residents who want to transition back to the community, making sure they have a care manager to help them transition back, And then, of course, really making sure that those additional services are available for those that have a serious mental illness, a serious emotional disturbance, or a substance use disorder, and have any co-occurring health conditions also. Next slide.
Well, Dr. Miller, before you go to the next slide,
yeah,
go back to that. So I'm curious, the language there, enhanced care management, provide a whole person approach to care that addresses clinical and non-clinical circumstances of high need individuals. I realize you're talking about the Medi-Cal program, which to me, I'm thinking, okay, that's medical care. But that particular bullet point is pretty broad. And the reason why I'm curious about this is because in some cases, I think some of the underlying issues with some people may go beyond strictly medical issues. I mean, just like financial incompetency, maybe an underlying issue with some people that even if they had and some of them do have assistance of different kinds, they still can't stay housed or, still can't really take care of themselves. So I'm just curious, do they contemplate anything in the realm of financial competency assistance for these people besides strictly medical issues?
So yes, actually, one of the next ones I'm going to talk about on the next slide is actually called In Lieu of Services and Incentive Payments. And that actually talks about things like housing deposits and incentives. So the expansion of enhanced care management, really you see the most care management in your county services for the especially mentally ill. And you don't see this enhanced care management for your general medical or for your mild to moderate individuals that have Medi-Cal. So this is going to actually expand sort of similarities across what happens in your specialty mental health services to what happens to all individuals that are considered high risk or high needs individuals to get that same level of care. But in the next one, when we talk about in lieu of services, you'll see there's incentives to help people.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so in lieu of services and incentive payments, this is, they're proposing to implement in lieu of services, which are flexible wraparound services. They're looking to really kind of fill in the gaps in state plan benefits to address medical or social determinants in health. Some of the in lieu of services you'll see is housing transition navigation services, housing deposits. You'll see short-term post-hospitalization housing, medical respite services, rehabilitation programs, meals, medically tailored meals that meet people, sobering center, asthma remediation. So you'll see that this is a whole different way of doing stuff and really helping people connect and providing those incentives that they may need to be able to access housing or different services that they need that they couldn't get because of a financial obligation they can't meet. So this really is looking to expand. There's a lot of questions we have regarding in lieu of services and enhanced managed care and how those will play out and what they look like. And there's still a lot of questions the counties and the health plans are asking related to these two specific services. But this is great to see some changes where we haven't been able to see Medi-Cal services pay for things in the past. This could really expand what services we can definitely pay for regarding Medi-Cal clients. I just have to, always want to remind everyone, this is really focused on Medi-Cal and Medi-Cal clients. We still have that barrier with our private insurance and some of our indigent clients. So just to note that. They're also looking at behavioral health payment reform, really transitioning counties from a cost-based reimbursement methodology to a structured, more consistent with incentivizing outcomes and quality over volume and cost, and then revisions to the behavioral health medical necessity criteria. So the two behavioral health pieces, what they're really hoping to be able to do is really clarify criteria for access to special mental health services. They want to align the medical necessity with federal requirements, clarify the documentation requirements because it's very different from special mental health to mild to moderate, allow for treatment during assessment period prior to diagnosis. This is a huge win for clients. Prior to that, they have to have an assessment and a client plan before you could bill for services. This will actually allow clients to access services quicker. Really make sure there's no wrong door approach in your counties, facilitate treatment of co-occurring disorders, standardizing statewide screening and transition tools so you'll have consistency across counties, making sure that there's referrals and linkage from the criminal justice system to behavioral health services within 30 days prior to release, and then really streamlining some of the admin functions between substance use disorders treatment and specialty mental health. There is some other things that we're hearing in Cal Ames that I just want to note that are kind of neat and exciting, is that they are trying to look outside the box to bring some more cultural services in and allow you to bill for things that we could not bill for. So figuring out ways to be able to provide more culturally competent services that are outside of Medi-Cal's real black and white box that they currently have for services. And that's all I have for you today. We are going to bring back a presentation with more in-depth information, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chair Jurdy, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I would just like to make a quick comment to Dr. Miller's presentation. I agree with her where this seems and appears and will be very neat and exciting. It is going to be a lift depending on the role that the county ends up playing in this over the next 5 years. And you can see the collaboration that is going to need to occur between the healthcare providers and the healthcare system, the FQHCs, the hospital, as well as our nonprofit type agencies that are providing services in the community today. I believe you have a few hand raised, Chair Jurdy.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, Dr. Miller, could you talk a little bit about how substance abuse treatment would integrate with this plan? Is it a service that we would provide funded separately, and how does it fit this model?
So currently, substance use is a very interesting, the way it's handled by the state is very interesting. It's part of it is a state plan model, which is very different than when they put through the 1115B, the 1115 waiver, created the organized delivery system for substance use, which really allowed us to do a pilot project across the state of California, is that county could opt in and decide whether or not they wanted to enhance their substance use disorder treatment programs. And by doing that, you would then be required to meet all these additional needs. And there are some counties who took that in and said, yes, we're going to do this. And they've done it on their own. And there's some counties who went into the regional model with partnership, which we're part of right now, and to be able to use a regional approach to roll out those services. So this does impact substance use. What you're going to see is that the substance use is going to roll out of the 1115 agreement and roll into the 1915B agreement. There will still be a state plan model. The state plan model is very unique in that you can only offer very limited services that Medi-Cal will pay for. The organized delivery system model really expanded being able to pay for detox, residential, aftercare, care management, things we've never been able to pay for. So it has expanded what Medi-Cal can pay for, also expanded sort of a cost to the county, obviously, because there's pieces that as we expand, we also, there's pieces that Medi-Cal does not pay for. So the county has to pick up that through realignment dollars or our SABG grant funds. So we saw this increase in services being allowed as we rolled into the organized delivery system. There is some plan that by 2027, Cal Ames is projected to start in January 1st, 2022. To roll all the way into 2027. They really want to move to a one standardized plan. So really merging behavioral health plans, their contracts, agreements for one universal administrative oversight, where SUDT and mental health are all within the, especially mental health, are all within the same contract, same oversight. So you'll see between now and 2027, what the state proposes is to really get down to one contract for specialty mental health and substance use within your county, so that all your auditing, all your oversight, all your control is through that one system of care. But you'll see some changes. There's really a push for Cal Ames and the Department of Healthcare Services to get more counties into an organized delivery system model, and how they do that and how we're able to, as rural counties meet some of the requirements is definitely a question that that a lot of counties are asking, especially those that didn't go into the regional model. But there's a lot of movement to make that work. one of the big things that happened that they still plan to keep in the organized delivery system model and stored as substance use is that IMD waiver, the Institute for Mental Disease waiver, which has the reason we've been able to pay for residential and detox regardless of beds is that part of the pilot project with the feds is that we waive the IMD exclusion. So we are hopeful that we'll continue to see that if that IMD waiver was to not get approved by the feds, we would then go backwards and see that those facilities as lockouts again, as we see in our mental health system.
Supervisor Hashak, I think you raised your hand.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So with the facilities that we might need for this, do you see that like Whitmore Lane or other facilities might be needed to carry out some of these programs?
If we want to, I think it depends on what we would decide if we were to really go into this and to go into where the county is really focused on that one 2027, where the county is holding that contract for both substance use and behavioral health. We definitely need to make sure that whether they're county or contracted providers, as you know, what partnership does is contract for most of their services. They don't provide them themselves, is making sure that we have enough service providers to meet all the requirements under Cal Ames, which we do have most of them within Mendocino County, and they're growing. So that's a good news. I still see Whitmore Lane. We need a psychiatric health facility. There's a lot of push to get more crisis facilities within counties. That's another push that you'll see, not so much in Cal Ames, but there is a push to create mobile crisis units. Make sure you have a full continuum of care services within your county. You're going to see part of the governor's budget focuses on that, and part of the American Rescue Plan also. So you're seeing a move to make sure you have a mental health and substance use continuum of care. So I do see Whitmore Lane as something that will definitely could be used. We've talked about it as a PUF, and we've talked about it as what else could go into that facility. It really can be part of that substance use, mental health, or a continuum of care approach.
Okay, do we have other questions? I have a question, Dr. Miller. So on substance abuse rehabilitation, it's my understanding that in the United States, it's not legally allowed to compel someone to get substance abuse treatment. And if that's the case, then it's voluntary. And if it's voluntary, what are strategies that is allowed and effective to convince someone to get substance abuse counseling and assistance if they need it?
So you are right. As we have seen changes in laws, we have seen less options to require people to get treatment for substance use. Today, there are very few options. Substance use is very much a voluntary service. There are some programs like drug courts and family dependency drug court, which are, if you're connected to the child welfare system, they can require that you do substance use treatment. Part of the drug court programs is required that you do substance abuse treatment. But that really, minus that, those are the only kind of forced into treatment requirements, unless probation sort of puts it in and it gets the courts to put it into part of your requirement for probation. The best thing we can do is really try to work with people and convince them that they need services and help. We do a lot of outreach, trying to connect them with a counselor who they might connect with. A lot of times the most effective is making sure if they can build a rapport and connect with someone who can really get them to see they have a problem before they get involved in the criminal justice system. But it really is a voluntary system. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't want to stop using. And so it can be hard.
Exactly. So recognizing that, I guess I'm just curious, if we were to find the most effective program in California, what does that program look like? I mean, does it ultimately depend on someone going into the criminal justice system, or I guess maybe into some sort of family court? Because then this diversion program could be the option to go into jail.
The diversion programs work. It doesn't mean just because someone's put through a diversion program, sometimes they do the diversion program and get out and still use, right? So we hope they find recovery, and we hope that they stop using and don't get out of the program and continue, they can be very effective. Some of the best programs are when you can get someone to really connect to a counselor and they really decide they want to be able to stop on their own. Residential and detox, if you can convince someone to get in there and they really do that full step down, is very beneficial. But if the person is not willing to get services, unfortunately, it really are those drug programs that actually can assist people to find that without ending up in custody.
Okay, so just finally, on that point, what do we have in Mendocino County in terms of drug court? Do we have enough? Do we need? Do the courts need to do more on that front? What do we have compared to other counties?
So in Mendocino County, we have 2 drug courts. We have adult drug court, and they work directly with the court. There's actually adult drug court program that works with probation and substance use disorders treatment. And then we have family dependency drug court, which is part of our child welfare system that also works with the courts, probation, and substance use disorders treatment, the county program. Both of those programs here and exist. They do really good work. They're great programs. We also have regular outpatient programs, so someone can come in and get services if they get referred from a family member or if they decide they want to walk in and get services on their own. We also, the county offers a dual diagnosis program, so we do really work with individuals that have a severe mental illness and have also a substance use. And those programs are very tailored for individuals that have an SMI because they're not generally able to sit through a normal group. We really make sure they're structured to meet the needs of those that have a serious mental illness. We do have detox options. We have a social detox and we have a residential treatment that we have a contracted provider who provides those services. And we do have some programs that focus specifically on the transitional age youth. We also have prevention education programs in some of our local schools that we're doing and try to get people connected. We also have youth treatment programs.
Supervisor Judy, I just want to remind you that this item will be before you more times as we will see this start impacting our county in January of 2022. So if there's no further questions, we'll move forward.
All right, thanks, Darcy.
Thank you, Janine. Moving on to operational changes and creating efficiencies, we continue to look at this. I would like to say we're a little further down the line in budget process improvements, but we have all been a bit delayed this year due to the COVID focus. So the fiscal team is back on moving those initiatives forward, as well as department payroll function. The property tax system, I would look to Auditor Controller Lloyd Ware or Treasurer Tax Collector Sherry Shopmer to give an update if they're on.
Hi, this is Sherry. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sherry.
Yes.
Oh, hi. And I know Katrina's on as well. So. But as far as we did successfully make it through the busy April property tax collection period, so that was really good. We did run into some glitches, but Momentum diligently worked through those. The conversion has been pretty overwhelming, particularly because the data that we have is coming from a system that was a 25-year-old mainframe property system. So we still have a lot to deal with, and we're kind of doing it step by step. The problem with this too is it takes a year to get through our whole cycle. And so there's things that we have not actually hit on. We've only barely just begun to scratch the surface of all the things that need to be done. And so we're just kind of doing things one at a time. I know Katrina and Lloyd both, every office is being hit. There's a lot of demands. One of the things that we're really trying to do right now is, first thing was we were trying to get through the property tax system, but right now we have a public portal, and I know the board's very interested in what the public can do, what they can access themselves. And so this is important to the board, I know, and it's also important to us as well. We were able to put the secured property taxes on the public portal because that data was not too complicated as far as to get it out there. We have not had a chance to put anything else out there yet, but we will. So we will put, not only will we put if there's supplemental taxes, if there's unsecured taxes, prior year taxes, all that will be on there. There will also be a way to access the history on everything that you'll be able to put a parcel number in and see that this is what was paid last year, the year before that. And so that's one of the things that we're really working to get to right now. But other than that, we're just trying to get through day to day. It is very overwhelming for all three of our offices as well as IT, but everybody is hanging in there and doing the best they can. So I'll toss it to either Katrina or Lloyd.
Hi, this is Katrina Bartlemay, Assessor, County Clerk Recorder. Our department too, our Assessor's Department is, finding all sorts of items that are supposed to work within Aumentum and don't. And, we understand that, a conversion is never, what you put at the top of your list. And, we're trying to work through those. It actually seems like we take one step forward and 2 or 3 steps backwards. We're working right now on trying to get a few supplementals or a few what they call downward corrections, which are refunds. And of course, it is a long drawn out process. We're just now getting to the point where we think it might work, and we are hoping that once we pass it on to the auditor's office to, do the next step, us entering it is just a small part of it, that will work too. We've been told that so many things would work and they don't work. And I agree with Sherry that our converted data was a 25-year-old, not the best, but Aumentum knew that going into this. And I think that they should have prepared, a lot better for this. When you put when you put them to task, they're really good at doing that. And, we hope for a bright future with this, but, as of June 30th, we're supposed to close the roll for our new tax roll. I've had to ask for an extension, which I swore I would never do. But because of this, we just don't know where we're going to be by the end of June, and hope that we'll be a little bit further by the end of July. So my staff has been amazing. They have been right there to task. They're doing everything they possibly can. I've been doing nothing but assessor work for the past several months. Thankfully, I have a good assistant clerk recorder registrar, so he can pick up that for me. But it's a long haul, and we can't wait until it all works. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, just Lloyd Weir real quick. Just going to tag on to everything that's been said. The two electeds really described it well. We've got to remember that this is going to be basically a Cadillac system once it gets working. And there's a lot of moving parts right now. They're new to California. Aumentum is new to California property tax. We all know that California property tax is one of the most complex in the nation. So we're trying to be patient. But as the other two have said, our year is only 1 year long. We need solutions and we need fixes. So we are putting the pressure on them to stay with us and work with us. And so far, so good. And I'm looking forward to the day where we will really appreciate the tools of the system, and the county will benefit, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Moving forward, the grant tracking and process system, that was recently a direction of this board to move forward. The fiscal team is moving forward with reviewing current processes to help guide the process that we'll be moving forward with in 21-22. I would like to point out those 4 initiatives are going to be presented later in the PG&E with an ask for some funding in those initiatives. At this time, I'd give a brief update on Office 365 Deputy CEO Janelle Rao.
Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. As this board is aware, we did receive funding for the initiation of the Office 365 conversion. IT staff has been working on moving this forward. They're currently in the drafting process of a request for proposal. We're hoping and have a timeline for rolling this out and being complete within the next 6 months. So we're making extensive progress. This is a large project. It's taking us out of our current environment, and it's not just about email, it's about file sharing and calendaring. So there's a lot of details that are included in this. I do want to mention that what will be forthcoming is a proposed policy for the board regarding retention values for emails and certain activities such as chat and logs. We hope to have that before the board within the next month or so for discussion, because as you migrate over into a new environment, we're not looking to convert over the entire history of the county's email system, but we will be looking for some sort of a process to approach that. So that should be forthcoming. And just to give you, they're moving forward with this. It's actively being pursued, and it is a priority within IT. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rao. At this point, we are at this point in the workshop. We are at board discussion and direction. I would like to look to CEO Angelo if she has any final words.
No, I want to thank the team for the presentation and all the work in putting this together. And I would just request that the board, we have a little bit more time here, I hope, just to talk further, just give us a little more direction on your priorities. We will follow the priorities that we followed for the last 10 years. And then, of course, you've talked about code enforcement, and I understand about the staffing issue, and basically you would like a little more creativity in the departments if they are short-staffed on certain positions that they can't recruit, that we look at a workaround with different positions. So we have that. And then Chair Jurdy, we're open to any other recommendations, suggestions that this board has. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to the board members, any other questions or comments or suggestions? Supervisor McGordy.
So having been a department chair in the county, all I can tell you is that when the deputy CEOs come around for your budget conference, they're pretty tough. So I know they're going to hold the department heads to be as careful as they can and putting together a budget that often is really, really tight. And I know that trying to stick to net county costs is quite difficult based on what you got to work with sometimes. So I know that our CEO's office is trying really hard to make sure that our money goes as far as it can go, and that we don't have too much overrun of costs. And the other thing, of course, we're going to have to deal with is the sheriff's budget eventually, and a discussion about overtime and filling enough positions so that they don't have so much overrun would be something that we'll want to discuss with him. I'm also very supportive of the need for the sheriff to have additional assets, given some of the situations we have going on in parts of the county with illegal cannabis production, and we're going to want to address that when the opportunity comes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm in favor of the board's previous direction as far as reserves go. I think that's incredibly important. We were lucky enough to get past this last year without a major economic failure, but we should always be prepared. I personally am excited about the opportunities that the new CalAIMS program can offer. It's really going to give us some flexibility to deal with the folks, especially that are on our streets that have multiple conditions and don't always fit into, they don't always check all the boxes. So I'm looking forward to some opportunities and flexibility with that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, when we talk about this next, I would like to look at the sheriff's budget, and I'm not convinced that overtime is more expensive than increased staffing. Maybe it is, but I think we should look at the analysis, let the data speak for itself. When the budgeting process happens, as Supervisor McGorty highlighted, and the executive office makes rounds with department heads, could we also ask department heads for possibilities for building efficiency? The people closest to the inefficient work may have a sense of where we could use one-time funds for an ongoing gain. And I have some guesses. I think technology is part of it, but I'm sure the people who are hands-on may have a wish list that could give us a return on investment.
So we capture that as the, board directive is that looking for suggestions from the CEO's office, from the departments on one-time expenses that will reduce ongoing expenses.
And Chair Jurdy, when you're done, we'll go over the list that we have.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
thanks. Supervisor Hashak, you want to?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. No, I just think that this is it's an exciting time, actually, that we survived the COVID recession and that we're looking pretty good financially. We certainly have some costs going forward with the code enforcement, but with the PG&E funding on top of what we're with our normal budget, I think that we can really provide some needed services as far as first responders and EMS, the fire districts, and everything that we've been wanting for a long time, but haven't had any money to deal with. So I think that this is it's a very exciting time, and also the CalAIMS and some of those social service programs that we've been looking at. And so I am appreciative of all this.
I have a question for CEO Angelo. We've seen a figure of $16.8 million from Mendocino County from the federal, I think it was the CARES Act. And it's, we've been talking about the $22 million from PG&E, but we haven't really discussed that. At what point will we be discussing that? And part of the reason why I'm bringing it up is I'm sure we have $50 million in needs for that money or more. But for example, I mentioned it last board member reports, Supervisor Mulhern and I are on Mendo Recycle, which is a joint powers authority of the county and the cities. So it is us. And with shelter in place, people were cleaning out their garages and bringing in more hazardous material than normal household waste, hazardous waste. And their costs, i.e. our costs, went up during the time, and as a result depleted their reserves. And so they've just submitted a letter to the county and to the cities asking for a proportionate contribution to rebuild those reserves, seeing it as a one-time expense. So that's an example of, in my mind, a one-time expense that really probably was directly related to the COVID shelter-in-place orders.
Chair Jurdy, CEO Angelo, thank you for the question. That's the American Rescue Fund under the American Rescue Act, and those dollars are coming in two different allocations. I believe we get half in July or after July and half the following year in July or after July. So our goal was honestly to be very methodical in what we bring to the board. These are your decisions, but we're trying to be as clear as we can, particularly for the public, because there are multiple pots of money. So the goal was that we would get through the budget process, the budget development, and certainly the PG&E money, and that after July, once the board had adopted the budget, that we would look at the American Rescue funds, which should be approximately $8 million. The expectation was that the board would not be utilizing this money for operations, but yet you would utilize it just as you're talking about with PG&E money. So for those critical areas of need, that a one-time infusion of dollars, or possibly 2 times if it's July and July, but that would cover those costs. So that was our plan. I will also say that that just as this board gets requests from the public, we get requests as well. And of course, any requests that we get, we bring to this board. However, there are requests that have come in that would be more appropriate for the American Rescue Fund than for PG&E or for the general fund. So we have been delineating that with community partners. When we come forward, and maybe you want this sooner rather than later, and please let me know that. When we come forward, like we did the last PG&E workshop, we listed all of the asks, and then of course there's the rating sheet that we'll go over. So we will add today's asks. I think they may already be on there, but for May 11th, we will add those asks. And our hope is that when we come with a final list of requests to this board, that we will also say what funding stream this project could be funded out of. So just as you're saying, there's also some others that have come forward that could be funded out of the American Rescue Act rather than PG&E. So we will bring you the list of the requests that you have received and that you have reviewed, along with if the funding that's appropriate is just PG&E, if it's just general fund, or if it's PG&E, general fund, and the American Rescue Act. And I will ask Deputy CEO Antle if she has anything to add to that.
Thank you. Just one additional comment is we are still waiting from the U.S. Department of Treasury to make clear guidelines on the use of the American Rescue funds. I'm following an email chain today with my counterparts in other counties, and similar counties are waiting to find out how and where we can use those funds appropriately.
Okay, right. Thanks for answering and giving that additional information.
Chair Jurdy, as we get information, we will bring that forward on the American Rescue Act. That's a key point that Darcy brought up. I'm hearing that from CSAC as well. We don't have all the guidelines. But as we come forward, again, if we get those guidelines, we'll go ahead and plug that into the chart as well, so you know what could be funded out of American Rescue Act. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Okay, does that conclude? Have we had public comment in this item yet?
We do have one caller on the line, and that is Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, board. I wanted to comment on a couple of the issues that came up in this budget workshop. I would really like to see you go cautious on the cannabis income. With the reduction of the people that are going to be in the program, possibly with the review and the 3-day letter or the 30-day letters that are going out. I hope you work closely with the cannabis manager to make sure that budget number comes in, because I'd hate to see a situation where, again, that cannabis is underperforming, so we could be more realistic on that number. The other one, which is really important, and I've been talking to members of the community and trying to find out really what is the outrage and what is really causing the most irritations. And a lot of it is uncovered hoop houses. And it would be really easy if I think if we work through those complaints first, that would really settle a lot of the problems. If there were maybe a portal where someone could, just put in that address, because I understand code enforcement works 9 to 5 and the sheriff deputies don't want to get involved. So if there was an easier way for people to report these night sky violations. I think that would go a long way before we go spending money on satellite enforcement. And then that way, when we do eventually have a less complaint-driven format, most of that will be cleaned up. And it would be nice to hear either code enforcement or the sheriff, if they have a plan on how to, just really do that simple step of just taking that stack of light pollution and working through that. The third issue is it was nice to hear staff come forward about the generator issue. I know we're talking about completely doing away with generators for cultivation, but I think that it's clear from what staff presented about how the county needs are. Cannabis itself also is a 24-hour operation. If you've got to keep moms going, if you have a nursery operation. So I hope that staff would be helpful in guiding the board when it comes down to that generator standards for cannabis. Because as we heard today, that backup generators aren't always efficient. That solar and batteries definitely aren't really the ideal solution for a 24-hour operation. So I hope you can address those three issues, and particularly that light pollution. I think that that's a real easy one that the county could target on. Thank you very much.
Does that conclude public comment?
Yes, that concludes public comment.
So before we leave this item, and I think CEO Angela, you wanted to recap items. And one item that also came up earlier, and it's been discussed in previous board discussions, I want to make sure it's in the table, on the table, is I think the board is pretty clear that we do want the budget to show the amount of revenue coming in from cannabis and the amount going towards the 4 items that were in the advisory measure that the voters approved that went with the approved tax. So that was money for enforcement, money for roads, money for mental health services, and money for fire emergency services. So even though all those items are in the budget, I think the board wants to make sure that it's really clear in the budget how much is coming in from revenue. From those revenues are going to supplement those services. So Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, it may be that we're following the advisory and some of those are being funded. I don't think fire has received a cent from the cannabis tax.
So Chair Jurdy, I could go over the list that we have, and then also I have made a note of that. You want our budget going forward to show the cannabis revenue, and you also want to see that we are working with the advisory measure, which means how much of the cannabis revenue is going to enforcement, roads, mental health, and fire. We can work with the auditor's office and go ahead and collect that for you and report that back. So if it's okay now, let me go through the list of what we have and then ask the team if I've missed anything and they can add to it. But the suggestions or recommendations or direction, I should really say, from this board as far as your priorities going forward, 1 is code enforcement. 2 is working with the departments to ask them to review their operations for efficiencies, and that may be with their classification of positions or their positions, whether they're filled or vacant, to take a look at that. You would also like us to keep Sheriff's Office funding as a high priority. I appreciate Supervisor Mulheron recognizing the importance of reserves along with the rest of the board, and we have reserves listed. There is a policy that this board adopted, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago, that is a reserve policy, which is 6.85% of general fund or dollars that are discretionary that come into this county automatically go into reserves. So that's why you see reserves listed and that particular dollar amount, the 6.85%, which is an unusual amount, but that's actually recommended. And so we do have that in reserves. And then again, the department efficiencies to look for efficiencies that could be created with one-time money that could add to the department's productivity and also reduce costs in the long run. And then, of course, the budget issue regarding cannabis and the advisory. And I will ask Darcy and Tim and Sarah if I've missed anything to please add to it. And then, of course, the board members. Tim?
The one thing that I do see here on my list that you didn't have was asking to do the budget to actual on a monthly basis.
Oh, okay, good. Darcy?
Good for me, thanks.
Sarah?
It's good for me too.
Okay, and I don't know if Lloyd is on, and if he is, if he has anything else to add, that would be fine, Lloyd, and if not, I think that ends our presentation, and we would just need board action.
Yeah, nothing to add for Lloyd.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
When do we want to begin following the advisory measure? Is that retroactive? Is it beginning this coming budget cycle?
Well, I hope that we have been following it. I'm not sure that we have. So
my understanding is we have not.
Just to be clear, the ballot measure, the advisory said a majority of the funds would be spent on the following 4 things. So that's why that's the only caveat that I'm saying I don't know, because it's possible, I think it's unlikely, but it's possible that we've spent enough on enforcement and roads that we equal to majority of the tax, but I think it's unlikely.
So again, Chair Jurdy, we will work with the auditor and attempt to gather that information for you. I don't want to make an assumption at this point, though I do think we have spent money on enforcement and roads. So maybe not mental health. So because there have been other funding streams used, and we'll double check on fire as well. So we'll go ahead and check on that. I will say that one correction that I need to make is May 11th. The presentation is a PSPS presentation, not the PG&E funding. The 24th is 2 joint meetings, one with Measure B and Behavioral Health, the other one with the Library Advisory Board, and the 25th has multiple items on it. I am going to attempt to move around the May 11th calendar so that we can bring PG&E funding back to you next week. Because I think we have a few requests that have come in that we're not bringing to you today because we didn't have them at the time. And so I'll do what I can to get some time on the May 11th date for PG&E funding. And Darcy, I don't know if you have anything to add, if I've missed anything on that.
No, thank you, CEO Angelo. No, we have a few items that came in late yesterday, and maybe even one as late as this morning for the PG&E. So it will be a little bit of a lift to get this ready for next Tuesday, but we'll absolutely do the best we can.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy?
There's one other area in the budget that I have wondered about for some time because I was involved years ago, and that's TOT and Measure G, which increased the budget with the promise that it would be invested in promotion of Mendocino agriculture and tourism. And everything's morphed over the years, but I'd be really curious how those monies are distributed and if they're following the original intent. And we do have today a presentation on TOT, so the BID, so it kind of fits in, and I'm curious what's how much of that money actually TOT collected goes into promoting Mendocino County. We can see that our tourism industry has been hit a little bit, of course, because of COVID, and it's gone down. But it is something that, again, the infrastructure is in place, but it's not always highly utilized. So there's a good case for promoting Mendocino County as a visitor destination. And I just, it's always in the back of my mind, and I kind of wonder where we are with that, and would like a discussion if we're going to be talking about budgets in the future.
We could add that to the list. Darcy, did you have anything else on that one?
No, it's certainly something we can work with Auditor Controller Lloyd Ware on. Yes.
Just Supervisor McGorty, I think that one we are going to see that we are fulfilling the initiative. We're providing 50 cents on the dollar for every dollar they raise from the business improvement district. We are matching 50 cents, which was the commitment. And just to be clear, we're matching that 50 cents for every dollar they raise, not only from lodgings with outside of the cities, we're matching it for every dollar they raise from lodgings inside of the cities. So it's actually pretty substantial by the county. And I believe we're going to hear from Lloyd that the county is fulfilling that.
Okay, well, hopefully maybe today's discussion will kind of clear it up in my head, but it's something that I talked about when I was running and wanted to be sure that we were taking care of promoting Mendocino County in an adequate way.
So do we have a motion to accept the report and provide direction?
I move we, sorry, go ahead, Supervisor McGorty.
I was going to say, I so move. We should accept the presentation and the move forward with the suggestions for the requests that we made. I'm not doing this very well. Somebody help.
So I think I heard a motion to accept the presentation and direct staff as noted.
Yes, thank you.
Second.
All right, great. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, I do want to circle back to our closed session and just note that we had our closed session during lunch, working lunch, and on item 9A and 9B, direction was given to staff, reporting out on that. So we have several more items today. We are a little bit behind schedule at this point, and but it's about 2:40. Do we want to try to take on one short item and then go take a break and then go on? Because we've got what's expected to be a 2-hour item. So I think we would take a break before then, which is on the PG&E funds. So looking to the board, how do you want to handle that?
I'd be up for short item, and then a break.
Okay.
Is there a short item? So
is there one today? I think there is. Yeah. Well, looking at staff here, but we've got three items that are listed as potentially 15-minute items. We've got the discussion of possible action, including acceptance on the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. We've also got what's thought to be a 15-minute item on the $3.9 million CCP budget. And then we've also got potentially a 15-minute item on the lodging district. So does staff think any one of those items is ready to go and would be pretty short?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do have Eisen on the line. Okay, so that would be at least one of the items. That'd be 5F, which is juvenile justice. So let's go to 5F, and sponsor for this is the probation department. So Chief Locatelli, can you unmute yourself? Yeah.
Hi, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm trying to get Cambria ready to bring up a slideshow presentation for you. I'll try to kick it off without having that available. So good afternoon, I'm Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. You wanted to address the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council recommendation. Before you should have the agenda item plus the Mendocino County Juvenile Justice Consolidated Plan, as well as we're trying to pull up the slideshow that was prepared. Under the Welfare and Institution Code 749.22, the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council is required to meet as well as bring recommendations forward on what to do with the recommendation. You can see, well, you can't see because it's not up yet, who's on the coordinating council. It's chaired by the chief probation officer, the sheriff, district attorney, public defender, Ukiah Police Department chief, county office of education, social services, mental health, superior court. We bring in Mendocino County Youth Project. There is a board of supervisors. I believe Chair Jurdy himself represents the board on this meeting. We bring in CASA and the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. All of these people come together to come up with what the plan will be. This year, because of COVID, a lot of what was put together in the plan didn't take off the way we had hoped. I'll remind the board that this plan was put together at the end of 2019 with implementation having come together in 2020. Things that didn't actually happen were like impact and great. They're in the plan. They're put together as preventative measures for the schools. With school back in session, we're hoping to be able to actually roll those out. So moving on, we met on March 26th of this year. The plan was reviewed. It was agreed upon to continue with the plan as it exists, with an addition for the family education program for in-custody youth, bringing the parents of the youth into the facility to do a whole family of care type education. A lot of times when the youth leave the facility, they go back to the family, and it's not just the youth that has problems. The family as well needs some counseling and education. So that's what that program is designed to do. It was unanimously approved by the JJCC to make the support the plan as is, bring it before the Board of Supervisors, and also part of that plan requires the Board of Supervisors to see the request for the JJCPA budget. That's all documented in this slideshow for you to see. And that is the extent of what would have been on the slideshow had we been able to pull that up timely. But again, you have the entire 30-page plan, as well as the agenda item with a summary that is just as detailed as what I tried to go over for the public who may not be able to access those documents. Is there any questions that I could answer at this point?
Okay, not seeing any right now. I do see Sheriff Matt Kendall's on the Zoom meeting. Do you have anything to add, Sheriff Kendall?
No, I don't have anything to add on it, but I do believe that the direction that the JJCC is moving in is a good one. There are a lot of people who have a lot of struggles, and education, empowerment through education is what's going to serve us best. And I believe that it's a good track to be on right now. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, I agree with Sheriff Kendall on that. I participated in the JJCP all last year, and there was a lot of really good work involved in it. And I'm excited that they're doing the family education plan, that they've gone ahead and promoting it and budgeted for it. So I think it's really good work. I think it's a good plan, and we should be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. All right. I guess we'll look to Clerk of the Board. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. Well, would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I move to accept the plan and also to authorize the chief probation officer to implement the JJCPA budget.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. And do we have another item related to this, or is it unrelated to the CCP budget?
It's unrelated, but it's also presented by me.
Well, there you go. So let's go to 5G.
Okay. So we're attempting to pull that slide up as well.
Okay, we're seeing this.
Okay. This one's going to work the way it was envisioned. All right, so moving on to 5G. Again, I'm Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I chair the Community Corrections Partnership, which deals with adult realignment instead of juvenile realignment. This one, probably more interest in, so I'll give you a quick summary. The Public Safety Realignment Act, also known as AB 109, was signed by Governor Jerry Brown on April 4th of 2011. The policy changes in the act focus on alleviating overcrowding in the state prison system. The historic reform created a hybrid system that shifted incarceration and supervision of those classified as non-violent, non-serious, non-sex offenders to county responsibility. The CCP, as outlined in Penal Code Section 1203.1, is required to recommend a plan to the Board of Supervisors to implement AB 109. In addition to a plan that attempts to address the impacts of the reform, it is also required to make recommendations for the funding allocation that comes from the state for this realigned workload. The CCP Executive Committee consists of myself as chair, Sheriff Matt Kendall, District Attorney David Eister, Public Defender Jeff Aaron, Ukiah Police Department Chief Justin Wyatt, Court Executive Officer Kim Turner, HHSA Behavioral Health Director Dr. Janine Miller. I believe most of them were attempting to be on the call in case there were specific questions of their departmental allocations, but due to timing and length of meetings, I'm not sure who is all available, but I will attempt to address any questions the board may have as we go through this. You have, again, an agenda summary with the recommended actions. This slideshow is a pared down version of some of it, so we'll quickly run through it. So as you can see, these are the funds that are available for this year's budget build. There's the base along with growth that was anticipated. That's the 315,000 there. There's the planning and administration funds that come in. And then there's carryover from fiscal year 2021. That carryover is part of what the board authorized by putting funds back into CCP's budget. Those funds were used to restore some programs that were cut in the current fiscal year due to a lack of funding. So the full amount that the board authorized to go is not what you see on the 554 carryover line. There's money that is going to programs that were restored during the current fiscal year, and that's the amount that's going to be used to carry over to build the current fiscal year's budget. You see the total funds available down at the bottom. There's the 3.9 million. And then there's some asterisks that explain what I just explained verbally. So next slide. Here's the proposed expenditure line items for budget units and departments. I'm not sure if there's any questions on that. I think maybe the one that I had been asked previously was what's the difference between contingency and reserve? So I'll give you a quick breakdown on what that is. The reserve is an actual established method of when the growth funds come in, 15% of those are moved automatically into the reserve 5 of the 7 executive members need to vote to release those for an expenditure. The contingency is just money that was unallocated from this current year's total budget allotment, and it can be at any time during this year used by the CCP for unanticipated expenditures or new programs that are needed. For instance, if something comes up and HHSA has a request, the executive members will hear the request and they could allocate some of that 369 towards the requested expenditure, or that could be used for next year to help carry over. As we know already, there will be no growth funds anticipated for CCP next year. So that could help us build next year's budget. Otherwise, we'll be in a deficit starting next year without having that contingency available. Next slide. This is a breakdown of what I mentioned to you 2 slides ago. Move something so I can see this. You can see with the May revised, what it did. We had built the budget with the far right-hand column. The May revised from the governor came in with less money than anticipated, so we had to do the column that's on the far right, second one in there, with the 2.7 million there. Then the board voted to give money back to the CCP. So that's the restored column at 2.9. So some services were restored, like Ford Street project for SLE beds, sober living environment beds, and detox beds, and some other things like SUDT services in the jail. And then, of course, there's the fiscal year 21-22 recommended budget. Next slide. Some high-level highlights for you. Most of this is a continuation of services, continuation of requests for services, continuation of FTEs that are allocated to each of the requesting departments for impacts of AB 109. There are a few differences, one of them being at the sheriff's office. They have a position there now that is in charge of discharge planning, as well as reentry services. But the position really needed to be elevated to a higher program manager. So CCP agreed to give them funding to elevate that position. That position then will liaison with probation to make sure there's warm handoffs happening, in that we're hopefully impacting the reduction in recidivism by working collaboratively with the sheriff's office and probation. It's not the full cost of the position. Again, we're just taking what they already have and elevating it with the CCP funds, so that is able to deal with this really necessary service. I think Dr. Miller explained to you some of the Medi-Cal changes in the state, and that will help CCP's budget, as not having to pay for some of these residential beds and some of these detox beds. We're going to work to make sure that the inmates, when they're released, are signed up for Medi-Cal, and then the other coverages will kick in instead of CCP funding these directly. Next slide. We've worked for an extensive period of time to get our DRC, our Day Reporting Center, open to parole. We have 50 slots. That's the lowest contract that you could have with day reporting centers operated by GEO. We're historically filled between 25 and 40. We're offering up to 10 of those slots to CDCR, which should bring in, I believe it's $19.73 a day from state parole funds to our local DRC and CCP, which hopefully will allow us to relocate the DRC where it's currently at, in the old Congressman Huffman building, which isn't a good fit for the program. We can't get enough people in that space to do actual group work. We're looking at buildings off-site of the county's campus to house our DRC. And we believe that with this parole contract, we'll actually pay for that complete relocation and a better program outcome because of it. Some other highlights on there are we were able to restore our reserve fund, which had to be depleted with some money that was moved around. There's an explanation of the 15%, which is in the bylaws for the growth funds on this slide. And next slide. This is a historical perspective for you. The bases plus the growths, you can see the variances that happen. It's why it's necessary to have either a reserve or a contingency. It fluctuates. In the past, the CCP has tried to expend the base plus the growth, which is always not in hand when the budget's being built. It's always a guesstimate on what the growth is going to be. So to try to expend 100% of that can put you into a deficit. And you can see again the variances. Some years there was literally zero growth, and it ranges anywhere from 71,000 to as a low to a high of 713,000. They're all formula-based calculations. It's extremely complicated how the state builds bases and growths. But there's your 10-year historical perspective on what's come in. Next slide. And again, the governor's May revise, like last year, had a major impact. It could again this year. We were told in the January build by the governor, this is what we should anticipate. So that's how we build the CCP's budget for you. Once you've approved the budget, then we're able to calculate that into the revenues the departments can expect so that they're able to better build the overall budgets that the county does in June. Otherwise, we're just plugging unknown numbers in there. And that's part of the reason that a lot of like the DA or sheriff and myself in particular are, a little short this year. The state shorted the CCP in its base revenues, so we were short with revenues. You can see some highlights on this slide. Personnel costs are a big cost to the CCP. Those are direct impacts to deal with the jail having inmates in their facility instead of in the state prison, or the probation department supervising people who used to be supervised by parole, the PD and the DA prosecuting parole and PRCS violations that used to go before the state. We'll be focusing our plan development around making sure that we're having a positive effect on reducing recidivism, on funds that are spent on service providers, making sure that the service is actually having a positive impact on reducing that recidivism rate. And again, I mentioned to you the geo reentry space is insufficient for programming needs. We're looking to go off county site to have a more functional area to provide services. I heard Chair Jurdy ask about services as it relates to substance abuse. The DRC does provide outpatient treatment in substance abuse. They provide direct one-on-one counseling, cognitive behavioral therapy. There are vocational opportunities, computer labs for job building and resume build outs. I think our look at it over this last 2 years, it's about a 66% rate of success where they don't commit a felony or misdemeanor 3 years after we look at them, after they've graduated the program. It's a pretty high success rate. And I know it doesn't take into account things like violations of probations and things like that, but California's recidivism definition as of right now is misdemeanor or felony convictions. So that's what the DRC graduates recidivism rate is right now. And I think it'll get better with time, with spacing and more partnership and collaborations. And one of the things we'll have to focus on is making sure that the parolees that are entering into the GEO program don't have a negative impact on the PRCS and formal probationers that the counties are having there. It'll be a new population served, but essentially they're all Mendocino County residents, whether they're called a probationer or a parolee, they all are your neighbors. So they should be able to receive treatment. Next slide. Looks like we're at the end of the slideshow. Are there any questions that I can answer at this point?
Not seeing any. Do we have any? Oh, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I understand under your leadership, probation was able to transition to mostly paperless and build efficiency using digital systems. Are there other opportunities in some of the collaborative partnerships to encourage the same?
I think there's always opportunity. I think now I've heard the board talk today about this being an exciting time, and with some of the law changes forcing us to be more collaborative, there are rooms for efficiencies. We did implement going fileless here. I think probably we're the only one in the county so far, but we're definitely not the only one in the state. You know, I was asked to chair our adult services committee at our state level, learning from what best practices are in other probation departments and then implementing them here in our county, you know, is bringing us into the 21st century, and technology plays a huge role in that. And I think the sheriff and myself, you know, have a really good vision going forward in the future on how to work collaboratively, getting into the jails virtually, just like we do at the state system. We meet with every state inmate virtually prior to their release back into our community to begin the relationship building that's necessary to actually change somebody's life. We don't have that technology here in our own county yet. We will be working towards that. We actually have a meeting this Thursday to talk about discharge planning and reentry and how we can make a greater impact on those who are being released back into our communities, having a successful transition from the jail to our community.
Your leadership on transitioning to technology is appreciated.
I got that from you, Supervisor Williams, and I appreciate you bringing it up repeatedly. And I heard the message. I looked at our file room. It makes no sense to touch a piece of paper 12 times. So we are putting these things into our data management system. You've heard Deputy CEO Janelle Rao talk about this. We're losing our current software system. We're moving to a new one, and it will be a better fit for probation. It will be able to make calls to defendants by itself without a probation officer actually having to do it. It'll save us a lot of time. Technology can help us, but it has to be rolled out safely and effectively because we are talking about public safety here. You cannot replace people with computers and technology, but done properly, it can do a lot of the work for us. I think Sheriff Kendall might have wanted to add something to this piece.
Well, I don't have much to add when it comes to computers. I'm afraid a little bit of that's out of my realm. But I think as we continue moving forward with the CCP, what we're trying to do is to make sure that the work starts here while people are in custody and they have a good warm handshake with probation when they get out. We don't want to release people out onto the street and make them homeless. And so if we work with probation while they're in custody and they know that that path is awaiting them, we can start having the virtual meetings with the probation officers to make sure that everything's lined out, they have a good direction and a good path to go. We've also started that what we're kind of calling a restorative justice program, where we're going to have more education and training and people can walk out the door to jobs. It's those types of things that are going to serve us well. We recently received one of the young men who had been in jail came back to visit one of our corrections officers just to let him know that, you know, things were going okay for him and had been for years. And it's those types of things that we need to start looking at because That's what's going to reduce the cost for us, is not having those people who come in and repeat and repeat and repeat. It just takes a little bit of a push in the right direction, and having a clear path and working with probation to get that started. Thank you.
One other thing I failed to mention, and I should have during the juvenile portion, SB 823 is looming. Many of you know what that is, but it's the closure of DJJ, the state prison system for juveniles, and bringing them back to the county level. We are working on that plan. I'm required to form a subcommittee of the JJCC, and we will bring that before the board once the plan is complete. It isn't required, but I think the board should know what's happening with DJJ and the closure and what the plan is going to do and how our juvenile hall potentially will be housing who used to go to the state prison on the juvenile side. I should have mentioned that a little earlier, but I want to just throw that out to you here. And during this piece of CCP, although it's not on the slideshow, the Humphreys decision has come down. It is about pretrial release, bail. We don't have a pretrial release in this program. The Humphreys decision requires you to do something other than incarcerate people and have them try to bail out. It's an equity situation about people who have money and people who do not. It's something that the board should keep its eye on for the future conversations, but it's going to take a lot of work for Mendocino County because the infrastructure is not in place now. It could save money, but it has to again be done safely. Can't just have people committing crimes and being released with no type of supervision or rules in place. Otherwise, crime just continues to happen.
But I was hearing some news reports, I think maybe of that same case, and I think I heard a podcast with Senator Hertzberg, who was talking about I forget what the number was, a pretty high percentage of people who are in, I think he said, a county jail throughout the state are, at least at any one time, are in a waiting trial. And he was talking about state law that would change that so that people basically aren't going to be in jail because they can't come up with bail funds. And so I'm curious what role would probation have some role in that? I mean, if someone's, accused of committing a crime, maybe they did. And is there going to be some sort of monitoring of them in some way? Or, is there a role for probation in that?
So Senator Hertzberg wrote SB 10. SB 10 turned into Proposition 25. It failed in California. It was a rather confusing proposition. But essentially it was trying to do away with the bail industry. Then the Humphreys decision came out after that, making it a requirement that you do more than just consider bail. They have to have the ability to pay. Otherwise it's unequal. It shouldn't matter if you're rich or poor if you get out of jail. And that's essentially what Senator Hertzberg was talking about. SB 10 required probation to be the agency that did pretrial. When SB 10 failed, Humphreys now doesn't say where the funding is going to come from or who's required to do it. So this is an unfunded mandate at this point, and hopefully Senator Hertzberg has had a meeting with him through CPOC a few weeks ago about the need for a state roadmap so that there's not justice by geography in poor or rural counties don't provide the same level of pretrial services as the urban or richer counties do, which is what the Humphreys decision ultimately would do without funding by the state. It shouldn't be expected that Mendocino County bear the costs of the pretrial release programs when other counties already have pretrial release programs in existence. But it's a major topic. I just wanted it to be on in the backs of your brains. I know today is not the day to really dive deep into this, but just so you're aware of it, CCP has discussed this. We ran a pretrial program when we had a little bit of funding about 1.5 years ago. So we were able to get some experience between the sheriffs, the courts, DA, and PD. We understand the vernacular needed at this point. But of course, we don't have all of the technology or the staff to pull something like this off at this point, but our eyes are on the ball and we're looking at the law. So if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, not seeing any at this time. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Supervisor Hashak?
I'll move the recommended CCP budget for fiscal year 21-22 in the amount of $3,923,921 and authorize the CPO to implement the CCP budget.
Second.
Okay, good motion. Second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, all right, well, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break and come back by 3:30 and go into item 5D, which is discussion possible action regarding the PG&E funds. Let's go to our next item, which is item 5D, discussion possible action, including acceptance of presentation by the Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation Department, Agricultural Department of County Mendocino, the Community Foundation of Mendocino County, the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District, the Redwood Valley Calpella Fire District, the Mendocino County Information Technology Master Plan, and the Facilities Fleet Division of Mendocino County regarding the projects for strategically investing one-time Pacific Gas and Electric disaster settlement funds. And we're going to look to the Executive Office to open this item up.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We are pulling up our presentation currently, I believe. Yes. And CEO Angelo would like to start with some opening comments.
Well, good afternoon. Chair Jurdy, I think the first thing is the time frame that we have allotted 2 hours for the PG&E presentation. And so I think that does bring us up to 5:30, and we have a couple more items. And the only reason I bring it up now is just to make the clerk of the board staff aware if there is a goal to take a break and come back if we need to, or just keep going. So if the board members could be thinking about that as we go through this presentation. So the first thing, do you have are you putting the, okay, all right. So you should have the information, but I just want to mention that you should have a list, there we go, thank you, of the background projects, which is, this is the information, this is how we got the PG&E money. That the County of Mendocino with 8 other counties and cities accepted a mediator's proposal, which was for $415 million. That was to resolve the North Bay fire claims. And you can see in front of you the different counties, and it was also the city of Santa Rosa. And you can see what their allocation is, what they spent some money on, and the different projects that the different counties are funding with the one-time PG&E money. So we wanted to share that, and then also the next slide. The next slide is the running total of the PG&E funding ask. We know that our dollars are approximately $22 million, and you can see what the asks are. And at this point, I should turn it over to Deputy CEO Darcy Antle, and I just want to make one other comment, though, before I do. We have a presentation. We have different proposals and different staff and community partners presenting those proposals. But what we also have is a draft funding rating matrix. And this is a tool we'd mentioned this morning during the third quarter budget session, that this is a tool that was put together, the questions by Supervisors Jurdy and Hashjack, and I believe that Darcy's team went ahead and added the projects. We'll be adding more projects. But before we end today, what would be really good is to know how the board wants to rate the different requests. So if you can just keep that in your mind too, that after we complete all of the presentations, then we'd like to go to the funding matrix and see what this board wants to do, how you want to proceed with decision making, because we would like to help you. So we need to know how you want to proceed. So at this point, I will just turn it over to Deputy CEO Antle. Thank you, Darcy.
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, I would like to start with reminding our presenters that we're asking them to hold their presentations to 10 minutes. That will allow you some time for question and answer. So just a brief point out. The running total of PG&E prior to today was the $11.7 million in asks. You will see if we've got all the asks included at the end of the day, you will have asks over 36 million. So again, if you could take a moment, if you have not done already, to look at that rating sheet so we can help you rank these projects. So we are going to start off with the Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation team that's part of the County of Mendocino. We have Ashwin Ung, Sarah Pierce, Jordan Blau from Laco Associates, who has been extremely helpful with us since the 2017 fires, looking for grant funding. And then we have Nash Gonzalez, who's part of the disaster recovery as well, if there's any questions. But this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Ung.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the board, CEO Angelo. I am Swen Ong, Senior Admin Analyst. I will start off the presentation for our Team Prevention, Recovery, Resiliency, and Mitigation unit. We call it short for PERM. It's a very long title, formerly known as Disaster Recovery. We still aggressively pursue and leverage grants to address unmet needs. Our name is longer because it's more representative of our goals and objectives, to focus really more on prevention and mitigation projects. Next slide, please. A more complete list of our projects is in your packet. I believe it's attachment number 4. You'll notice it says our total grant award so far is $30 million. But I'm happy to announce that we just received our award letter for the phase 2 of the Redwood Valley Water District Infrastructure Project yesterday. That means that we are now leveraging over $35 million in private, state, and federal award dollars. And that is in addition to over $3 million in applications that are still pending. And when I say we, because it's a very collaborative effort, we mean the PERM staff and the executive office, working closely in collaboration with other county departments and our community partners. We could not do the projects that we do without our community partners, such as the Fire Safe Council, NCO, and the Mendocino Resource Conservation District. I'm just going to highlight some of our accomplishments within the last 3 years. We have purchase of a chipper that is currently housed at the Redwood Valley Calpella Fire Department to support fuse reduction project. In one of our hazardous tree removal project, we were able to collect some program income of about $10,000, and we were able to use that to purchase supplies for the chipper. For our hazardous tree removal project, we felled over 700 hazardous trees across 60 private properties within the Redwood Complex fire footprint. That is exceeding the number of anticipated trees felled by more than 25% and completing that project by more than a year ahead of schedule. We have completed a multi-jurisdictional local hazard mitigation plan and nearing completion of a safety element update. We had a late start for those projects, but under the leadership of Recovery Director Nash Gonzalez, we are actually ahead of schedule in wrapping up those projects. In the Ukiah area, we've completed over 60 acres of shaded field break, provided about 17 community chipper days, which is equivalent to over 78 tons of materials that have been processed. We have completed the Road to Recovery project, which treated around about 40 sites of over 4 road miles. That is saving approximately over 4,700 cubic yards of potential Redwood Complex fire, post-fire sediments from entering the streams. Next slide, please. I also want to mention some of our successes of like the first ever for the county, such as we have secured the first ever home hardening program. We've been awarded for phase 1. If phase 1 goes well, to have participants in the high and severe high fire areas participate in the program. If everything goes well in phase 2, if everything goes well in phase 1, phase 2 will bring in over $2.5 million to the county to assist homeowners to install fire-resistant roofs. Also, we receive an allocation of over $6 million from HCD to develop affordable multifamily permanent housing. Finally, I would be remiss if I do not talk about Project Homekey, where we received over $8 million for acquisition costs and an additional of over $1 million for operational subsidy. I want to use this opportunity just very quickly to share that our Mendocino Homekey team will be celebrated this October by these enterprise community partners as one of the honorees for, and I quote, bold action and commitment to solving the homelessness crisis, end quote. So congratulations to our team Mendocino. Before I turn you over to Sarah, this month, we will be rolling out our recovery survey to fire survivors of the 2017, 2018, and 2020 fires. The responses will help us track the recovery progress so far and plan for future resiliency projects. So please look forward to that. I want to take this moment to quickly thank our fellow Megan Honey for our work on the survey. And now I turn you over to Sarah.
Thank you, Schwinn. Good afternoon, Board and CEO Angelo. Sarah Pierce with the Executive Office and Perm Department. Today, we are here to present 14 projects with a total ask of a little over $3 million. Tim, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. We want to recognize the devastating impact the fire had on our communities by trying to capture in this ask as many of the outstanding projects identified in the 1819 Redwood Complex Fire Recovery Work Plan. These projects are identified in this presentation with an asterisk. The recovery plan has also been attached to the agenda for your reference. The plan was created with community input and originally outlined 20 projects with an estimated financial consideration of $78.7 million. To date, 11 of the 20 projects have been completed or are in progress, which has resulted in a little over $30 million in funding. Before I summarize each project, we also want to point out the remaining projects in this ask are county-wide projects, and are just as imperative because the county as a whole is ultimately affected in the time of a disaster. So I'm going to quickly summarize each of the projects. Project 1 and 2 are related to updating the hazardous mitigation plan and the safety element, which Schwinn just mentioned. The combination of these two projects equals an ask of close to $104,000 and is for the 25% local match. The next project, we are also asking for the 25% local match for the ignition resistant construction phase 1 project. This project increases safety and security of life and property by allowing participating homeowners to install Class A fire resistant roofs and vents. The next project, Project 4, we are also asking for the 25% local match for early warning sirens. This project has yet to be awarded, but we are optimistic it will be funded by HMGP. This project will allow us to conduct a feasibility study to determine the best siren type, mounting requirements, and such for installation of early warning sirens within the Redwood Valley Calpella Fire District. We are anticipating installation of up to 4 sirens. The next 2 projects, 5 and 6, are part of the Mendocino County Community Fire Safe Initiative. The combination of these 2 projects equals an ask of $300,000 to remove trees threatening the Bower Park infrastructure and to clean up dead debris within the Mariposa Park. Project number 7, we are asking for $15,000 in funding as part of the County Cultural Responsiveness Initiative for training and education to increase the cultural awareness and help ensure proper protection of Indigenous archaeological sites and cultural resources when responding to events on tribal lands. Can you go to the next slide, please? The next project, we are asking for $80,000 in funding for hydration stations. It is vital to have places one can go to hydrate when we are faced with extreme heat events. Next project is Project 9. We are asking for $250,000 in funding to conduct a feasibility study for safe emergency ingress and egress of our secondary roads. Project 10, we are asking for $250,000 in funding for fire hydrants to be installed within the burn areas of Redwood Valley. This project, we have tried to obtain funding in the past, but due to the nature of the project, we have been unsuccessful. Funders find this a reactive measure instead of proactive, even though it's a crucial mitigation method. This is also the most important time or efficient time to install the fire hydrants. As Schwinn had just noted, the construction for the Better Valley Water District project is occurring this summer. The next project, Project 11, we are asking for $500,000 in funding to obtain a consultant to conduct a comprehensive county-wide water supply resiliency and reliability analysis. This analysis will play a vital role as we continue to face drought conditions. Project 12, we are asking for $700,000 in funding to obtain a consultant who can conduct an EIR on identified projects or determine if the projects meet negative declarations. There are a handful of projects we have identified as shovel-ready, but have missed funding opportunities because of the lack of CEQA or negative declarations. Project 13 and 14 relates to creating a COVID-19 recovery plan. We are asking for $250,000 in funding to help create the plan, and $500,000 as part of phase 1 of the plan. Our anticipation is it would be direct financial assistance to public and businesses through community partners. So once again, it's 14 projects with a total ask of a little over $3 million. Thank you.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. I would like to point out that there's the two attachments. Ms. Ung referred to the awarded grants, which is attached to this item, and also the 2017 Redwood Complex Fire Recovery Project Plan dated 2018-2019. Are there any questions on this, or would you like us to keep moving?
Oh, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you. Yeah, those last two items, are those items that when you referred earlier that they could be covered by CARES funding, would those fall into that category?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. The CARES funding, the original CARES funding had to be spent between March 2020 and December 31 of 2020, that $8.9 million that we discussed. Is it possible that these two projects could be covered under the American Rescue Plan, of which we have yet to receive guidelines? It may be possible, and that we won't know. And I mean, hopefully we know the guidelines sooner, but we don't have those guidelines as of today.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
So there was a really wonderful document that exists, the Recovery Project Work Plan, which this is from. And as far as I'm concerned, the Recovery Project Work Plan is really the one the board should look at first, because it was really made based on what was happening on the ground. And they convened a community meeting, which was held on May 9th of 2018. And Kirsten Johnson and Cliff Pollan facilitated it. And the results of that, I think, are really, really useful. Kind of looking at this, I suspect that some of these things, like the countywide water supply resilience reliability analysis, there will be funds coming through for drought emergency that might be able to be covered. Possibly also the fire hydrant installation, although it sounds like we have to kind of move on that one sort of quickly. So those are just some of the things that I noted. And I think it's really important that as we look through this, that we go back to the communities that were really affected. And then when we've addressed some of their needs, also look at safety that's broader around the county that can be facilitated. And in that plan, they cover a lot of really good information. It's something that the board needs to look at, and that whole list should be considered as we go through this process.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Yes, the 2017 Redwood Complex Fire Recovery Plan is a plan that was created by your disaster recovery team. That was led by Tammy Moss Chandler, and included Miss Ung, Nash Gonzalez, and myself. So yes, thank you for mentioning that plan.
Yeah, it's excellent. You guys did a really great job. And as far as I'm concerned, we can go down the list in that plan and take care of everything in it first, and then whatever's left over, consider spending on other issues. If the board hasn't seen it, you need to.
Darcy Annell, Deputy CEO, through the chair. Yes, you can see in the items that Ms. Pierce put forward, they are asterisked on the plans that are developed into this ask. The other things we have worked on consistently since that time as your recovery team to meet some of those items we have completed that are in that recovery plan. So thank you.
Okay, I see Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning Director, has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning Director. I would like to point out on this list that's been developed by the recovery team, especially with items like the EIR funding and addressing shovel-ready projects, is I understand we're looking primarily at those communities that were affected, but as grant funding comes available, we don't want to miss the opportunity to capture some of these other projects, because there may not be a project in the fire affected areas, but there may be a project in one of the other areas that we could seize on. And again, without having the match to go after these things, we're not going to be able to successfully have those projects be in the works. So I just wanted to point that out, that the primary goal was to look at everything and anything within the burn areas that affected Potter Valley, Redwood Valley, and Willits, but there's also opportunities out there that can enhance other parts of the county. And I'd also note that every time that we have a federal disaster declared, it opens up the window, the opportunity to go after some of these projects. And if I could just momentarily address item number 12, we've had numerous types of projects slip through our fingers because we didn't have CEQA ready for a lot of these projects. And I think that once we identify projects in both the burn areas as well as the other areas of the county, and we have a master environmental document that addresses these things, then we have what we call a shovel-ready project that gets first priority by FEMA and Cal OES. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Darcy?
Thank you, Nash. If there are no further questions at this time, we can move forward to the next presentation, and this will be Deborah Fodder-Sampson from the Cultural Service Agency.
Hi, Deborah Fader, CSA Director. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Much like myself, my presentation is going to be short and concise. I would like to request $580,000 of the PG&E settlement to be spent on installing permanent generators for the Coast Community, Fort Bragg, Laytonville, Ukiah, and Willits libraries. Historically, our library branches have served as cooling centers, warming centers, and a source of calm and information for the residents of our county in times of disaster and hardship. We have provided N95 masks during local fires, bottled water when functioning as a cooling center, and Wi-Fi, allowing residents to have access to needed information during outages in surrounding areas. Due to the scattered location of the branches throughout the county, they make ideal locations for communities to gather in the event of more public safety power shutoffs, earthquakes, storms, etc. It is vital in such dire times for residents to be able to charge their devices, access emergency information, and stay in contact with relatives near and far. You can see how many people were at the Willits branch during the Redwood Complex fire in 2017, and they were all there for that reason. The Board of Supervisors recommended in 2019 that all branches have generators, but our meager budget does not allow for such purchases. Each library branch could remain functioning for their communities with the addition of an on-site generator. Funding generators for the library branches would be an investment towards a more disaster resilient community and benefit our residents greatly. Does anybody have any questions?
Deborah, I don't have any questions. Just repeat what I said earlier this morning, which is in light of our conversation with the Climate Action Committee, I personally would like to see for county facilities where possible, and I think libraries might fall into this, to have a combination of solar and battery backup, but it would achieve the same thing. And it would actually achieve other objectives like reducing our energy bill at the operational costs of the libraries. But I like your concept. I think it's very true. And we certainly saw a number of people with the fires inland that people were escaping the smoke to get and going to the coast. So I agree, people scatter in all directions when you have these major disasters. Supervisor Mulhorn.
Thank you. I was wondering a similar thing. Has there been any analysis for solar panels for the libraries and what that would be compared to this analysis that was done for the generators? Also, I'm a little bit concerned, just having been through disasters in Mendocino County. It can be a little challenging in some locations to get staff into libraries in order to have public, and also would really just want to make sure that there was enough room for people to safely gather in a library. It's kind of, some of them are quite small. So have those things been considered?
I'm not sure about the analysis for solar panels. I didn't see any documentation to that effect. Barb Chapman would know better than me. The figures from this came from some facility modification documents from 2019. So that's where the price came for this. Usually the staff at any particular branch live close to that branch. And so it's a lot easier for them to report to work there.
This is Barb Chapman from the Cultural Services Agency. We haven't had any evaluations for solar panels done at this time. And often when there is an emergency, there are some staff, perhaps enough, 2 or 3, that could open a library branch, even if others can't make it. We can also, it depends on, whether we can go between Ukiah and Willits. I think that answers the question.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
So, I really support this. I think it's really important, and I support what everybody said about solar. And then the last thing I'd throw in there is just noise. If you have to go with generators, make sure that it's not deafening, and try to go after equipment that's quiet. And I know that they make quiet generators, and certainly we want to make sure that we're not having a huge impact on the neighborhood with noise.
True, good point.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this? All right, thank you, Deborah.
Mm-hmm.
So moving along, we will go to Mendocino County Fire Chiefs. I believe I'm going to pass this to Supervisor Williams, and he can take it from there.
So I was looking for ways we could support fire, given that the settlement was related to a fire attributed to Pacific Gas and Electric. And this is in part because firefighters are the best, but it's not directly for the firefighters. It's to benefit all people of Mendocino County. So Firefighter 1 is the first certification in the California Firefighter Professional Certification Series. This is a prerequisite to take other training courses. And it used to be that the local fire chief could sign off. So you would get a new recruit. They might be on the department for a while, go to calls, and then you would send them to the County Fire Academy, which is hosted by the 21 or so local fire agencies. on a rotating basis. It's about every weekend for 4 months. And then the firefighter would complete a task book, and the local fire chief could sign off on the firefighter 1 certificate. That process changed. And when it changed, I saw it as an unfunded mandate. Now there's testing required, and there's nowhere to test in county. The nearest state-approved testing facility is in Santa Rosa. And over time, I've come to appreciate that volunteers and career firefighters are held to the same standards. And this is a really good curriculum. You do want everybody to go through Firefighter 1. And yet it's a real stumbling block. It's hard to ask volunteers in our county, which make up the bulk of the firefighting resource, to go to Sonoma County for a week of testing and on equipment that they don't normally train on. They're training, with what we have in our county. So this proposal is about acquiring 2 training systems, one to place somewhere near 101 on existing local government-owned land, one to place somewhere near Highway 1. The idea being we have a large county, we have departments that really can't be doing 4-hour round trip, but somewhere on the coast and somewhere inland would facilitate a lot more training than we've ever seen. And these units that we're going to look at are not technically portable. They're also not fixed. They can be moved. And we have identified, with facilities, we've identified some potential locations. The idea would be to fund this and then leave it to our facilities department and county fire chiefs to figure out the ideal locations. And although we're calling this a training facility, I don't want you to think of it similar to Measure B, where it takes years to implement. This is something that, if acquired, firefighters in our county could be training before the end of the year. These are fairly portable systems, and with the apparatus comes several days of on-site training provided by the vendor and ongoing support. Incidentally, this is the same unit that CAL FIRE has, not in Mendocino County, but they are familiar with it. And we have a couple local fire chiefs on the call to talk about the benefits and the struggles they face in training firefighters. And we also have CAL FIRE available to answer questions and talk about how they could collaborate with us. Incidentally, CAL FIRE has firefighters who hold the instructor certificates for the type of training that this apparatus would be geared towards. So maybe first we could go to Chief Reese.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Michael Reese, Chief with Albion Little River Fire Protection District. Ted pretty much said it all right there. I would say our biggest struggle as a small volunteer department, all volunteer, is the ability to get quality training to all of our members, because only a select few can really make the trip over the hill or out of county and firefighter 1 level now, because we're the inability to test. So a facility in county, especially on the coast, we would get to use it regularly with our own apparatus, with our neighbors, our coastal neighbors. I mean, the benefits, they're huge. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Maybe we'll run through all the speakers and then open it to questions. Clerk, do we have Doug in the call?
Doug Anderson or?
Chief Hutchinson.
Yes, we do.
Can you talk a little bit about the support that you could provide and the benefit to career firefighters as well as volunteers?
Absolutely. Chief Hutchison, Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. We currently have a somewhat similar structure at our main fire station. It's 5 stacked containers that counts as our tower. One of the constraints, however, for us is that it doesn't have a burn room like this setup would have. And that's one of the requirements of the Insurance Services Office when they review fire departments and assign their ratings, is that they look at your training facilities and whether you have enough property, does it have the correct facilities as far as height and burn rooms and things like that. And so that's one of the things we're lacking. We have actually been looking at improving our training grounds and actually moving them, because challenge for us is that they're located essentially in a residential area. And we've identified several city-owned parcels in and around our wastewater treatment plant right off the 101 that would be ideal for this because one, it would get us out of a residential area. We'd also have access to recycled water, so we wouldn't be impacting any water sources for training use, and have enough area to satisfy ISO requirements and assist other departments. We also have several instructors that have the necessary qualifications to operate a facility such as this. So it'd be easy for us to put on trainings, not just for our own folks, but anybody who wanted to travel and use the facility.
Do we have CAL FIRE on the line?
No, we do not. He was unable to join.
Okay. Next slide, I think we have a video.
Give us one moment. We're going to switch who's sharing the screen.
This is the actual unit we would be looking at.
Week 6 for Recruit Academy 20-1 was 3 days of live fire training with a total of 16 separate burn evolutions. This allowed the recruits to put it all together. Pulling hose, masking up, making entry, and utilizing nozzle forward techniques to manipulate hose while flowing water. I've always liked to play with fire. This training was conducted at the Glendale Fire Training Center and our state-of-the-art Draeger fire training system. Be sure to join us weekly as we bring you updates from Academy 20-1.
So I see this as potentially the best $1 million the county could spend out of the settlement funds and in general, and that we would get a payback every time there's a 911 call involving fire. We would have more firefighters, better trained. When we have a large-scale emergency, we would have a better trained firefighting force. And with that, I'll open it to questions.
Well, to start off, Supervisor Williams, for some time you've talked about this unfunded mandate and the requirements to train volunteers as if they're paid firefighters, and I really appreciate the recommendation for what looks like a solution, or at least certainly a partial solution to the issue that's come forward from you and the fire chiefs. So I appreciate that. Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. Any opportunities to partner with Lake County or Northern Sonoma, Humboldt with this? Do they have similar structures in their areas, or would this be maybe a regional?
Regionally, I think this, as far as I understand, this would be beyond the capabilities of our neighboring counties. One of the difficulties in training firefighters is you don't want to strip a region. And if it's mental health, you can probably dedicate a day where you send your folks out of county to get trained. But with firefighting, if a local department sends all of their people, or their most qualified, the ones that are willing to get hands-on with fire, hours and hours away, and then there's a 911 call, who's left to respond? It's an ongoing struggle, and it comes up with EMT programs and firefighting alike. So I see the potential for regional collaboration. I think this may put Mendocino County a little bit ahead of our neighbors. And Chief Hutchinson, you may be more familiar with Lake County and the training apparatus they have. Do you want to talk a little?
Sure. I can say that Lake County is fortunate that they have the Kelseyville Fire District that has a California State Firefighters Association sponsored trailer that I know a lot of the firefighters in this county have used. Basically, it's a semi-trailer, very similar to one of the containers that you saw, that can be towed around to various parts of the state and uses LP gas or propane to simulate the fire environment. While that's beneficial for some fire behavior and such. It's not the same as a Class A fire, which is our ordinary combustibles that we see every day in a house fire. The smoke's not the same, the heat's not the same, and it's not really reconfigurable because it's a portable, one size, containerized unit. And none of the fire district, with the exception of the South Lake Fire District, which is contracted with CAL FIRE, none of the fire districts in Lake County have any kind of actual tower to train on as well. So this potentially could benefit them, as Supervisor Williams is saying. We could, have classes. They could come over on weekends when their volunteers were available. It's not a very long drive. Obviously, they'd have to rotate people. So as he said, they're not stripping their own agency areas, but it's pretty quick and easy drive from Lake County over here to use a facility of this nature.
I have one question. The site that you referenced on the City of Ukiah's wastewater plant property, if it's in city limits, then they'd be the ones handling the permit. If it's in the county there or on the coast, somebody has to, manage the permit. I'm just curious, did you guys allocate any funds to pay for the permits and the planning process?
So it's not a fixed unit. It's mobile. And so there's a fairly lightweight permitting process. There's a little bit of site prep, but it's not on par with a permanent attached facility.
Supervisor Brigordi?
The site's brilliant if that's where you put it, because it would have kind of a minimal impact on the neighborhood and utilize resources that are on site. So that seems like a good choice.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, to Supervisor Williams, I have a cost of 451. You mentioned 1 million. I want to make sure I have it right for tracking purposes.
When the discussion with the local fire agencies started, we were envisioning one central facility. We had considered the fairgrounds in Boonville, given that it's county owned and there may be ample space. In talking to more further discussions with the fire chiefs highlighted that a lot of the outlying areas would still have significant travel time, and 2 units would provide adequate coverage. And so it would be 2 of those units, as Darcy mentioned, somewhere a little under $500,000. And we're imagining probably $100,000 of site prep with some portable water tanks and other necessary infrastructure. So somewhere around $1 million.
Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Jurdy, would you like me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So next, we have Jim Donnelly from the Ag Department.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Jim Donnelly from the Agricultural Commissioner's Office.
Excuse me, your audio, we can barely hear you. Is there any way to turn up your mic or perhaps get closer to it?
This is Jim Donnelly from the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. We have a presentation today by one of our staff members, Elizabeth Garcia, requesting a weight truck for various operations at the Agricultural Commissioner's Office. So Elizabeth, are you there?
We can see it.
Where's my video?
Where a video? Where the controls go?
We can see your presentation currently. We're seeing your screen. If you'd like to go ahead and begin.
We're having technical difficulties getting it to work.
It is working.
Okay.
You'll just want to move that Zoom sign-in screen out of the way.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Chair Jurdy, Board of Supervisors. Wait a minute. Are we on? Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. There we go. Now I see you. All right. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, Board of Supervisors, CEO Angelo, and County Council. My name is Elizabeth Garcia with the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures. We have an outdated, inadequate crane truck that does not allow us to perform our required inspections, and we are requesting a replacement multi-program vehicle that can help us work on our program work. The crane truck is a critical piece of equipment within the department that allows us to protect consumers and assist businesses with their transactions. We have 5 programs in the Division of Weights and Measures. 4 of the programs require us to inspect, test certified devices that measure, count, and weigh commercial commodities. Device testing includes a variety of scales such as livestock scales, which weigh live animals for auction, platform scales that weigh our local commodities such as grapes, pears, olives, and fish, and vehicle scales that weigh trucks that haul Mendocino products such as timber, grapes, and pears. A weighmaster is an individual that verifies the weight of a commodity when the customer is not present. The Department of Weights and Measures provides training on correct documentation and procedures, inspects documentation, and certifies the weighmaster scale. Some examples of weighmasters in Mendocino County work at dumps, metal scrap yards, rock quarries, vineyards, and timber yards. We test every commercial fuel dispenser annually for accuracy using test equipment called provers, which we will require our new proposed truck to tow or lift. We conduct these inspections in Mendocino County at gas stations, mobile fuel trucks, marine fuel pumps, propane stationary tanks, and delivery trucks. The definition of a registered service agent is important to understand, relevant to our current underrated crane truck and our proposal to acquire a new adequate replacement. Since we are unable to carry and lift the correct amount of weights to test and certify some of our larger scales, we are faced with the expensive possibility of contracting with a registered service agent to perform our assigned inspections for us. If we purchase the crane truck in this proposal, all of our assigned inspections will be done with our own department personnel. Our current Ford F-350 chassis was assembled with a used utility bed and a used crane. We are only capable of loading the truck with an additional 1,000 pounds in the back of bed and tow a maximum of 6,000 pounds. This is below the required weight needed to accurately test these large capacity scales. Our crane is also showing signs of deterioration, and according to Martin Electric Mechanics, the crane will need a major rebuild in the next 12 months. In the last 12 months, our crane has broken down 3 times. This is an example of the Ford F-550 proposed in this presentation, with a chassis and a crane and a bed mounted onto it. The cargo capacity exceeds our current weight requirements and leaves a strong margin of error for safety. With the winding and mountainous roads that we travel in this county, the additional hauling and braking capabilities of the proposed truck will provide a much safer and efficient means of transporting and utilizing the almost 15,000 pounds of weight standards that we will eventually carry. The cargo capacity of the proposed truck is 8,000 pounds, and the towing capacity is 18,500 pounds, although we won't be going over 10,000 to tow, so we won't need a Class A driver. Currently, we utilize our truck, trailer, and weights together at its maximum capacity as a rolling standard, but we are still unable to meet the recommended 15,000 pounds for accurate testing. The truck's estimated cost is $94,000. Over the past 15 years, in order to test our county's vehicle scales, we have contracted a vehicle test truck and a Class B driver from Lake County. This option is no longer available to Mendocino County. In addition to testing devices, as we have discussed, this truck can be used for both weights and measures and for our agricultural programs as well. We will be able to transfer or tow our off-road vehicles like our ATVs, transport beehives in the event of abatement, and use the truck to transport equipment and vehicles to pest management programs, such as our ongoing noxious weed eradication program in Casper, where we are removing an insidious and very flammable weed called gorse. We also can use our proposed truck in our new hemp program. We have two options to be able to conduct our mandated device testing if the truck is not purchased. We can go into an MOU with a registered service agent, such as Barton May Scales in Sonoma County, or an MOU with Napa and Sonoma County, doing an equipment sharing memorandum of understanding. The safest, preferred, and most economical option in the long run would be the purchase of the proposed crane truck. Our old county truck could be auctioned off to recover the cost of the new vehicle, and we would not be gaining another vehicle in our department's fleet. This proposed truck will be able to pull all of our equipment trailers and service our heavy capacity scales, making our department independent of any other county or department. The Ford F-550 does not require a Class B license driver, and the new equipment would be professionally installed, officially rated, and certified by an equipment manufacturer, which was not the case with our current crane truck. Here's a side-by-side comparison of the cost of the three options our department has. It is important to note that going into these MOUs would be an annual recurring cost for only 36 scales for their annual inspection. This does not take into account if the scale breaks and needs to be put back into service. That would cause a reinspection. It also doesn't take into account if there's a complaint at the scale. In 4 to 5 years, the county could recuperate the cost of the vehicle and save what would be a recurring cost for our department. Our annual revenue from device registration proves that the department will be capable of paying additional maintenance fees for the truck and the storage of our county assets. Thank you for your time and consideration. Are there any questions?
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, it sounds like we need it for all the reasons presented. Is it a possibility to fund this out of the Recovery Act?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. We don't have clear guidelines from the U.S. Department of Treasury as of yet.
Okay.
I agree. It does sound like it makes a lot of sense to get this vehicle. I guess this is a question for either Elizabeth or Darcy, but would it be possible with the savings that this vehicle would offer the Ag Department, that the Ag Department could make payments over time to in other words, repay a loan to pay for the vehicle?
If you could just explain a little more in detail what you mean by that.
It sounds like the alternative is going to cost the department more than the cost of purchasing the equipment. So if the county general fund or some other fund, it sounds like there are limited, if any, reserves in the Ag Department. But if there were other funds used to purchase the vehicle, could the savings that the department would realize by having its own, state-of-the-art vehicle, could the department, through its revenues, pay back the cost of the vehicle?
I better let my department head answer that question. Jim?
Chair Judy, this is Jim Donnelly. We've been, now that we don't have the cannabis in our department and we're receiving more unclaimed gas tax and other funds from the amount of work we're able to do. And plus, since year 16, 17, we've doubled the amount of revenue for our weights and measures program due to an increase in users and in scales. So yes, it seems very clear to us that we would be able to pay for the vehicle over a 5-year period.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
So I thought today too, we saw that when we were looking at kind of the financial projections that the Ag Department actually showing a surplus. Is that correct, Darcy?
Supervisor, through the chair, Supervisor McGordy, at this point, they show a surplus, but again, that is general fund dollars. So those dollars would go back into the general fund to help cover the other departments.
Clarification on that, is it a surplus, the general fund, or is it just a reduction in the anticipated net county cost?
Chair Judy, would you state the question again? I'm sorry.
Well, with most departments, there's a presumed net county cost to the general fund for each department. And maybe due to vacancies or whatever, at the end of the year, many departments have a lower net county cost, a reduced dependency on the general fund than was anticipated in the adopted budget. And I guess what we saw in the presentation earlier today was certainly less reliance on the general fund than anticipated in the budget, but I don't know if it actually showed that there was no dependence on the general fund.
The Ag Department, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, the Ag Department is assigned a net county cost. They do bring in additional revenues. Why there's a surplus right now in their budget, in their proposed year-end budget for this year, I can't answer that on the fly. Perhaps Director Donnelly can.
It doesn't matter why there's a surplus. Just
I'm going to let somebody know that Jim's on mute.
So Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, we just checked. It's due to additional revenue that was brought in.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I had a similar question. I think there's enough revenue being brought in that they could buy the truck outright.
Perhaps I can help answer that question because I think Jim's still on mute. So we did bring in extra revenue that we hadn't budgeted in the new year because we had some additional unclaimed gas tax that came in at the end of the year. Sometimes we don't know exactly how much unclaimed gas tax or mill revenue mill assessment fees we're going to get. And this particular year, we got 3 installments that we didn't expect. So we did get additional revenue. Also, we gained more revenue in device registration due to the additional cannabis scales that we've been getting. So device registration has also gone up, and that's as a result of cannabis. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. So it certainly sounds like the department could pay back the cost of the truck over time, if not pay for it outright. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Right. Supervisor McGordy?
Well, before leaving this, should we direct staff to take a look at this and come back and tell us if there's a way of working out a financial arrangement to cover the cost of their vehicle? It sounds pretty essential to their operation, and it looks like they've got some capacity to pay.
So I would support that. I would also support directing staff to make the budgetary adjustments so that they can get the necessary vehicle. We need to pay for it one way or another. I don't know if we need to make a loan to ourselves. It's like we have the revenue.
Chair Jurdy, this is CO Angelo. I think if we could delineate what funding we're talking about, if you want us to, actually it would be the department who would look at their budget and look at how much money they have, and one, if they could purchase, two, if they could borrow and pay back. If you want the county to give them the money for the vehicle out of general fund, then that would be in the budget process, and this is PG&E funding. So I'm trying to delineate, which I think you might be thinking that PG&E funding might not be appropriate for the ag truck. So we could work with them between now and budget hearings in June to see if, one, they have the money, or two, what it would take, and then come back, and this board would have to augment their budget with general fund. So, you know, we can do that by June, but the department has to really look at what they have. So
it sounds like people are agreeing to find a way to purchase the vehicle, but to use department revenues to pay for it. And if it needs to be paid over time, it's paid over time, but it's not using PG&E funds. Is that consensus of the board?
Yes.
I support that. I think it's a normal operating cost for us.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Darcy, who's next?
Thank you. Next, we are moving to the Community Foundation. We have Megan Aliende Barber and Rose Bell.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. Rose will provide our slides, and I'll just get started. So thank you very, very much for allowing us the opportunity to talk with you today. I think many of you know we've played a critical role in disaster response over the last 4 years. I guess it's been now 4.5 or thereabouts. And there we go. So, and we played a really important role partnering with the County of Mendocino. And so that's sort of the foundation of this report. So basically, we just want to kind of point out our strengths in this area. We were definitely beginners a few years back, and now I would say we're pretty skilled at this work. We understand the needs of the fire survivors, having helped now, you know, close to 500 in some fashion, over 5 fires. We've developed a system of relief, recovery, and rebuilding. And of course, we focus on community resiliency and preparedness through some of our other work. And lastly, we have 25 years managing funds and making grants countywide. So our request today is $1.5 million to invest in the disaster fund for Mendocino County, and then $3.5 to invest in our community resiliency and preparedness fund. And we'll go into greater detail. And we think that the board also has a more detailed proposal that we submitted with this visual presentation that goes into more detail. So now I'm going to have Rose Bell talk to you. She's been the disaster response manager and has been very, very involved in our disaster fund work.
Good afternoon, Rose Bell with the Community Foundation, Mendocino County. Thank you again for having us today. We are requesting $1.5 million be invested in the disaster fund for future disasters. As many of you were involved when the 2017 Redwood Complex fire hit, the Community Foundation chaired Mendocino Rock, Rebuilding Our Community, the long-term fire recovery team in collaboration with the County of Mendocino and other nonprofit, local, national, and international organizations. In that process, we leveraged $4.6 million for fire survivors' immediate relief, their recovery, and their rebuilding. That was a very long-term project that lasted about 3 years to help get survivors back home. In that project, we also went out and solicited funding specifically to staff the infrastructure that's necessary to run something like that, which includes project management and case management. Both of those are very critical to recovery to be able to have the infrastructure needed. We've provided relief, recovery, and rebuilding since the 2017 Redwood Complex fire, including the Mendocino Complex, the Boonville fire, and currently are working on the Oak and August fires from 2020. We also launched the Community Resiliency and Preparedness Fund as a response to the disaster that we witnessed in 2017. So we are asking that $1.5 million be invested in the disaster fund to be there for the future disasters. We were able to raise $2.6 million, which required extensive staff time processing over 3,500 donations. And then we used that to leverage an additional $2 million to support the overall infrastructure and rebuilding, putting out $4.6 million. We received a lot of media attention during the 2017 Redwood Complex fire because of other nearby fires in the North Bay, but there's little guarantee that that would happen again in the future. So we could be struck with another significant disaster and not receive the media attention that helps bring in some of those large donors. And as I mentioned, disaster recovery requires staffing infrastructure. By having disaster fund funded in advance, we would have what we need to be able to launch a recovery effort immediately, as well as funding in place to be able to support survivors in their immediate relief and into their recovery and rebuilding. I'll turn it back over to Megan to speak more about the preparedness fund.
So many of you may have heard me say it was such an incredible experience. When we responded to the 2017 fire, I had a staff of 2.5 FTEs. And we went out and raised $2.5 million for this community, plus another 2 for the infrastructure. It was an incredible effort. Thank God we had the County of Mendocino playing a part of that and NCO. But one of the ways I found hope in that time, because what I thought about, the first thing on my mind is we were a little bit blessed. It was Redwood Valley. You know, it was a place that was on the artery. It was a place where we could, it was near Ukiah. We could deal with all the infrastructure needs because as we all remember now, they bring a lot of infrastructure. There's a lot of tents out there at the fairgrounds. And I kept thinking, what happens if it was Laytonville? Where they don't even have a sewer system? What happens if it's Anderson Valley with also not having a sewer system? What happens if it's on the coast and I'm cut off and I can't get there and I'm trying to run a disaster response effort? And so part of the way I got hope was I came up with this idea of this Community Resiliency and Preparedness Fund, and we went out and raised $100,000. And I'm so grateful for those folks that believed in it. Since then, we've raised, obviously, as you can see, another $285. We got some money from the Fire Foundation that allowed us to do quite a lot of grant making a year ago. And we just finished $100,000 that also came from some partners, the League of California Community Foundations and Global Giving. Because bottom line is, we've got to be prepared. We've got to have our smaller regions especially ready. So the idea with this part is that we would ask for money to go into a permanent endowment. And once long ago, the Board of Supervisors did this with some tobacco settlement money. And it's money that it's around $1 million plus now. And it's money that we invest in the market and we grant out some of the interest and capital gains. And every year we grant out money in community health with those dollars that you invested with us. And we will do that forever. So that's the idea here, is that once again, you would make a permanent endowment with the Community Foundation that would allow us every year to run a grant program specifically for resiliency and preparedness. Grant size to date has been between $1,000 and $20,000. As you can see, 49 nonprofits countywide have benefited, and we would continue with that kind of effort. Just to explain a little bit about an endowment for those people that aren't familiar with it, essentially, the initial gift would stay forever. We would never invade that initial gift. We would keep that forever. We would invest it in the market, and this is just some general numbers. We'd get about $125,000 every year that we could continue to invest in the community. Over 10 years, we would probably invest $2.5 million while maintaining that 3.5. Remember, it never goes anywhere. And again, about a $1.5 million over 10 years. So, and that's with a pretty conservative investment return. I think we said of about 4 or 5%. So I want to mention that because I think it's a way, I mean, listening today, you guys have a very hard job ahead of you, and I commend you all for doing the hard decision-making you're going to have to do. But I really do hope we think beyond today and we think about 10 years from now or 20 years from now. And this is a way that we do that by also making sure every year we're investing. So I just want to mention that the Community Foundation is professionally managed by Fund Evaluation Group. So that's really critical to let you know that these endowments are well managed. It's a group out of Cleveland that only works predominantly with community foundations. And also, most importantly, we would establish agreements with you. They are legal documents, and all of that work could be done and developed so that everybody's cares and concerns could be addressed in the long run. And, I think you guys know, but I'll just say it again. We've grown assets of about $43 million in our 27 years in Mendocino County. And during that time, we've also granted out to $20.5 million. So, as we're growing the endowment, we're also putting money out in the community and investing in the people, the projects, and the places that matter so much to all of us. And we are accredited by national standards for community foundations, a really rigorous process. We're going through it right now. They evaluate 26 areas of our business to make sure we are always practicing the best practices in the field. And as you know, we're thoughtful, we're local, and we care deeply. Thank you. Does anybody? Just final, we're just submitting our request. We are very flexible. Those are just our offerings. Of course, any and all contribution would make a difference into the future of this county. So please know that in your consideration. Does anybody have any questions?
Not seeing any right now. Oh, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I was hoping that you could submit the slideshow to the clerk and they could update the agenda item, because right now we have your more formal presentation, but I would appreciate also having the slideshow. Thank you.
Okay. We will be happy to do that. I think they had it, but we'll give it to them again. Any other questions?
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Thank you, Megan. No, we don't have this particular PowerPoint. We have a report only. So if you could send
you just have the proposal, the written proposal?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you could send that to me and the clerk of the board, that would be great.
We will send it right now.
Send it right now.
Sorry that somehow didn't arrive with the proposal. Okay, well, thank you again. And I do want to say, I mean, it's been an interesting learning curve to do disaster response work, but we've been really grateful to partner with the County of Mendocino and to do it alongside, because it really made a difference to not do it all by ourselves. So thank you again.
Yeah. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I like the idea of making a lasting impact. That's really what I'm looking for in all of these presentations. Curious, does County Council have any concerns about how we would structure this one to avoid gift of public funds? Are there any requirements, or is the presentation good to go as presented?
So Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, sitting in for Christian. I don't have any off-the-cuff reaction to exactly how this might work with gifts of public funds. I think I have to take that, discuss that a bit with him as well in terms of structure and any concerns on that level. In a lot of ways, one of the minimum standards is that for it not to be a gift of public funds, to be a public purpose, but I want to discuss that further.
Yeah, and there's a clear public purpose here, just paying it forward. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Moving along, we will go to the Redwood Valley Calpella Fire District. I believe the presentation is going to be by Alinda Talso, Board Chair for the Redwood Valley Calpella Fire District.
Board Chair for the Redwood Valley Calpella Fire District.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
We hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're off mute. You are good to do your presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't have a PowerPoint like all the others, but I did send a letter. Hello, everybody on the board. Did you receive the letter, or would you like me to read it again?
Ms. Talso, the letter is in the board's packet. They have the letter as well as your spreadsheet. You may want to walk them through your spreadsheet.
Okay, so our first priority is the warning sirens. We have already purchased the first one. We've had a study done, and the first one should be installed by the end of May. And then once that one is installed, they'll do other tests. We will probably need 4 more sirens to fully cover our 60 square mile district. And each one will feed off of the other. So we have to install one at a time and then do a test to see the best placement for the next one until all of the valley is covered with a siren. So we would appreciate the money to either reimburse us possibly for what we've already expended, $64,000, and we expect another $135,000 to finish it. So does anybody have any questions?
Supervisor Williams?
Is there an economy of scale if we were to scale up to the entire county?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Is there any economy of scale if we were to cover the entire county with similar?
I can't make it go to where the.
Darcy Antle, if I may, through the chair, to Supervisor Williams, the disaster recovery team worked with all the fire districts after the 2017 fire. We have put together a hazard mitigation grant for Redwood Valley, Calpella. No other fire districts remained interested in sirens. They were expressing a concern over the limitation of the reach and have moved more towards the cameras.
Okay, that's a good answer. I remember when one was being tested, I think near Navarro, and I don't think the range was quite what was anticipated or advertised. So that may be why it scaled back. And perhaps in some environments that are less wooded, it's more viable.
Ms. Telso, is that the end of your presentation?
You can press *6 on your phone's keypad to unmute yourself.
Ms. Telso, if you unmute in time before we are done with this presentation, please let us know, but we will be moving forward. At this point, we will pull up, we're asked to present the Resource Conservation District for Mendocino County. And I believe we have the Executive Director, Megan McCuller. Yes, we do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to present today. A lot of excellent presentations. One thing that we are advocating for today is to consider alignment with the intent of the 2017 Redwood Complex Fire and returning on investment. So I'll be presenting today along with Mr. John Bailey, the Director of the Hopland Research and Extension Center. So the MCRCD mission is to conserve, protect, and restore wild and working landscapes to enhance the health of water, soil, and forests. I recall the woman who spoke in the public comment earlier today about how you're needing an environmental position, and just wanted to advocate to the community that we are an arm of the Mendocino County. We are a special district, and We do environmental work and climate change studies and all kinds of that. So we have 12 staff, and so the county is very supportive of environmental work. So we are addressing that. And if you want more information, there's our 5-year strategic plan is up on our website. So regarding your investments today, like all investments that we ask from the county, we leverage existing funds and we build capacity to secure future funding. So 5 categories of what I'll be talking about is to build upon successful projects already underway in the fire footprint, to invest in grant writing to bring in future funding, to support cost share for new grant applications, invest in CEQA, as it was mentioned in previous presentations, that's required for many funding opportunities, and then to leverage University of California, the partnership that we have, and invest in long-term programs. I'll be talking more about that in a minute. So prepared to build upon successful projects already underway in the fire footprint. The advantages of this is there's no startup costs, no issues with appropriateness. CEQA's already taken care of permitting, transparency, reporting. We already have these contracts with the county, and there's already significant funds invested, and it would just be a modification to existing contracts. So the Ukiah Valley Fire Fuels Reduction Project, $1.4 million already invested. Redwood Complex Fire Hazardous Tree Removal, $840K already invested, and Road to Recovery. This is road stormproofing, $1.2 million already, 1.4 already invested if you combine the State Water Resources Control Board funding. So the Ukiah Valley Fire Fuels and Reduction Project, that was managed by the Fire Safe Council. And so we wanted to put in our support for the request that was made on April 6th by the Fire Safe Council. The second project, a hazardous tree removal, we're requesting $500K to continue. As Wen mentioned earlier, over 700 dead and dying trees have been removed from the fire footprint in private property that this program allowed. And so we are suggesting another phase of that to continue. And then road stormproofing, that was a project we have lots of road and treatments already assessed. So we've had professional engineering firms evaluate and prescribe what treatments would need to be done. So an additional $500K would allow treatment of the highest priority sites within the fire footprint. So this does help with ingress, egress, and stormproofing, and reduces sediment into the water. This is a map of the fire footprint from the Redwood Valley Redwood Complex fire. So the red outline is the fire footprint, and the black are the roads that we've had assessed where we could do treatment of the highest priority, and that does affect the sediment into the water. And actually some of the water is being for the Willits municipal supply in the north up there. So funds for implementation would focus on the high priority sites relative to safe ingress, egress, and water quality protection. The other investments, grant writing, this is just to advocate for our general funding. We've requested $45K this year. We're not requesting PG&E funds. This really helps us be able to pay for writing of grants. Cost share contributions, no additional funds, just that the partnership we have with the county is really critical in order to have application competitiveness. And then the last one here is just $40K for CEQA archaeological and rare plant surveys that help us get grants. So this whole page is just, we need to be supportive of what it takes to bring in additional funds to the county. And then the last thing we want to talk about is leveraging the $2 million California Climate Investment Grant that we have, which is Applied Innovative Forest Health. This had 3 components to it. One was reforestation in the Redwood Complex fire footprint. We have planted over 135,000 seedlings in the fire footprint so far. We've removed, as I mentioned, standing dead and dying trees. And in this case, for this project, the trees that are removed from the Redwood Complex fire footprint are used as feedstock for the third component of the project, which is demonstration of renewable energy, which is electricity from biogasifiers that use woody biomass as feedstock. So this project, this $2 million grant we got because we were promoting we can generate local renewable electricity, we could produce biochar to be used as soil amendment or carbon sequestration, and we could demonstrate new technology within Mendocino County. So that's been going for a couple of years now. 4 power pilots are going to be stationed at HREC, and we've developed a long-term relationship with the University of California HREC, and I'm going to turn it over now to John Bailey.
Hello, Board of Supervisors and CEO. Thank you for having me. For those of you who aren't familiar with the term HREC, that's the Hopland Research and Extension Center. And our mission is to maintain and enhance ecosystem integrity through applied research, adaptive management, and educational activities. And what we're going to propose here aligns with all of those, as well as the various criteria by which you are judging where you allocate this money for PG&E settlement. Next slide, please. So the biogasifiers that Megan just mentioned take wood chips and produce electricity, hot water, and biochar. They're a demonstration of innovative technology that's containerized, appropriate for our rural communities, and it's an example of preparing the counter for future fire disasters. They can function as a standalone power source. We're going to be trialing different configurations, including grid interconnected, emergency power, charging batteries for storage or electric vehicles. And what we're doing in this first phase is really helping refine the technology and assessing the functionality. We're also, as part of this, starting programs working on carbon offsets, including direct sequestration by incorporating the biochar into soils, and doing co-composting trials for soil amendments. Right now, we're using fire-killed and damaged trees for fuel, but in the future, these gasifiers could accept fire fuels such as small diameter logs from forest thinning projects or rehabilitation in fire damaged areas. And our goal as part of this is to make it more economically viable to conduct thinning of fuels for forest health and fire hazard mitigation by making marketable product and a marketable channel. Next slide, please.
Oh, I'm trying. Oh, there we go.
So this is really just an example of what we think would be a great investment of this money to help build a biomass utilization innovation incubator at Hopland. And so the first part is to continue this R&D of the gasification technology. There are various different models out there on the market, but it really looks like it fits well within our rural economy and helps mitigate fire hazard by, again, creating usable products from currently unusable timber. Another part of it, which would be the proactive forward-facing side, is really looking at how do we incubate new business models to promote more economical fire fuel reduction. So there's already a biomass working group within the UC. We link into all the UC campuses, and so we could leverage the expertise of the various UC departments, whether it's engineering, business modeling, carbon sequestration. And I think the time is really right for this. It really ties in with the priorities of the new administration, talking about these, using our working lands for active carbon sequestration. And this could help pivot us into more of a proactive leadership role in developing these technologies and the business models around them. And then the last ask here is really there's nascent building techniques and engineering around using smaller diameter trees in construction. And this could be converted into a real workforce development training program where we're trialing best techniques and we are helping educate people in those techniques. So I think that, you know, us at the UC and the RCD are a great partnership in this because we are leveraging the power of the research knowledge of the UC with the community outreach and the network that the RCD has to really build a long-term program that can benefit the county in multiple ways. Next slide, please. And so here we're really looking at what we've got as the different asks, some of which Megan covered, some of which I'm covering here. And they're broken out by line item because it is a total ask, but each of these line items can be standalone. We don't want you to feel like, oh, well, we have to invest in the whole thing. If there's parts of it that are more appealing, that's totally possible. Megan, do you have other things to add?
Yes, I added one more slide that you don't have in your package. So we saw the evaluation matrix, and we're suggesting that maybe there's a couple other things to consider in your evaluation of each of these projects. One is return on investment. Will it bring in future funding? And the other is an alignment with the fire recovery work plan that Supervisor McGordy referenced and is attachment 2 in your board package. So, you know, we understand you have a lot of things to consider and a lot of really important, valuable proposals, but we're suggesting that our proposals have a long-term vision and that are directly aligned with what the PG&E settlement was for. Thank you very much.
Questions or comments?
This is Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Megan, would you please send me the revised presentation, please?
Sure, yes, of course.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy.
So these are two excellent groups. I'm sure we have good experiences working with, but my question for you, John, is are we going to get hit with a giant overhead charge from the Office of the President if we were to grant money to HREC? They're up to 40% in some cases, and I just wondered if there is an ability to waive fees, or how are they going to handle that?
I think what we would need to do is, if you wanted to move forward with this, would be to negotiate an MOU or a licensing agreement, some kind of formalized agreement. There may be some cases where there is overhead, and in A&R right now, A&R is the Division of Agriculture and Natural Resources. That's at 27% currently, so not as high as a lot of the campuses, and it wouldn't necessarily apply to all of these activities. So for example, if we were purchasing in equipment to trial and demonstrate, we probably wouldn't need to charge any overhead on that. But I think we would really need to, if you wanted to move ahead, start to talk with our contracting office and figure out how we best fit this into current policies. And I know that that's definitely a concern. I feel really sensitive to that we don't want to be sending money out to other communities. We want to keep it invested here. So I definitely would make that a point when we were negotiating agreements, figuring out what we can do here locally without getting the overhead incursion.
And just a comment on the biogas treatment or facilities. I saw a really excellent one in Tuscany that was generating enough biogas. They were thinning oak forests where they grow oak for furniture and barrels, and they were able to generate enough electricity to run a sizable winery. There was, about 400,000 cases of wine per year, and the whole thing was run by one person. It was all automated, and he could operate the thing on his cell phone in terms of making critical decisions and monitoring what's going on. So the technology is really getting pretty advanced in this, and I could see something like this really working well in Mendocino County for what do we do with the trees that we need to thin and as part of a fire-safe approach to our landscape.
Great, thanks. Supervisor Mulhern, then Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair. I have a CEQA question. So in this presentation, we heard that we might need, that the RCD might need $40,000 for 10 projects, roughly at $4,000 each. I'm assuming that has to do with the specific projects they're listing. In our first presentation from the PRRM, we were asked to consider an EIR, countywide EIR or neg deck for $700,000 for a handful of projects. And I know that the community has been discussing a countywide EIR. So how can we were to move forward with any kind of CEQA requests, is there a way to streamline that, or would it just be 2 project specific?
Supervisor Mulhern through the Chair Jurdy. Yes, we could certainly leverage the countywide EIR. And just for clarification, in this new presentation, it's I had it backwards on the presentation you have. I said 10 projects at 4,000 each, and it's actually 4 projects at 10,000 each. So they're a little more expensive than I anticipated. So I have it corrected here in this new draft. But your point of leveraging the county CEQA, absolutely. We could certainly leverage that separately. Also, one of the reasons why we chose to partner with HREC in this presentation instead of them presenting independently is the funds could come through the RCD. So any investment in this, I mean, the RCD is the lead applicant for the biogasifier technology. So those funds would come to us, and there's, minimal overhead for us. We're very low overhead. So if your concern about that, we could certainly be the lead for receiving and complementing the existing program that we lead.
Okay, before we go to Supervisor Hashak, I see a hand raised by Nash Gonzalez.
Mr. Chair, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Planning and Building Services Director and also Recovery Director. Ms. McClure brings up a good point about being able to leverage the CEQA document for the countywide approach. And this is exactly why we're looking at a master EIR that would cover all of these different types of projects, so that when these projects do come forward and they're teed up, at least there's already an EIR on the shelf or a mitigated neg deck that we can all work with. So I think this is why we went ahead and put forth a proposal for a certain dollar amount that would cover all these projects. So I just wanted to go ahead and mention that we did think about this early on and look at anything and everything that's coming down the pike. And this would include any of our partners out there that are also requesting any PG&E funds that at least the CEQA can be addressed in a countywide approach. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you. I like that you use the matrix to score your own proposal. I think number 8 correlates very well with number 5, which was really to ask the question about, will the investment lead to cost effectiveness, cost savings, and or leverage other funding sources? So I think you're on the right track with number 8. And number 9 is right on alignment with fire recovery work plan. I think that should be in the matrix, and I think that should be a very high score. So I appreciate you using it.
Right, Supervisor Williams.
I'm impressed. Thank you for the thoughtful presentation.
Okay, great, thank you. So maybe we could go Darcy to the next.
Yes, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. Next, we have a presentation from Facility and Information Services. I'll turn this over to Deputy CEO Janelle Rao.
Good afternoon, board members. Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. I do want to introduce, there are others here with me to present. We'll be very quick. I have Dan Mazzani from Facilities and Fleet, Doug Anderson from Facilities and Fleet. I also have Cody Snyder from Information Services, and then Tom Jacobson from Client First. So if we can go to the first slide, please. As this board is aware, we were in front of you actually multiple times talking about the various requests for PG&E funding. And in addition, we also had an allocation granted to us from CDBG under their Community Development Block Grant under mitigation. So that was $5.4 million. The allocation of those fundings was prioritized based on the disaster risk reduction for the county. Information Services and Facilities and Fleet originally requested project funding in the 2021 mid-year, and there's an allocation described in there. Also, just I might reference, there is a spreadsheet that has additional details. This is a summary of that spreadsheet that's attached to this item as well. So within that, and based on the supervisor's feedbacks, Facilities and Fleet and Information Services met to prioritize the criteria. We've detailed that based on life, health, safety, welfare of our citizens and employees. Many of the Information Services critical projects directly related also to Board of Supervisors priorities and focused on risk reduction and stabilized funding streams. So on the next slide, I will introduce Doug Anderson from Facilities and Fleet to review this really quick.
So the projects we have include several projects that are that were included in our CDBG request, and include the 911 dispatch bunker, which is a project that is already partially funded through the design by general fund board approval in the previous year. We've begun design on that project and are moving forward and are looking for this largely to be funded through the CDBG grant. Would be a large ask there. The one item that we're looking to be included as part of the PG&E funding is the actual purchase of the dispatch console, as that's likely not to meet within the requirements included with the CDBG grant. The second item was the Sanhedrin power line hardening. This is a project that is ongoing. We completed one phase last year. We're set to continue with the second phase this year, and are looking for the third phase again to be funded through the CDBG grant. Then the last item on here is the hardening of the remaining microwave sites at Spanish Mountain and Sanhedrin, with some initial work we did at Sanhedrin. We're also engaged in the replacement of the generator and other improvements at Spanish Mountain to get that completely hardened for with new equipment and cooling systems. And then we'll be looking at some of the other sites at Sunel, which is the other at-risk site in the fire high-risk fire zone. And then we're looking also at the balance of the sites. Again, some of which are owned by the county and others where we just have limited equipment on leased facilities. And again, on the PG&E ask, we're mainly looking at this phase 2 group, looking at the ones that are particularly high risk fire zones. Is there a next slide here? So the first one here, I think, has been addressed with the third quarter request. So I'm assuming that if that's the case, that this would be not a requirement of the PG&E grant. We also have park hazards mitigation, which was included in a previous request, looking at the hazardous trees at Bauer Park. And I think that's it on the PG&E requirements. The others are projects that are prioritized projects that we continually have difficulty getting funding approval for through our one-time requests, and again, just looking at how we might approach some of these projects.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, how many trees would be taken down for 300,000? Fairly small park.
Yeah, I don't have the estimates in front of me. I believe that there were several hundred trees, and I don't recall. I think there were about $5,000 a piece is what we had estimated based on.
Well, I have a chainsaw. That seems like a lot of money. Can Hopland help us gasify them?
I would think so.
Supervisor McGordy.
Supervisor Williams, it is really expensive to bring trees down safely, doing it properly with people who aren't likely to hurt themselves with safety equipment and everything else. I know because I spent about $3,000 to take down a giant oak tree that split down the middle and was hanging halfway over my garage. So it's pricey. And anyway.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, I might also add that this information was contained in the Parks Needs Assessment Phase 1. There will be additional information coming in on our parks and the condition of our parks, but I do know that this was specifically identified as a serious hazard, so I would just mention that.
Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO. The disaster recovery has a total of 82 trees in the Bower Park region that need to be removed.
Okay, all right, thanks. Is there another slide?
Yes, I would invite Tom Jacobson to speak to this one.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Tom Jacobson, Client First Consulting. On this slide, we have 3 distinct projects. The first one is phase 3 of the microwave radio replacement, which is the microwave radios themselves that do the point-to-point communications at the 16 sites. The team, the IS and facilities team, agreed to allocate $2.1 million of CDBG funding for this, and we're asking for an additional $900,000 of PG&E funding to complete this project. Second item on this is the Fort Bragg Spur, which is the only microwave site in the county that's not resilient. It's served by a single location. We're asking for an initial $50,000 to determine the best course of action to complete the loop around Fort Bragg and make that a resilient site. And third is a Big Signal Peak, which actually is a Sanhedrin. We've talked before about the extreme weather conditions at this site. After further assessment, facilities and IS have determined that the best course of action is actually to replace the building and build a new tower at the site. You'll hear more about this one in the near future. We're working through initial design and we'll be bringing you some alternatives. But we're asking for PG&E funding of 163. We have allocated CDBG funding of about 337.
Okay, next slide. Cody, please, Cody Snyder should take this slide, please.
Good afternoon, Cody Snyder, Information Services Division Manager. These are the IT master plan projects that we identified as critical need right now. The first 3 items on here are part of the Munis and Amentum property tax system that we had discussed earlier in the meeting, and it adds additional functionality that we would really need in those projects. The criminal justice system, thank you for funding that. That's been done. The radio tower structural analysis is something that has not been done for the county at this point. So we're looking at funding to try to make sure that all our towers are adequate in terms of their structural capacity as we look at improving and adding more functionality to our microwave system. The radio repeater project, phase 1, we need some additional funding to complete that project, which is slated to be hopefully completed by the end of this summer. The MCSO structural connectivity, that's station 1, which is the administration building for the sheriff's office. It has been in desperate need of wiring for many years. Their computer data network wiring in that building is in a constant state of failure, and so it's critical for their operation. The login and audit trails is part of a cybersecurity improvements that we need to do for the county. This will ensure that we are watching if we have any intrusions that we may miss. This provides a third-party eyes to monitor our logs and make sure that we're not missing anything. Okay, next slide. Okay, and these are the high priority projects that we identified that we need funding. We have the electronic document management imaging system, DocuWare, which the board, one of the board directives that we're working on. Fuel management system integration, which is something that the garage needs. Turns out that it's a FEMA benefit for us. We can track our fuel usage and get reimbursements through. Electronic digital signatures is something we definitely need in the county. We provides us the ability to sign documents electronically. So if we have to be remote, we can do that without having to be in the office. One thing here I would really like to make a note of, and that is the network upgrades for the county. That's essentially replacing the out-of-date Cisco switching infrastructure that we have throughout every building countywide. It's currently not supported by the vendor anymore, so we cannot get updates or support on this product. So it's something that we need to replace. It is a critical infrastructure throughout the county. It is what supports all of our communications and networks throughout through every building that we have. A number of the other items on here, the data center upgrades, the storage area network, those are part of our data center. That's allowing us to have additional functionality and maintain the equipment that we have, keep them to the current standards. The Office 365 was mentioned earlier in the meeting. That's currently underway. Remote access upgrades, we're looking at improving our VPN connectivity to make it easier and faster for folks that are working remotely. And also the wireless improvements, that's also to add additional capacity in our buildings. This decommission RVI migration is part of the electronic document management project. It is, we have a system that is essentially at risk that houses all of our current scanned images for receipts and stuff. So that's a critical need. Our technology operations management platform, that is part of our daily operations here. It will provide us with additional inventory management, remote capacity, the ability to manage devices, especially that we're in more and more mobile devices. It gives us the ability to manage them and assist remotely. Which goes along with mobile device management, that gives additional functionality to maintain access to mobile devices so we can assist if users need them and make changes as necessary. IT policies and procedures and disaster recovery planning, those two items there are essentially to make sure that we have the proper policies in place so we can respond in an emergency and that we're responding in the appropriate fashion. Another item here I think is very important is the disaster recovery site implementation. Currently we have some offsite replication, but we really don't have a full capability of operating should we have to, say, evacuate the low gap campus for some reason. This would provide us with the ability to function accurately and completely throughout the county if we didn't have the ability to operate the data center here at low gap. The VMware upgrades, that's additional cybersecurity enhancements to ensure things like ransomware don't affect adjacent systems in the data center. And the phone system upgrades, that's a big part of the call center for the EOC. It allows us to operate in literally in a virtual mode where we can answer calls from anywhere with a mobile device. So the total of all those come approximately $6 million for IT upgrades. Okay.
So just to summarize again, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, the total asks were approximately 30 million. I'd like to add that none of these are new asks. These are all included in your current ITMP and your current capital improvement plan. Each of these were identified as priorities, and we assessed these based on how they may be appropriately suited for CDBG funding versus PG&E funding. And I know that there are other funding sources that are on the horizon that have been mentioned. From the ask perspective, we are working on funding mechanisms to assure that this board is presented with these asks in a routine basis, meaning we don't necessarily want to keep coming in and asking for one-time funds. They are identified in your IT master plan. They're also identified in your CIP. Some of these are critical, as you've noted. So based on the funding for the alternate care site, it would reduce the unallocated funding source down to about approximately 10 million. And with that, we are very happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, just an observation. We started out the day talking about how good our finances look. And later in the day, we put together, part of it is deferred maintenance. And I mean, looking at this IT list, this is all reasonable. There aren't any nice to haves. This is just basic infrastructure. And I imagine somebody's looking at the trees and saying, well, that's also just deferred maintenance, and that $3,600 a tree is the cost. It strikes me as really high. I think that's, out of this whole presentation, that's the one line item. I'd sure like to go out to bid to see what it costs to take down 82 trees that are not near any structures.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO, that would most definitely, I believe that these were estimates based on the information we had in front of us, but that would most certainly, if in fact we were to proceed with that, it would be conducted in a competitive process. And I do think it depends on the nature of the fallen trees as well. So I do know that that was a priority identified, but Supervisor Williams, we do hear your concern and we'll address that.
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I would like to make a comment. And Chair Jurdy, you know this, but I think your colleagues may not be familiar, but you know that, the last decade, we didn't have money. And in order to balance the budget, everything was cut. So my point is that we've had deferred maintenance for 5 years on our buildings. We didn't buy vehicles. We shrunk the organization, gave up rentals, sold property. There was a lot that we did. So now, it's like if you don't manage and keep upgrading your property, in the end, you're going to end up paying more. And I as we go through all of this, that's what it feels like, that there was so much that we had to defer. And now we're at a point where we have some money, it's great, but this is a moment in time. We may have money this year, we may have money next year, but we don't know what will happen after that. So my only point is we've had a lot of deferred maintenance, a lot of activities that we could have done that we couldn't do because we didn't have the finances. We have the finances now. So that's why this board is asked to make those very hard decisions as to how you want to proceed, not only with our general fund and our budget every year, but PG&E, and then you'll have the other funding coming in the end of summer. Thank you.
Supervisor McGorty?
So I can attest, having lived through the lean budget years in a county department, that everything that CEO Angelo says is true and more. So as we look through this list of asks, it's a little overwhelming, and what I would suggest maybe that Deputy CEO Rao do is kind of prioritize this in terms of, what things are really, really critical and what things are sort of nice to have, so that it can help the board a little bit make some decisions. Because for someone who, for Supervisor Williams, it's probably pretty easy to look at this and know exactly what is super important. But for me, it's tough. So, having a little bit of a sense from the people who are doing the presentation here, I think that would really be helpful, because I can't kind of discern, is it more important to have good phone service, or is it more important to have Fort Bragg's for microwave breeding expansion. These are all things that I just don't know.
Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. If you do refer to your slide deck, you will see critical projects that are identified. And from that, if you move forward, we have high priority. From a facilities perspective, much of which we've identified are all critical. And again, it's difficult to say what's the most critical of the critical, I understand. But I do believe we've worked very, very closely with the IT ad hoc, and I do see Supervisor Williams with his hand up, so I will defer to him.
Yeah, Glenn, there's a video that we could pass around from a previous session where Cody Snyder from IS presented the failures of the county microwave system. This is what's used to dispatch fire, ambulance, law enforcement, and they're buying equipment on eBay because it's discontinued by the maker. So they're buying old used parts, hoping they can cobble it together, literally using duct tape in some cases. They had photos of that in concrete, in buildings that are crumbling with power lines that need to be replaced. And the failures were being charted on a weekly basis. And so imagine you call 911 and there's a resource half-mile away and there's no way for the county to dispatch that resource to come and help you. So I think everything Cody's listed here fits into that chain of, it's part of the chain of survival. And, depending who's calling and what circumstance, a different piece of this may appear more critical. If we have a large scale disaster like we've had, imagine the county email system going down. You can't email between departments or you can't email across the county. That becomes a high priority item. So everything here is high priority. We have a lot of deferred maintenance that potentially could cripple us in an emergency or just on day-to-day operations.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Yeah, that's the reason why we created this rubric or matrix is that we've got more requests and money requests than we have money. And so it's really to give priority to what the requests are. And it would provide a transparent way, if we can rank these by criteria that we can agree on, then the public will know exactly why we're choosing one, or several projects over others. And I think that what RCD did with aligning or adding that alignment with fire recovery work plan was a very good idea. But really I guess if anyone looks at that matrix, and if we had staff kind of rank them, we have, okay, does it align with the fire recovery work plan? Is it going to reimburse the county or first responder agencies for expenses directly related to disaster events? Is it better preparing the county for future wildfire disasters? Is it promoting prevention and response capacity for emergency preparedness? It goes on, I think, and last one that wasn't captured there was, are these funds the payer of last resort? So we're trying to figure out, what are the essential things that we need to deal with and what projects we need to fund right away that really were affected directly by the disaster. And then how do we prepare ourselves better? And maybe if people are in agreement, we can use this scoring rubric to kind of at least rank, the projects. And maybe we'll see that the ranking isn't perfect, but at least we'll have an idea. And I would like to direct staff to use the rubric to score the projects when we come back, and there'll certainly be more projects being presented. I know some in Willits and Laytonville for emergency services. So maybe the staff could take those projects, rank them, in a score of 2, like it totally matches, to 0. It doesn't match at all.
Through the
or
chair,
kind of like what
through the
RCD
chair,
did with. Hello?
Through the chair, Deputy CEO, I believe this was made for the Board of Supervisors to do the ranking and assessing, not that was going to be a staff direction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we could do it as the board too. Now, I don't want to put it on staff, but it would at least give the community a way of seeing what we're doing.
I'll go to Supervisor Williams and I'd like to add a little comment.
Yeah, the state constitution helps us a bit here. The protection of public safety is the first responsibility of local government, and local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provision of adequate public safety services. I think we should focus on that, go through the proposals and look at where are we falling short on providing adequate public safety and see what's left when we're done.
So Supervisor Williams, is there a way to capture that in a scoring matrix as a different line item? And
it may be, but I think that it's a higher importance. Even if a project only increases, it only checks the public safety box, that is our top priority. We took an oath to follow the California Constitution. I would argue we're not providing adequate public safety in Mendocino County in several regards.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, and that we can certainly work with that with this matrix. You know, maybe if it's providing essential public safety, then that gets a 5 points or 10 points. And the others, if it's, funds of last resort, that gets a 1 point. So we can prioritize those too and give them a greater score if it's the essential public safety.
So thanks. So along those lines, and I know the hour is getting late, this is something that a number of groups do, is they score projects like this. And let's say you develop you refine this scoring system we've got in front of us. We could set it up so the maximum number of points that a single project could receive is 100 points, for example. Most projects won't get 100, they'll get something less than 100. You then collate that, staff collates what each of us have produced. So there's 5 of us scoring. So in theory, a project could get 500 points. They bring it back to us. We are not obligated to fund the projects based on the scoring. And I don't want to overemphasize the value of the scoring. What the scoring does though, is it helps maybe to see sort out some projects a little bit. But I think we could at least have that as a going forward for making a final decision. I think part of the objective of Supervisor Hashak myself was just to get something in front of the board that we could all look at to evaluate the projects, at least on an initial level. Again, we wouldn't be obligated to fund the projects that score the highest. But we would have that information when we make the decision. And I think the other thing that staff's asking for, which I think I agree with, which is at some point we need to set a deadline for submittal of projects so that we can make a decision, unless we want to reserve some funds for a later decision. But I think, we do need to make a decision on this. Supervisor McGorty?
Oh, and while I certainly recognize public safety as being critical, I think also making the communities that were affected whole when possible is also important too. Because easily we could spend everything on public safety. I mean, that we wouldn't even need to consider anything else. It's obviously expensive to upgrade equipment and have everything working properly. It does sound bad when you have to go on eBay to find parts and use duct tape to put together. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the functionality of that system. But as we think about this, we have to do some capital rationing and allocation on this and trying to address, spread the money to be as effective as possible to do a lot of different things. And even though it looks impressive that we have $22 million, when you look at the needs, I'm sure it's way more than that.
Okay, going back to Darcy, do we have any more presentations?
No, Supervisor Judy, this is the last presentation for today. I do believe I have 3 additional presentations currently that are teed up for May 11th, as well as I believe the town hall for Supervisor McGorty and Mulhern is the 6th. So something may come out of that. When I spoke earlier, I'm happy to help identify if it's a one-time fund or if there are additional funding options out there on some of the projects. We certainly wouldn't know on some of the outside projects if there's other funding available for them. But certainly within the county, we can help add that other column there for, funding of last resort as requested.
Okay, based on that, recognize Supervisor McGarty, but I'd like us to see if we can come to an agreement on, if we want to come to an agreement on a deadline for submittal of projects so that we can have a rational and completed evaluation process. So Supervisor McGarty?
I just wanted to add that the Redwood Valley MAC also submitted a list of projects that they are concerned about, and a lot of them overlap with what we're seeing here. And they brought to my attention Mariposa Park, which is one that's closed right now, I guess, because of safety issues. And that might have been included today. I wasn't really clear in some of the park repair maintenance issues. So
Mariposa Park was on the ask from the PERM group here at the county. So disaster recovery, yes.
Right.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, as far as the deadline, I think, June 1st seems reasonable. That if we put that as a deadline, and if people are in agreement, maybe Supervisor Jurdy and I could work with Darcy Antle to come up with a revised checklist or matrix, and add the alignment with fire recovery work plan and also public safety as criteria.
That sounds good to me. Sorry to jump in, but given first of all, I just want to show a lot of appreciation for everybody who's thought through these proposals. And I know how much time it takes to do these kinds of things because I used to do them. And the amount of work that we have in front of us that's already been done to get us to this point is extraordinary.
Okay, Vicki. Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. I like the additions to the matrix, and I just wanted to look to staff for some support in consolidating after Supervisor McGordy and I have the 2 town halls in Redwood Valley via Zoom this Thursday and in Potter Valley very soon in the next couple of weeks to consolidate the asks for those 2 communities into one table or PDF so that we can truly understand the ask for those particular communities in addition to how they fit into the funding matrix.
Darcy Antle, through the chair, to Supervisor Mulhern, yes. The PERM team, 2 members have already agreed to listen in on the one that we are aware of, which I believe is the 6th. So we will be listening in, and then we can round back with you to share the notes and make sure we collected the information as you heard it as well.
Okay, so I'm hearing some suggestions that maybe we have some consensus on that. June 1st will be the deadline for submittal of projects for evaluation. Supervisor Hashak and I will work with Darcy and county staff to complete and revise the scoring matrix. And so then after June 1st, each board member will have all of the projects with a scoring matrix to give an initial scoring of projects, which will then be brought back to a board discussion and action item after June 1st, after the items are resubmitted for deliberation and some kind of action by the board. Does that sound reasonable?
More than reasonable.
It sounds reasonable, but I know I'm going to need a coach because there's so much stuff here. I don't know that I'm going to be able to remember everything. I've taken notes, but it seems like it would be really great to have, when it comes time to score, to have the ability to talk to some staff on this.
I agree. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. One idea is like what RCD did, that people could self-evaluate and provide that information to us so that if it's the payer of last resort, maybe they know and we wouldn't. So if it's just an idea.
Yeah, I would take that over nothing. That's for sure. I mean, having some sort of data, and also kind of just trying to remember all the projects since there's so many of them. It's going to be really confusing to go through everything again on our own.
Glenn, you can also replay this video. It's on YouTube.
If I may, through the chair, Darcy Antle, Deputy CEO, we are pulling up attachment A from the PG&E settlement. This will need to be updated a bit after today's presentation, but this lists out the presentations and the annual cost versus the one-time funds. So it is a start at a summary for you to be able to work your way through to use alongside your matrix, your rating scale.
Okay, thanks. So do we have at this point direction on next steps? Do we all feel we have next steps at this point? Okay, looks good. All right, well, thank you everybody for your thoughtful presentations. I'm sure a tremendous amount of work went into each proposal and each project, and for staff to kind of help organize these presentations. We have a couple of remaining items on today's agenda, and
Chair Judy,
go ahead.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Gadrowski, was there public comment on the last item?
No, thank you. We had comment, but it wasn't from the general public. Thank you for bringing that up. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on these items?
Yes, we do. The first and only caller on the line is Anna Stockel.
Hey guys and gals, but I'm from New York, I guess. I call gals guys. Thank you so much for your long day on this. I've hung in for most of it. The two comments I have on this last agenda item was the one, so Ted Williams already covered one, which was the quote on the trees. And it sounds like, he's asking for the right thing, which is a competitive quote, but I'm assuming that you're getting competitive quotes on all of these jobs, although I can't find them in the agenda notes or anything. So maybe I'll write an email, maybe I'll look in future agendas or whatever and see that we're getting competitive quotes. But the other eye-popping number that I heard was 500-something thousand for generators for the libraries. I think it's a terrific idea to have, during an emergency, to have a place for the public to go. Certainly, the coast was mentioned, but certainly on the coast, heating and cooling centers is probably not a priority. I'm sure cooling centers aren't, but probably inland they are. And then like a place for somebody to charge their phones. I know that a lot of the volunteer fire departments set something like that up. So I guess if I were you all, I would want to look at a map and spread out, not just say, hey, let's do libraries, but pick the spots and spread them out so they're equidistant to the public to access. Because that is a good idea. Sometimes in an emergency, people just want to go somewhere and be with people, if they can. And the other thing is just the cost of the generators. That sounds a little out of whack to me. I have a dual fuel generator that runs my entire farm, installed for I don't know, $7,000 or something. And a solar is a great idea, but that's a big project, and we don't know if there's going to be an earthquake tomorrow or whatever. Solar is a long-term project, and a generator, if a quote is done right and installation is done right, isn't that expensive. So I would like to see, personally, a plan for where these centers would go and a competitive quote for a generator install, because that number just sounds out of this world. Thanks for your hard work today.
That concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, and thank you for reminding me of the public comment request. Okay, all right, thank you. So we have a couple of items left in today's agenda. We have, let's see. Well, I think one of the most important items is discussion and possible action regarding initiating the process for a countywide facilities space needs assessment. And the sponsor of this is the Executive Office.
Good afternoon, good evening, board members, General, Deputy CEO. Before you, you do have a request for Facilities and Fleet to initiate a space needs assessment. I've provided information in there for you that documents somewhat of the history of the county when it comes to space needs or space moves or allocation of space and even the acquisition of space. And historically speaking, I'd just like to note that we've always, from a historical perspective, have pursued or tried to pursue a proactive way to address space needs, and without a collective or a designed approach that identifies how we're utilizing our space, how effective our space is being utilized, we're unable to do that. And from a historical perspective, it's been on a first come, first served basis. It's been on whoever actually makes the most noise, so to speak. And what we're looking for is to approach this from the perspective of we're changing our footprint as we speak. You know, we're working in a telework environment and remote working. We are acquiring property. We are looking at moves and reallocating space for those operational needs. This assessment would provide us with a tool that would complement our capital improvement plan. It would also complement our facilities. We do what we call a facilities assessment or critical needs, where you go in and you look at the condition of each facility, you look at the age, the carpeting, the footprint, the parking lot, the roof, and we evaluate that, which would then turn into a capitalized project. With that, I am here to answer any questions, but I do believe that this is probably would be one of the most important tools we could use. And I also believe that this would be a type of a plan that would work in collaboration or parallel with the board's strategic planning efforts. And with that, I'll turn it over to the CEO as well.
Thank you, Janelle. The only comment I wanted to make, Chair Jurdy and the board, is that we are really in the process of change, and obviously caused by the pandemic, and here we are. But one of the areas that we're looking at, of course, is our remote workforce, and we have departments that would like to continue with the remote workforce, and so we are working on a policy to put out for once the pandemic ends, that we still support and approve of people working from home. And of course, as it's been through the pandemic, that it's up to the department heads if this is something they can do. But what that speaks to is it speaks to our space needs and not really knowing what exactly we need. Because if we have a department of 100 staff and we're going to continue with, say, half of them working remotely or working from home a couple days a week and then sharing office space when they're in the office, we're not certain we really need additional space. And then we have other departments that are asking for additional space. The other piece of this is that we are attempting to have as many virtual services as we can. So, for instance, we've talked about this before, about the call center, that what we're setting up is a virtual call center. So the next emergency, we've got this process for a virtual call center, and it's really modeled after behavioral health. Dr. Janine Miller set up the Warm Line during the pandemic, and basically it's a line that people could call, not with an emergency, but an urgent issue or a question around mental health, or they just need somebody to talk with during the pandemic. And that number rings to about 6 employees' phones at their desks. And so that has been a virtual line, and that's what we're doing with the call center. We're looking at that for the Emergency Operations Center as well. and a department operations center. So what I'm saying to the board is that we are trying to coin Supervisor Williams, we are trying to move into the 21st century, virtual services, online services, remote workforce. But what it speaks to is how much space do we have and how much space do we need. So I'm very appreciative of the fact that the board is willing to allow us to embark on this. And additionally, we would like to not do anything. We don't want to make any additional changes right now as far as buying property, not buying property, moving people around. And I have told departments that we are not purchasing and we are not leasing right now, that we are waiting until the space assessment is done. And our hope is that we will have the space assessment done very quickly. And as Deputy CEO Rao has said, we want this space assessment to marry up with the strategic plan. But we're actually very excited. We have asked departments in the past, this board has asked departments in the past to come back with a plan, a 5-year plan for their departments, for space needs, for programmatic needs. We haven't always gotten that, but there's lots of reasons for that. We know whether it's a pandemic or other disasters or just not having the resources. We want to put the time and the effort into a space assessment so that this board and staff, that we can all make very good decisions moving forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Carmel, when you and I get done taking down some trees at Walla, what if we just drive the county with a clipboard and, sketch out what we have today, what we need? Is this really $100,000 project? This seems like a lot of money. What
I'll
how
leave
many
that to
persons
Janelle.
involved?
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, Deputy CEO. Space needs assessments aren't necessarily just driving around and documenting where our facilities are. We do have that. What we do need to do is meet with each operation, determine what their needs are currently, what their future planning needs are. These are endeavors that actually take some time. As noted in here, we have nearly 100 facilities. They're spread throughout the county. Some are owned, some are leased. It will require meeting with the individual staffs. It'll be looking at 24/7 operations and the critical needs there. It will also take into consideration whether or not we serve the public. It'll also take into consideration this telework environment we're talking about. You have one large operating division of the county, I'll just reference, that may have approximately 200 of their employees that will be teleworking. And there's no assessment then of what that does as far as your space. Yet we have competing asks from the same individuals for additional space. So yes, staff can do this. Yes, this is something we will work collaboratively on, but I do note that this isn't just a simple process. Typically, they're done with architects. It's not necessarily a process that's done from an administrative side or a professional services. So I do know that if you were to search out, Supervisor Williams, I could send you a couple examples of some that are done in other counties that would give you a sense for what you would get as far as a result and a product, if that would help. But if
so, I'm happy to go with my colleagues and support it. 100,000 seems like maybe it's end of day, and I'm feeling tight. But it just sounds like a lot of money for coming up with a plan of where we need facilities and how large and who can work at home. I like the plan. I would like it more if we could do it for free.
So Chair Jurdy, Supervisor Williams, we will work to get the best price we can on this product. When we go out for something like a strategic plan or a space assessment, just as Supervisor McGordy has done and Supervisor Haschak, we do check with our colleagues in other counties. We look at what they've done, what their statements of work have been, what the going price, the market price is. And so, we're hoping it's not 100,000, but it's safe to say up to 100,000 at this point in time. Additionally, we're hoping, as Janelle has talked about, a return on investment. If we spend $100,000 on a space assessment, but what we learn is that we don't need to buy a new building or we don't need to lease additional space. We could move people around and not have to do that. That will be a return on investment itself. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. What's the timeline for this? And it seems like this is kind of like the strategic plan for our facilities. And I'd hate to spend more on the strategic plan for facilities than we do on the strategic plan for our operations and our people. So, and I don't think we're going to spend $100,000 on the strategic plan for our operations and people.
Again, Janelle Rao through the chair. The timeline will depend on how we approach it. I would say to begin this process, you're talking, it is quite extensive. I would estimate anywhere from 12 months to 18 months. It's not a small undertaking. I do have Doug Anderson on as well that may have some input because he does have experience with these types of assessments. If he would like to chime in a little bit before I overcommit and underdeliver. It's important that this board understands the significance of this this analysis. We have many planning documents. We don't have a lot of work that comes into this that gives us a roadmap. And I can't emphasize enough the time and energy that goes into addressing facility needs from an operational perspective on a daily basis due to space. They need to be moved, we need to be reallocated, we need to lease, we need to purchase, you name it. And it is done in such a haphazard manner, a tool like this will be critical. But Doug, did you have anything you would like to add?
Doug Anderson, Assistant Facility Manager. At this point, we didn't really put a lot of effort into creating estimates or cost estimates. We need to get our RFQ together and get proposals back so we have something to evaluate and understand what we're getting and for how much.
Supervisor Hashak?
I guess another concern is if we don't do any movement until this is done, and it's not done for 18 months, then, the request for the Office of Emergency Services would be put on hold for 2 real fire seasons. And so that's concerning to me. Could we put that Office of Emergency Services aside and not put a block on that to move if need be?
So Supervisor Hashak, through the chair, Chair Jurdy, I think that a couple things. Well, first off is that if we have an immediate need, we won't wait 18 months, we won't wait 12 months. We would move forward if it was something that was extremely urgent. I think that there needs to be an evaluation of what we want to do with the Office of Emergency Services. I would say that if we're moving toward virtual services, I agree. I think that the Sheriff's Office needs more space. They've said it, and I know that in the EOC in the Donovan room that it is quite crowded depending on what the emergency is and where we are in that emergency. But I think that, we have space. It's not like we don't have any space. We have buildings that are vacant. If you look at the Willits Justice Center, now we've just purchased this training center in Redwood Valley, and we don't even know if the training center is going to be used, how often it's going to be used. And then, of course, we know that we purchased the Best Western. We know that will be used. And, of course, so if we have buildings for services, we know they'll be used, but we don't really know about anything else. And we've wanted to sell the Willits Justice Center. We know that there is a lot of empty space at the WISC. We have a lot of buildings and strategically located in areas of the county that we really need to look at. So what I'm saying is that as your OES director, that I won't leave Brent Blazier and the sheriff out there to dry if they need space. So we will have that discussion and see what they need. And I've already told Mr. Blazier that we will look to see what he needs. But I'm not certain at this point that we want to purchase another building or lease space. I know that our chief probation officer is looking at leasing space for services. So, I've just said no to 2 departments about purchasing another building or leasing additional space. So I guess if this board is giving me direction that at all costs that you want OES to have the space they need, then we'll do that. But I think that we don't have enough information on where we are. And I can say after a decade of seeing staff come and go and moving people around, which is very consistent, that we really do need to see what we have. And there are some of the supervisors that have just come onto the board that have asked questions about, purchasing more property. And I agree. I think we really need to know what we have. So we can certainly make public safety the priority. We always make public safety the priority. But I don't agree that we're just going to add additional space, buy a building, move people out of their offices so we can have a larger room. I mean, I think that an emergency operations center, that yes, we could use a different space for an emergency operations center. But if this board wants to move to virtual services, and we can do that with a call center and possibly even training, then I don't want to have a 5,000 square foot building for an emergency operations center.
Right. Supervisor McGorty, then Supervisor Williams.
So it seems like the first thing that I'm sure you have already is just an inventory of space and how much is utilized, because that's a real basic question. Is you talk about buildings that are empty. It'd really be as kind of essentially landlords here, we should know what we got. We should know what exists. And it sounds like there's a few critical needs. I think the whole subject of moving people remotely to work remotely is important. I think it'd be really good to find out from departments right off as part of the first step of this process is, do you have people in your department who want and can work remotely so that we can start getting a sense internally what we're looking at? So just taking a quick inventory of what we have on hand before we even go out to a consultant, I think is something we could do internally that would be really useful and probably not expensive in terms of time and effort.
So Chair Jurdy, Supervisor McGorty, we know what buildings we have. I can say that we are still in a very evolving process, and we can poll every department head and ask them, what the percentage of their staff is that work remotely. I think we're going to get a hodgepodge of information. I don't think we're going to get the product that really, over the next 5 years, is going to benefit this county. I understand this board doesn't want to spend $100,000 on a space plan. Neither do I. The item is up to $100,000, and I believe that part of it is to have an architect come in and really tell us where we can cut corners with space. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have facility staff that can do this. And so, I understand if the board doesn't want to spend the money and doesn't want to do this, but I think, honestly, I think this is necessary. After, a decade and a half working here and knowing what we have, there's no way that 15 department heads are going to give us exactly what we need in order to develop a really good plan to bring to this board. It's not going to happen. And so, it's your decision. The decision about spending the money or doing the space assessment is your decision. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to run operations for this county and do the very best job we can. But, we know that without having the information, that sometimes it's difficult to make those good decisions. But again, the decision is yours.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, for the CEO, will we spend more money by not engaging in this exercise?
Well, at this point right now, what we're saying is that we're going to go ahead and move forward with an EOC. I have no idea what that cost is going to be, but I can tell you that. So to answer your question, it's quite possible. What we've done so far is if a department has come in and said they need more space, we've tried to assess that. We have as many facility staff as a percentage of facility staff as planning does. So when you look at planning and needing planners, we have a couple facility staff. So we can't do the best assessment. When somebody says they need space, we either have to lease it, we have to purchase it, we have to spend money in moving people around. So I do think there's a return on investment for the space assessment. But again, whatever we do, it will create work for the staff. And, if the board doesn't want to do this, then, that's how it is. But yeah, well, I think there's a good return.
Might be one of the supervisors who wants to do it. Can we structure it such that we don't wait until the end of the 18-month period to act on can we iterate, liquidate 1 or 2 properties every month for a while as they find unnecessary assets?
18 months is too long, 12 months is too long. We're looking at a strategic plan. This board wants the strategic plan back to this board by December of this year. It will be up to Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Haschak to determine if that timeline will work, and they will determine that and come to the board with whether they need more time or not. That's on the strategic plan. I can tell you that we don't have to, we will do the very best with the space plan, but we will look for a consultant or a contractor that can do this and marry it up with the strategic plan and be done by December. And that may mean that we do a phase 1 on this. I mean, we obviously have the training center that we've just purchased. There's not too much more we can do with that. We have the Willits Justice Center. That really needs to be evaluated. That's a beautiful building sitting up there that is absolutely not in use. And there are other buildings that I think we really need to look at.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the question was, will we spend more money if we don't have this plan? And the answer is yes. There were two property purchases right before there were 2 new supervisors on this board. There have been a couple of property purchases that have been brought to this board. And I think it's incredibly important that we have a clear plan moving forward that matches the strategic plan. I absolutely understand that, up to $100,000 sounds like a lot of money, but I think we're spinning our wheels, and just having departments come forward with requests is not an efficient way to do the work of government. So I would like to see this move forward to create some efficiency, not only in the use of space, but also in potential purchases moving forward.
Is that a motion?
So I'll just weigh into. I think we need some sort of comprehensive plan, and this is the best step forward that I see we have. It seems to me during the time I've been on the board, there's been a randomness to the proposals that come to the board to buy property, to move around, and I don't think that's by intention. I think it's just by personality, really, of the people driving the proposals that make their way to the board. So I think if we can have a comprehensive evaluation of all the buildings, all the properties, all the needs, we can have a logical process for allocating space that's fair to everyone and is cost effective. Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I'd go along with that motion to approve. I'd also like to see it in coordination with the strategic plan that we're doing countywide, to take that into consideration, because there might be changes in the county operations structure that would need reconfiguring of the workspace too.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the recommended motion.
And I would second it. Can I make a comment though?
Go ahead.
So the last time we did this is how we got the county government center, because our CAO at the time, Mike Scannell, and the board of supervisors were tired of having properties all over the place. The board chambers were downtown. They moved around a couple times from the courthouse to a rented building, and then they finally decided it'd be really nice to have a campus, and that was planned and has worked fairly effectively. So I don't want anyone to think I'm anti planning, because I'm not. I'm totally pro planning, and that's how you move forward, is to make an assessment of what you got and then figure out what you need and make it match. And I want to be supportive of our staff too. If this is what CEO Angelo is telling us is important, then you should listen. Of course, budget constraints and time constraints are the things that are also important too as we move forward. So anyway, I support it.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I'd like to look, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second. Can we have roll call?
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, that takes us to basically the last major item of the agenda, today's agenda, which is discussion possible action, including approval of the Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District annual report. And this is going to be brought to us by Planning and Building Services.
Thank you, Supervisors. Adrienne Thompson, Planning and Building Services. I'm just waiting for our, there we go, MCTC Executive Director Travis Scott is joining us here also. And this is the presentation of the annual Business Improvement District report, as well as the adoption of the resolution confirming the intent to levy for the collection of next year and set the time and place for the public hearing, which will be May 25th, 2021. And really, I'll preserve our time here and be brief and say that thank you, Travis. He's been instrumental in getting this forward. And I did have the bid chair and vice chair online, but I'm afraid they had to leave us just after 6. So if you have additional questions, I will pass those on to the bid and come back with those answers. And if you have any questions that we can answer, Travis and I are both here, and we submit the report for your review.
Okay, thanks.
Travis, do you have any comments you wanted to make?
You're muted. You're still muted?
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening, Chair Jurdy, Supervisors, and CEO Angelo. Thank you for taking the time to review our report. Unfortunately, our board chair and vice chair are not present with us today to give the presentation of the report, but I am here as staff of the organization to answer any questions that the board or the county may have for us.
Okay, your timing may be impeccable, being at 6 by the fact that we got to this item at 6:20. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. There are a couple of us supervisors that use social media very frequently, and I just want to say that Visit Mendocino had to pivot, as we're so used to saying during these times last year, and really changed, what you would normally be doing all of the time, and not go to conferences and not encourage tourists to actually come here. And I know that there was a lot of community conversation about what tourism, especially on the coast, should look like. I am glad that we were able to weather that, and I think that you've done a very good job of handling what is meant to be a promotions organization during a pandemic when travel was discouraged.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
Going forward, how do you see promoting the county in a way that would convey the message we want you to come spend your money here, but please don't use our water.
That's something we're working on currently right now. We realize that it's an issue. We're talking about it on the Monday lodging meetings. We're talking about it as a staff. We are working on a campaign right now, just like we did the Safe Mendocino campaign and the Mask Up Mendo campaign, that we're going to roll out to partners and stakeholders to help mitigate the use of water, hopefully. I mean, we can't control our visitors, but we're going to do our best to get the word out there and make sure that we're protecting our community as best we can.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy?
I have to ask this. So how does cannabis figure into our future as a tourism area?
Sure, thanks for asking the question. Cannabis as a tourism asset has been on our strategic plan and off of our strategic plan several times over the last 4 years. This last year, the MCTC Board of Directors decided to embrace it and just go forward with not rolling it in yet, but bringing in all the assets. So we have tracked down the legal consumer-facing cannabis businesses, working with the county and the incorporated cities. We have built out the back end of our website to promote those businesses as part of our county business. And we're working on the next steps with MCA, and we've got a partnership with them and cannabis businesses and our partners and stakeholders. We're working on that as we speak to bring them into the fold and include them as we would include any restaurant, retail facility, or lodging property in Mendocino County.
Yeah, I realize it's not for everyone, but I think about Lake County, and the thing that they're famous for is bass fishing in Clear Lake, and a lot of us wouldn't want to go bass fishing in Clear Lake, but you'd be surprised how many people do, because they're in the top 5 bass fishing lakes in the United States. So they have all kinds of tournaments associated with it, and it really helps their economy a lot, particularly on the shoulder season when they organize things. So it's sort of I kind of view cannabis in some respects the same way. There's a market out there, and it's one of the things that is a feature if you come here. Is something that you can participate in if you're interested.
Absolutely. We as an organization agree with you, Supervisor McGordy, and are just moving forward with that initiative.
Okay, all right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay.
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Travis. I appreciate all that you guys do.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors and CEO Angelo.
Okay, there's for today's meeting, there's no legislative or CO report. Do any board members at 6:25 wish to give a report?
I feel like I've caused enough trouble here today.
Supervisor Hashak.
I'll just say that I went to the CSAC legislative conference for 3 days the other week, and there was lots of discussion about COVID, broadband, the drought, and sea level rise. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, then at 6:26, we will adjourn today's meeting. Meet again next week.
Thank you.